a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Welcome everyone to Valorant Game Changers NA Stage 1 presented by Verizon. I'm your host for today, Sierra Dawn, and join me on the analyst desk, we have Emily and Van Silly.
Apply for one enemy running for a couple of exits.
Corrupt there to follow up. Swimtrek is absolutely smacking around FlyQuest. Left in the 1v3.
Well,
Second trigger. Second check. Oh my goodness. Corrupt is throwing the shoulder. One more attempt. Beautiful play from Corrupt. Oh my. Both wall will break. Trying just to finesse. What a shot! Evie, 1v2 situation. Defense not here yet. Rotating over quickly. Evie will be able to get the Armageddon. A shock dart bounces off the back wall. Come through for FlyQuest. Close to hit. Eventually, no ball. Corrupt now 1v3. Able to find the first two and then the three. Showstopper. Oh, what a null command. Pulls off the rocket launcher. Now it's glow stick by themselves. A 1v2 clutch. Have Corrupt on the way. Showstopper comes on into the play.
What?
Are you kidding me? Good damage going to come through, but Melia's not missing. The force makes good. The damage. Sherrod able to come back through for more. Melia, last one left. Has to be Melia. 1 versus 4, down to 1 versus 2 now. FlyQuest will fall in a quick 0-2 fashion. Swimtrek cruise their way into the grand final.
To keep her left alone now, and now Ghost finally can set up for a post plant up numbers.
this should be the one that they win.
Moria ready to flush corner out. Not wasting a moment.
Plant
Going
is
in,
bad for
it's not
me.
a good plant. Yeah, where's the Hunter's Fury gonna come in? It's already a half stick. Dodo can full stick this. Eli's got to sprint forward and stop the defuse, but it won't be had. Fight from Ghost sliding up. Only tanks the stun, hits the shot, doesn't even dash away. Slide out with the knives. Just needs one to connect and one more away from the dart. Now waiting to strike. It is beautiful. The smoke though. Good first shot from Gia. That will make it an easy trade. Plant for shot fly. That already is a win. Piece of cover. The slide on out, and Lydia has brought this in. It's a huge one. As two players approach on the flank as the Odin lays down, covering fire on the approach. It is clockwork. As Shotfire Valiant move up to map and series point. But now without control on the site, even a Viper Orb to Sarah just mows them down and snuffs out hope for Ghost Gaming. Shotfire Rebellion will advance to the lower final.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate day of the Verizon Valorant Game Changers NA Stage 1 main event. That's a mouthful, but man, we're so here for it. I am Zoe and I have the utmost pleasure of hosting the thrilling conclusion of our main event bracket today as well as tomorrow. And joining me on our virtual desk to break it all down are Ash and Emily. Ladies, on paper, we thought we knew how Stage 1 is going to play out, but these teams did not play by the script. A display of dominance in both the upper and lower bracket yesterday. Any thoughts after sleeping on it, Ash?
I think overall, for yesterday,
How about you, Emily? What's your big takeaway from yesterday?
I mean, the fact that we're here in these lower finals and it's Fly versus SRG, which is a matchup that we're used to seeing in Grands, and seeing Swim kind of just take Storm in that upper bracket to make it into the Grand Finals that we get to see tomorrow based off who wins and who comes out on top in this best of 5. It's crazy because it is so unexpected. But like I said, or kind of touched on yesterday, like this is what we want to see out of GC. We want to see teams rising up and taking the occasion and just kind of surprising a lot of people, because for a long time, you know, I think everyone already had their set expectations, even going into this event. No one expected it. So it's good to see that teams are evolving, teams are constantly improving, teams are changing, and it's just super refreshing this time around.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And both of the teams coming into today's match with a very different trajectory, right? We see here in the scorelines 2-0s across the board. FlyQuest unceremoniously dropped, that was a difficult word, unceremoniously dropped down into that lower bracket. They did not get much done yesterday. There was not much redeeming that we got to see in their match against Swim. Now, in the lower bracket, though, SRG, they more than redeemed themselves with a really dominant performance against the team that initially put them in that position and forced them to have that salty lower bracket run. So yeah, both teams coming probably into today with a bit of a different mindset, Ash.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think that for the side of SRG too, what's really cool is we've seen them drop into the lower bracket really late into playoffs brackets for Game Changers championships and whatnot, right? But when it comes down to actually making a lower bracket run within the first round of the lower bracket, that's something that is unfamiliar for SRG, and that's a different kind of pressure on their shoulders compared to the kinds of performances that they're used to having here within Game Changers. And honestly, they've been pretty flawless throughout since then. I think that speaks a lot to the experience that this roster has, and the fact that they're not able to falter in those kinds of moments is what you expect here from a Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Yeah, and you kind of have to look at it this is the first time where they're going into a main event with this many drastic changes. You know, they not only swapped out a player for Mel, who was the big kind of staple piece for a long time, the leader, the captain of the team, and Alexis having to step up and take that IGL role. But you're right, the fact that they were able to kind of find their footing, find their confidence as a team again, and it's just been showing in every single match throughout the lower bracket.
I think it's really cool to see also the development of their identity. I think that Mel has always been such a crazy macro mind here, but it's a bit of a different role when you have your IGL on that smokes compared to Alexis when she's playing that initiator here for her team. Yes, she has great macro ideas, but you see, I think more even more creativity when it comes down to a lot of the micro plays, like her setting up these fights for the rest of the team and the reactive plays that we're able to see out from her. And it works really well in the current meta that we have seen develop, I think, within this current state of Valorant, with how important those micro moments are, especially stylistically, I feel here in NA.
Yeah, and I think this team, they really started to mesh together, right? We saw the initial struggle, with the changes in the roster, and also, of course, when your IGL changes, it just changes that dynamic. And they didn't look as cohesive as what we're used to seeing from this roster. Now, Lydia, if we're comparing her performance from yesterday to what we saw earlier, it was day and night. You guys called her out yesterday, after basically both maps, because she played with so much confidence, and the roster as a whole just played so much more confident.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching Lydia for years now. You know, I've competed against her, and this is a new Lydia that I haven't seen in a very long time, or maybe even at all. Just the amount of confidence that she was able to bring. And I think I have to kind of give props to who's surrounding her on this team, right? You have SRG, the team that's been at the top of the food chain in NAGC, and also just Worlds, they are literal champions. The fact that they were able to kind of bring that out of Lyd and constantly kind of push her to her limits is insane. You saw in this pistol clutch, it was absolutely phenomenal. Even the micro decision making in that 1v4 that she was able to pull off for the team, even though all of SRG were playing really well, it's just nice to see Lydia finally get out of her shell, kind of play how, you know, she knows that she can. And it really paid off for SRG as a whole.
Yeah, it really felt like we weren't just seeing OG Lydia coming into the fray back at the peak of our competition, but her taking it to that other level, elevated by her squad, like Emily was saying. It's kind of wild. So many moments. I think Ender was calling her an assassin in the night in yesterday's cast with the reposition she was able to pull off in that game versus Ghost yesterday. But overall, I think that you also have to give a lot of credit to the fact that the team has shouted her out for how willing she's been to be able to kind of like learn this new style, fit into their system. And I think that's why we saw a bit of that slower start from her at the beginning of this stage slotting here for SRG, and now finally kind of really getting her rhythm, I think, with the team and allowing her to focus more on those micro moments and be that pop-off player that we know she can be.
Yeah, yesterday definitely looked flawless for her, for the team as a whole. And as you just speaking of pop-off moments, Noya, I mean, excuse me, like Noya was a menace yesterday. A 2K here, a 3K there, like closing the rounds in like picture perfect fashion. So let's take a look at this head-to-head to Melia and how they stack up against one another.
Yeah, I think overall, taking a look at how Noya has been playing, like, that is my Madam President right there. She's so consistent, and it's crazy how she's just, like, she's always been a mechanical goddess, but it feels like this particular event, like, she's taking it to another level. You do not want to be in any type of 1v1 up against her. It was crazy. She went like, what, I think 2-0 yesterday as far as like that KD goes. It was just really wild to see. It was so impressive from her. And I think that this Sentinel head-to-head, Emily, is going to be really fun because Melia was also a hero for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I think they both kind of set themselves up for super high expectations. Like, they expect a lot out of themselves whenever they're in that server. And I think for Noya, just even outside of the clutches that she was able to have, the way that she was able to guide her teammates when they were down in 2v4s, one that's coming to mind is when they were on a 2v4 retake A on Breeze, and Noya was just leading Dota into the fights and securing that round for them that they shouldn't have won. And on the side of Melia was kind of a similar saving grace for FlyQuest yesterday on that second map of Fracture when, you know, they were down, they lost their map pick, it looked really tough for them, and then Melia started popping off and kind of giving them hope again to have that little bit of a comeback there. Even though it was fake, the amount of impact that Melia was able to bring to the team, whether it was those first kills with the op, whether it was getting multi-kills, so allowing her team to have a man advantage going into retakes or going to execs, it was really clean. And we need to see that kind of level of confidence and that level of impact, and not just from Melia today, but from the entire team if Fly do want to secure this and make it forward into the grand finals.
And I think her resurgence in that map of Fracture is even more impressive when you're considering the fact that being on that attacking side like you were just talking about, it's the fact that she's able to do that on her own. Like, she's going to be that lurking presence, always poking on the other side of the map, really trying to disrupt the defensive setups of the opposing team, and, you know, with very little support in those moments. And it was up against the Swim Trek who are so proactive, I think, on defense, always looking for those brawls, and she was constantly able to shut them down. These lurking anchor Sentinel players are going to be a huge part of the success, I think, for either of these sides. But for Melia, it is so impressive, I think, the consistency that we've seen from her in this role.
Yeah, and I hope they can recover well, right, Melia and the rest of the squad from FlyQuest Red, because the beatdown they received on the hands of Swim Trek yesterday, it was a rather one-sided affair. Like, yes, Fracture was closer, but overall, like, it was kind of a struggle across the board. What would you pin this down to?
Honestly, I just feel like FlyQuest sometimes struggle and panic a little when things aren't working and they're struggling to find those solutions. And Swim made it very hard. They were very unpredictable. I mentioned that they were kind of like the old Envy of challengers, but for GC, just because they are walking up everywhere and not giving you info to play off of. And I think FlyQuest, they're a team that thrives when they have that info, and they love being in control. They have amazing protocols. They have amazing reactions. But if they're not able to kind of commit to something, like yesterday, there was a lot of hesitation because they just were in the unknown for a lot of the rounds, and they weren't able to kind of make those risks and gamble. And that's what I want to see from them today, especially going against a team like SRG. I'm hoping that they'll be able to take those risks to try and get an advantage, to try and get that info so that they can play how they want to. And, you know, how they play comfortably is when they are in that control and they're able to play into the protocols that they have already set.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a little bit more adaptation yesterday. Just a small trip really kind of halted everything, and Swim Track just ended up kind of rolling over them. So I hope they're coming into today's match with a lot of confidence. Let's discuss the maps that we want to see and might be seeing for these two squads thus far. Okay, FlyQuest picking Split. That is arguably one of SRG's best maps thus far in stage one. That is a choice, I guess.
I mean, I think it does make sense for FlyQuest Red to be picking into Split when it's the most played map for them. So it shows that they have a lot of comfort on this map, and that's how they really want to start out in this best of 5, because I think when you're thinking about the depth in map pool and then also just general, I think, comfort, SRG do have FlyQuest beat in that regard, in my opinion. So I think for FlyQuest, they want to start out on a split that feels really comfortable for them, especially when you have Dodona, I think, still playing the Neon on this map as well, which I think isn't as favored compared to like a map like a Fracture or a Lotus, where you have the opportunity for those quicker rotations, and especially with how I think comfortable Edith has looked on this map too.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at this map pool, I think Fly are just they want to come in strong. They want to hit the ground running, because when you look at the rest of the maps picked here, you have Lotus. Yes, Ghost beat SRG, but SRG absolutely had a comeback yesterday and were able to kind of fix their mistakes. And then you go into Breeze, another map that they've always consistently looked great on. And then Haven, like I said, it's been kind of SRG's bread and butter. They know exactly how to play a map that does require a lot of that push and pull. So it all kind of, for me, sets up on this map split. If Fly's able to kind of secure this and start off strong, you know, there's a chance, but the map pool in general, I just feel is more favored towards SRG.
Yeah, let's see what they're gonna roll out with. Do we expect any changes here composition wise, or will they stick to their comforts? Let's take a look.
Well, overall, I think it is going to be like the comfort picks here for both of these squads. No changes to the eye test from what I'm seeing here for either side. I think that for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, they do have a bit more of like that kind of stall potential here on defense, because they do have that Sage, especially going up against Edith on that Waylay, an opportunity to try and divvy them up from the rest of FlyQuest Red on those attacking pronged approaches here with the double initiator. Ev is definitely going to be a key piece for the side of FlyQuest. Those 0 points are going to be so important when it comes down to disrupting the defensive sided setups here for Shopify Rebellion Gold, some of the cycling with those smokes.
Yeah, and also when you're looking at FlyQuest comp, all they really have for movement here is that Waylay. So a lot of the pressure is going to be on Edith to creating a lot of that space. And for me, FlyQuest Red just need to get as many rounds as they can on attack, because that is where they tend to struggle, where they kind of start losing the plot a little bit, struggling to find answers. But when they swap over to that defense, I need Thea to be as confident as she was when they played against Wadada and be able to take space in that B main and just kind of control the entire map when they're on that side of defense.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one will play out and who is going to come into map 2 with some momentum. We have Riff and Vance on the map, on the mic for map 1 of our lower bracket final between SRG and FlyQuest Red. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the desk set it up perfectly here. You have Shopify Rebellion looking to keep that lower bracket run going. One, they really haven't had to make this far, but they have cruised right through. And now FlyQuest come into their undefeated map. A really great way to start this series off and keep Shopify's momentum at bay.
That's exactly what it is. For right now, for SRB going to the lower brackets, they're as cozy as I am in my little oomphy jacket right now, because it's been so one-sided for them throughout the lower brackets so far, and because of the slacking that FlyQuest received yesterday against Swimtrek Blue, this is definitely looking like potentially even an SRG continuing this momentum. FlyQuest, hopefully they have found some way to fix a little bit of the issues that they had in their matches yesterday to keep this game close, but with their resurgence right now of also Lydia on this Omen previously from yesterday's game, they're looking like a tough team to deal against today.
We'll see how they deal. Walls are set. FlyQuest resetting here. There's been a lot of ways that Shopify has stopped FlyQuest in playoffs, in upper brackets, and lowers, and the closed and open qualifiers. This is really a time that they want to get a piece of Shopify Rebellion back. Get a win in that victory column. And Noya's going to start it off really quick for Shopify here, but Edith attacks quickly and even quicker as Alexis, as mid becomes the hot ground here for the beginning of the first round.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter about the insert from Melia into the B side right now, because the spike is down out in the open with a huge crossfire setup from SRG.
They're all going to push out. A lot of aggression as they reflood towards mid. Kills on both sides, and it's going to leave Alexis and Melia now searching. Alexis actually has a lot of angles to keep an eye on after this much time in the round. Melia's found a way all the way around, and Alexis is going to feel that, realizing what kind of timing could be possible. He's going to go ahead. Hit it.
Oh,
just a quick flick up, thinking even it was a sewers, but no. It comes from mailroom, delivered on that first round by Alexis. IGL and fragging out 3-0 to start that one off as SRG get pistol.
And it's a big save as well from the IGL Alexis, because FlyQuest did an incredible job on a 4 versus 2. Or the 2 versus 4 disadvantage that they had on top middle. To trade that many to leave it on a 1v1, that was some instant quick shots coming out from Edith and Jazzy to be able to make that happen as well. But it almost seems like the start of it was a little bit difficult here for FlyQuest, but we'll have to talk about that in a little bit later. It seems as though here for FlyQuest for the second round, they're trying to at least push that line away from that B site and try to engage into SRG's aggression potentially. If not, try to get this orb up, because like I said, you got a lot of kills coming through right now. Edith has the outlaw too. Do not have to be a 1v1 against Dominant.
Bye-bye.
And FlyQuest is very flashy, literally. The util they have at their disposal can get them into some good spots. That time, it does not clear Dodo off the line and still gets to creep that one in. A quick crouch throws Edith off as Dodo gets the peek. And now they're up 2, just searching around. A great find towards mid, and SRG have all the info they need to just hold steady on defense.
2 small mistakes there from first round to second round, I like to say here, Riv, for FlyQuest. The first one when, again, trying to dog up towards vents and trying to push up towards male, there was really no util to help out to take that piss round. Second round here, not enough bodies jumping across to try to bait either to try to swing out with the outlaw to get their trade onto Donut. So they allow Donut to freely reload, freely walk down, freely get another kill, and also now lose the outlaw investment as Jaskin once again, for the second time, the outlaw falls into B main. This is going to be difficult here for the plan for the last 2 players of FlyQuest.
1 enemy remaining.
And they walk this judge around to get something, at least 1 or 2. Some points towards the null command as Ev able to get that off a classic. And SRG playing very, very safe here in the first few rounds when they have a bit of that lead. A 4th for Dodo. That overdrive is going to come online real fast. 3 pips away.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're desperately trying to save the judge into the next round as well, because again, having this investment that they put into the outlaws, so maybe you could drop that judge to Edith for this round and get value out of it. But then that would have been made it very difficult for Ev to invest into this round, into a rifle round. So I think at the end of the day, it's good that Ev got shut down, so they could still have a decent buy here. Even Thea's being selfless. She's buying a weapon for Edith.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Exactly. As an IGL, you want to be able to support, you want to call, just let your fragger do their fragging things, and they're looking for that mid-control to fight again, just like the pistol round, and hopefully getting value out of it.
And that was going to be a stinger for Edith before they made that change. So you see the intent is still to go forward and fight, use everything. We're getting very pistol round-esque strat here as we head into the bonus. And Ev's going to be able to get that first blood on the line, pushing SRG back. FlyQuest have a nice position here.
Cool.
Cleaned up again. Just slowly seeing if SRG will give these picks up. And Lydia actually looks for one, hunting out of B main, so Fly's going to have to be aware of that in the following rounds.
I like that at least, right? You lose control towards middle, some great positioning to start from Ev, and great flash from Jazzykins to push everybody back. And now you're looking for information towards B main, you get that pick. So now you can guarantee that FlyQuest are actually going towards the A site. What this allows for you to do as well now is for SRG to start grouping up as well to go for the flood retake towards the end. FlyQuest, as they continue to walk towards this A site, the opportunity is going to be even more grandiose for both Sarah and Alexis on this flank.
Very clean.
30 seconds
right
left.
behind each other on the entrance. No way to really gap any of the agents if SRG was there. It's going to make FlyQuest formidable on these following rounds here. And we'll see what kind of damage SRG can do on the way in. Little util out as they look to stall this.
They need to move quick. They need this paranoia flash to come out ASAP.
Yeah, I was going to say, are they going to stall this out on the right side? Smoke goes out. They're trying to set up what would be some one-ways here. Get the angle that they want. Add fire, though, for the round, as she's finally shut down. And Edith comes up with the last 2. There is no entry allowed into that site for SRG as FlyQuest take that bonus away.
I'm not too sure about the double flash that they're trying to do there. I like the idea of that in the first place, but I don't like potentially the smoke that they threw on map, because I feel like when you're trying to flash over a main and the smoke is already going to cover a lot of the faces on the side of FlyQuest on the post plan. So I don't think too many players got affected. You especially saw the players playing towards Benji Fishy. There was 2 players there playing the high-low, and none of them looked like they were easily affected. They did some good damage at least here for SRG. They kept the economy close and low for this round, which probably allows another outlaw if you wanted to, but looks like it's not going to be the case. SRG are opting to go to play for rifles this round.
Interesting. They zoom forward, and this isn't off Thea's paranoia. That's a flash from Ev over the top. A lot quicker here for Edith. Just get in and know they can work off of that. But it's slowed Seekers because SRG is just actually worried about what's happening. If they get a few spams down and push up to Noya, gets caught off by Edith, is very confidently pushes forward here and is not wasting any time to gain a bit more ground, allowing the team space into the site, but they have to move now because here comes SRG right up the screens as Melia sweeps Sarah off her feet. And they get sight here. Plant should go down, and Edith is still wreaking havoc. Almost 10 HP up in heaven.
Still trying to push her towards the spawn. Alexis is going to have to hold this, and they decide otherwise. Play the numbers. I like this. Pull back and just make sure you guarantee the round. A nice little exit to the end here with FlyQuest. Now you're just going to try to do some econ damage.
Back and forth. You can see they go for the play together and they back up together.
Yeah.
Like you said, very smart about the situation. No reason to lose a bunch of people here. And there's one clean. The peaks are very nice, and using an ult this round, getting 4 kills and 2 points back. A huge round from Edith as FlyQuest pick up another.
They were definitely trying to get the underhand flash from Ev so they could double swing with them and Melia to try to fight into the crossfire setup, but as soon as Melia went low on HP, you're trying to farm these orbs up in the pulse plan, and they're like, yeah, maybe the HP's not too good on our side. Let's just play to our numbers. So I love, you know, we talked about, you know, red alert. You need to change some things very quickly from yesterday to today for FlyQuest, and they seem to be more in tune of this scenario and guaranteeing these rounds more than trying to run around and not really figure out what to do under the pressure. So I like this little start here from FlyQuest. There's a reason why they're currently undefeated on this map, FlyQuest. And then SRG lost this map once against Wadada in the lower bracket. Nice little shot by Edith. But yeah, we're just farming so far here. The eco round for SRG. Now it's time to walk contact down towards mid.
Big farms. About to till some dirt in mid. No, SRG says here to stay. They are rooted, and the Jazikins actually shuts down the overdrive for this eco as Dodonut tries to gain a little bit more ground. That is going to disperse the defense of SRG, as you still got a little bit of a lurk from Sarah here to do some extra damage and may catch a timing for at least one.
Oh, that could have been 2, but at least still gets 1 at the end of the day. 4 HP remaining on either 2 as soon as they were getting that heal back from Jazikins in the first place. But that little damage could be really good right now for Alexis playing towards this B site.
It also, if they identify 3 here, you might get Noya running down mid for one of those weapons, picks it up, comes back around here if Alexis can stay alive, but it looks like they're going to get enough ground here. Everybody's going to be in the open. Edith finds another one. Alexis on 2. Alexis a 3rd, maybe? Oh, saturated down, and Edith comes through with the classic to save the round for a FlyQuest win.
If only she had some other pistol on that ground, because Edith was at 4 HP. The GC share is almost shine there for the IGL as well. And the one that was at 4 HP is the one that's going to save the round for FlyQuest. But man, did they keep it close for SRG. That's going to continue to grind into the pockets of FlyQuest round after round. So this is a potential where if you're going to get reset here potentially, if SRG is able to capitalize on this upcoming round. Look at the money that they have right now. Yeah, there's going to be a mixed buy if they're going to lose this one too. But Donut pulls out the operator for that line on B.
That's big. They might actually move that and get the push out of B main again, or at least leave the op online. A little bit of elevation gained here by FlyQuest on the right side of the map. But they seem so clean in these hits. Everybody knows where their flashes are going, the angles they have to be looking at when they come out of those smokes, whatever, or pop flashes. This comp, no wonder that attack side win rate 71%. It's the one they win on the most. They are going to lose one now as Dodo use up with an op kill. And still ground gained here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, so far you're seeing a value of this composition for FlyQuest as well. Not only for nice to disrupt utility, but also the amount of flashes they could continue to layer on top of each other, right? Yeah. It's difficult right now to hold aggressive lines.
Nicely done. Trying to delay the relay bolt. They're just pushing SRG around. I mean, props to SRG for also staying alive here to be able to fight back another day. It's 30 seconds, and now FlyQuest is kind of in a pickle.
I kind of like this though because the speaking about SRG, I feel like they smoked out towards that right side of screen, so it was Thea that did that, so they could kind of wrap around here towards this B side. So they're still moving towards the weak side. Might be able to get a plant here.
Anchor smokes. Big anchor smokes here. Noya can just play in this maze and see what kind of havoc she can wreak. Paranoid up. Doesn't really matter at this distance, but the plant goes down, resets the timer just a little bit as we see Lydia light up the kill feed first. It is traded back here. Thea trying to be the front line of defense towards Heaven. Is Noya still creeping around the site? Those anchor smokes playing huge. And wait a minute, they're just going to try to do this right under the nose of FlyQuest. And it looks like they get half, not even. Still the fight comes through, and they're going to have to respect this. FlyQuest is going to start to pressure down. Dodo Nut back and forth, trying to play the shorty, but it's not going to be enough. One bullet here for Ev. This is a tight fight right now, and it's Alexis to still get the clear, have the angle, grab the op, and allow the defuse for Sarah as Shopify stop that FlyQuest momentum.
That was intense. That was literally a showdown between Alexis and Ev on that 1v1. Both of them really reloading at the same time. I think instantly, immediately at the same time, literally, and then as soon as they were able to get their bullet back into the chamber, whoever's going to be able to swing first and win that fight. And you definitely saw, unfortunately here for Ev, they had to focus on the one that was defusing first, so couldn't really focus on Alexis. That gives a little bit of an edge here for SRG to be able to win this round. But so far here, if you're looking at Alexis, not only IGL and anchoring, but also doing a great job to keep SRG in this game, because FlyQuest are looking well prepared today.
To push fast and show fast, but Spike's not grabbed yet. FlyQuest only want to see an advantage in this round before they move that. And it is going to make SRG react, though. They have fully moved off of that A site with just Sarah and Heaven now.
Fortunately, there's no really big activation coming out from FlyQuest, though. I think after you hear the TP out... Oh, actually, let's hold that thought. The activation comes out on the defense instead, and now this is good info, because this wall never got contested, broken on the A side ever since, so you know the lean is now towards middle. And everybody's actually gambling towards A side already, so... A call for Alexis to read that the split will happen, and a desperate play from FlyQuest will be moving towards the A site.
There's pressure now from Ev. Going up towards mid. That
That's
Viper's
good.
Bite actually hit the wall as it came back. Nice shot from Dodo Nut, though. His eyes were towards Heaven. And it's always been this combo, Sarah and Dodo Nut, if they have to back up into sight. And they've actually pushed off FlyQuest just as early as past few rounds.
30 seconds
So
left.
can they do it again? Actually found out in sight with the knife now. And we get to the stall point again, Vance. This gets a little sketchy.
Yeah, it's on Sarah this time around, too. The op is spotted, but Sarah behind the map has to be the one anchoring up right now. But Era's just trying to look for clues.
Oh, what a clear. Ev getting kills he never should be getting in this situation.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, popping out of the woodwork. Sarah then flicks the hair around. Since I am here, it's going to be the defuse. Dodo Nut there to get that one, get the overdrive back online. They still have res if anything gets mature in any of these rounds. And
Yeah.
Shopify, FlyQuest need to do a little bit more info searching. They can't think the sites are just clear here when they're going for these force plants.
And I think it was even the last bullet from Sarah that even killed Ev on the top of A Heaven. But, you know, Ev was highlighted on the desk being one of the pivotal keys right now to the successes of FlyQuest most recently. And was at least able to open up that A site on Heaven, which allowed here for FlyQuest to just try to focus on planting that plant for A Heaven. But because the knife also from Ev only identified the neon into the site, I felt like maybe Sarah was able to slip through the radar, under the radar rather, and FlyQuest wasn't ready for that. So Sarah just got the nice little jump up on two players in the end. And allows SRG here to get around. But I'm actually quite surprised here, Riv, too, though, that despite SRG taking the lead for once again, but it's only a 1 point differential, we're already going into a timeout for FlyQuest.
Yeah, the way it switched, I think, for FlyQuest is a bit too abrupt, right? They had 3 rounds where they're just going through killing everything, and now they're getting stuck in these rounds where it's instant diffuses, it seems, for SRG. So when the next guns come out, it has to be a solve a little bit quicker. Like we said, info searching a little bit more so they can actually have a site to set up defense in instead of just be swarmed by people that are hiding.
Yeah, swarming I think seems to be the name of the game for FlyQuest. That's been working quite well for them for sure. So hopefully it's something they can iron out this time around too. But they are going with the hero rifle. Edith is moving for control towards that B main. Also, once again, another TP to move forward. They're gonna dog flash and swing out of this to try to fight.
Spike down.
That
B.
smoke just being an anchor for Dodo Nut. A nice slow too. Sarah and Dodo realizing again now we're playing on A, playing together on B. When that smoke cut off the line of Dodo, Sarah slowed so they could actually set up another protocol for it.
Yeah.
Really clean stuff to just shut down B main again here.
Slower was huge. Right now, Melia dodged the dog over on the A side though, so she still has an opportunity to lurk if she wants to, but the wall is not really set for that, so she'll have to be the late lurk into the exec of the B site. It's gonna shut down.
Spike down. B.
Shaking off the paranoia. Sarah is just able to stay in sight and grab two there with the help of the team. SRG now go hunting for this third one. Not too far. But they are going to go ahead. Let Sarah get another one online. They're flawless by SRG. We should see that timeout for FlyQuest here come into play for this round.
It's a tough one too because now you had an opportunity as well for Coach Googly over the side of SRG to talk to their team. Because right now you're looking at round number 9 where maybe you're trying to get big plays off the combination of both Edith and Ev, but at the same time you have really good ults for SRG to retake. So I wouldn't be surprised here if they're going to try to play aggro on A site. Just play it soft, give it up, and then you have so much here in terms of firepower and reses to fight back into that FlyQuest attack.
Cross map smokes. That's a big smoke, so Dodo could just go for a single play if they need it. Sort out anybody. They've actually found somebody in B main a lot, so they're trying to play off what FlyQuest is conditioned here. And now they're trying to slam into A with the Waylay comp. We expected this. The flashes to come through, everybody looking the right way, backing each other up. There's two, but Dodo still finds one with the operator. An angle from screens here. Edith looking to cut this off. Knows the timing's going to be weird. SRG moves fast, and they have to get together. Get that praying mantis defense on back to back.
Yeah, this is the most important thing. Not having to use both ults to get into the site. Now you could even stall longer with the convergence pass from Edith once you have another wave of util coming in. I wonder if a Slorb comes in that will instantly proc out the ult from Edith for them to fight back. There it is.
You will not kill my
Thea's going to be huge. The res comes in. They still don't know about Thea on the outside. And Edith, though, making quick work of what does actually get into sight. Paranoia comes through, alerting that there is one ramp, and they just get to play. Oh, looky-loo. But that's Noya, able to now get one. Swings it back, gets another. It's going to be on fast beep, and that's going to be too much beep for anybody to handle. FlyQuest get the round on time, but, man, SRG are making it hurt.
Any type of util that was going to be thrown by SRG on the attempt to retake that site was going to proc that convergence pass from Edith. So they proc it up, they stall Dodo Nut, the overdrive gets 0 value, and then also it really creates a little bit of a ruckus right now and missed bombs for SRG trying to flood back on top of Heaven. You couldn't really, or even tried to go for a bait res to try to fight into that lane, but
yeah,
it was just nice little angles in the end there for FlyQuest.
They've been holding the res for a long time too, so it was nice for Fly to get to it.
Yeah. So yeah, an important round here for FlyQuest. The timeout worked out, but there's still a lot of ults still available for SRG, and somehow Alexis check on PC. That's through 2 walls potentially here from the Viper walls, and she still gets that pick onto Edith, who's been nuclear so far the last 2 days for FlyQuest, despite them losing the Swimtrek Blue yesterday.
And that dog just alerts them that there's really nothing over here still. Well, they're going to rotate one and start to lean over Lydia. As you still hear that op ringing out at B. They're wondering if they can get the op off the line. They got the flashes. They'll just leave one for the peak. I think they'll try to drop down on the head of the op.
Yeah. Especially losing Edith when on that attempt to fake towards the A site. You have to walk glitch now across the map. So stay as a group. Hopefully you get your right protocol here, especially now that you have your KO with you. Oh, well, never mind. That's going to stop every type of block contact you're trying to make.
Oh, what timing from SRG to activate the Seekers, just putting Noya in the perfect spot. Arms wide open for the 3K to come flying through, and they'll realize the play was fully at B as Melia tags one of them over in main. Looking to save this. Pits up for next round, but holy, reading the play without having anything happen on the map. SRG is just a step ahead.
You just said with arms wide open, and it just started singing Creed in my
10
head.
seconds left.
But yeah, it was again just great utility from Alexis. So she's not the one that's putting up the numbers on the board for this round, but Seekers to get everybody preempt to fight into male, and also on top of that, getting flash value from the sky flash right from the staircase into the male was beautiful there for Noya to sweep up 3 kills. Her who played plus 25 yesterday in the series, speaking of Noya, she was also a big component into SRG's success yesterday. And also hanging out in Zix chat saying, yo, I get plus 25 and 0 praises from Zix. That's rude.
Oh, no. Yeah, that I can't. You can't have that.
No, Zix, come on.
It's against the terms. 6-4 here. As now you get a reset for FlyQuest. SRG is really putting the pressure on here by just taking the rounds back so fast. And again, FlyQuest 70% attack side win rate is getting tattered here with the way SRG is able to read what's happening.
Yeah. Now we're just trying to finish up here into Heaven Control. Lots of silent walking from FlyQuest. And basically Melia trying to bait her teammates a bit because she's got the rifle to work with, right? So she needs to be that third person swinging out so they could at least try to move in for a plant.
Very quick on being able to back each other up. Sarah, sneaky angle from down inside, and they have the answer for this round too. Looks to be a 7-4 here. FlyQuest really figuring out a way to get this last round, maybe even push Dodonut instantly with the position that they have. When they blast into A, they seem to be right behind each other.
Yep.
Last round before the switch.
It seems, yeah, the SRG is always ready for that one as well, and Dodonut's also not missing too many op shots as well. This makes it very difficult to deal against, especially if you're trying to go for the wall contact play. It's understandable. You had a lower buy coming out for FlyQuest, and
for sure,
this is the one where you're hoping that you're going to get value off the pit. So it might be just a simple all hands on deck, Seekers into the A site for a pit, and let's go for a 5 versus 5 retake here.
All right, it does look like it. Getting ready. Dog will start it. Maybe it's going to be that front line if they're waiting for a flash to go over the top. So double identification in sight. But Thea goes down to the process. Dodo is just cleaning them up through a wall. It's Alexis in heaven. It's Dodo not in sight. Noya cleans up the rest of it in an 8-4 with that last round of the half. FlyQuest not even really getting a chance to see the site.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why we didn't really go for the Seekers. We had 2 ults available on top of that. If you're going to play Seekers from the pit, what's the point? You're trying to just stay alive to delay here into the spike plant. At least try to use it to get onto sites, and not using it, all of them got blocked off by the defensive Viper wall set up here by Noya, and then just all mowed down by Donut by a simple spray right in that tight corridor, the bottleneck of the A main. So SRG has a strong lead now moving into the second half, and FlyQuest are going to need a little bit more here to, especially Edith needs a little bit more support from their teammates to try to bring back this game.
I think one good thing for FlyQuest is this composition isn't just an attack side. That may be where they get the rounds in the past, but it's still great for kind of reflooding in with all those flashes, being able to create the space they need and make it weird for SRG. So there's still very much a chance. 8-4 is not a done scoreline.
Yeah. Well, the flash did identify at least one player towards A main, so FlyQuest has some information. That's on a fight.
They're gonna push it. Off the dot. Oh my god. They're looking. Edith with the timing and able to refract out. Gonna get the saturate. Still has to reload. Nice job for the step forward.
Wait, spike, guys.
Really nicely done here. Yeah, they're trying to figure out where to go. And Jazzykins being so meticulous insight about how to stay in the shadows. Thea coming in for the last kill there. And it was kind of a flip of the last round we just saw that stopped the first half. We get that to start the second half. Just a shutdown today.
You can only imagine
this time.
You can only imagine how difficult it was to understand comms in that fight when Edith just swung through that smoke, because they get a kill on 2, they drop the spike, Sarah trades it out, and then she feels like she has to move into site to help the other teammates of SRG into A. But the spike was dropped on the right side. Nobody picked it up. And even if you're able to get one pick, you still have to run back in the open. Everything gets reset once again. Always a big advantage for FlyQuest at the beginning of the round. All thanks to that push through the smoke from Edith. And now, speaking of pushing through the smoke, FlyQuest trying to do the same thing here. Just trying to punish the B main line and try to get this orb up. And so far, for Sarah, most likely. Cover going out. A knife is going to be good, though. That's good info.
Yeah.
That's
contact place. Oh, ankles. Dang. Actually does quite a bit of damage to Alexis. And Dodo Nut. And they should be able to clean this one up, playing it safe and just giving some false audio over to the side of SRG as they clean this round. And great job by FlyQuest to not overreact on these. You got a good line on A, holding mid. This is exactly what they need to do to just keep it weird for... Oh, no. Straight in, Ev's able to take that out. This is going to be big. This kill right here, and Ev's able to clean up Lydia. No entry into sight for now. One more for the Stinger, and that's going to be Null Command coming online nice and quick here. Just a few alt points away as we start the second half. And Noya to do damage. We'll see what she can do.
Love the timing between her and Jazzykins. They kind of just peeked back to the staircase of Mail at the wrong moment where they couldn't really face off against each other for a duel. But this time, though, Jazzykins is ready for it. Picks her off here with the Guardian. It was a small attempt, though, and SRG found the timing of the drop smoke thrown by Thea. Yeah. And that could have been disastrous if it wasn't for Ev inside that site with a Stinger. If you had like that solo type of play of a 1-3-1 for the side of FlyQuest, that probably would have been a plant for SRG, and maybe even a round win with how they've been shooting so far. So that's all thanks to Ev's knife at the beginning of the round that contacted on 4 that allowed here for FlyQuest to anchor up 2 players more confidently into the call of making play more players into the B site.
Keep an eye on if that knife is always used right away too. Seems to be held for a few. We'll just see if Ev on the minimap chucks it out whenever. Edith on that line, again, very quick with a little bit of support. So they're always keeping somebody there to make sure you can escape with Edith. That duel is alive.
Scout destroyed.
Oh, missing Noya.
Oh, saw the shoulder, took the shot, and Jazzy wasn't expecting to have to choose between 2 targets. Noya gets the better of that situation. The pop flash comes through. A nice turn by Lydia, but Ev with the quick swing and really nice hits from both teams on either side of the map here as SRG looks to choose back towards A.
The W right now is that they actually dropped the healer in Jazzykins, so Edith is low. They know that Edith, maybe worst comes to worst, is going to be able to land 1 shot, but who knows if they could collat into another one here. So SRG are going to gamble it for a strong hit into the A site over Edith holding this site solo. I think the other ones should be blocked out to our screen though, but
the refresh res so strong with all the heals they have. You can't heal that down. Dodonut and Sarah slide into sight to right the wrongs of SRG, and now they quickly see a 3v1. If Thea's gonna make that a 1v2. Phantom upgrade, full HP, armor on that. 14 seconds plant, so they know there's one open in a 1v1, but Sarah is not worried about that. SRG take the round.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Even though Edith gets the first pick, the slide from Donut right after, it's hard to react on the second one. Although Edith is definitely the type of player that could definitely hit those type of shots, but it has to be quick reactions, and it allows here SRG to really take full control of the A site right after. Thankfully, though, Melia did decide to walk into the site. When I was talking about her and Ev were kind of stuck towards screens, it would have been blocked off by a smoke, but I like that at least she walked in and tried to anchor up with. But at the end of the day, it's still great slow play by SRG, thinking that the push was going to come towards A main, and it punished that instantly. And they're trying to punish it a different way. They're trying to go a little bit more aggressive, but the knife is going to spot 4 once again.
They're going to peek. Oh, they're going to do it together. Always having a bit of a protocol here on these to protect each other. And again, it gets them in trouble. It helps them for a moment, but it gets them in trouble in the end. SRG somewhat reading the plays.
She's sliding kills both of them too. It almost feels, look at those X's.
Yeah.
I feel like Jazzykins saw the first one and then decided to fall back for a bit after the first kill instead of them both high-lowing and continuing the fight. So they wanted to both escape instead of just trying to hold their ground and maybe try to get more, but it's tough, man. It's a tough call.
No way. Oh, that was insane by Ev. I actually fed the dog a treat and then got into the smoke. That was insane movement. All right, SRG is going to still make it into the site, though. Ev's going to get down. Oh, of course, just slid on Dodo, not looking for the A's, just one away. The team's going to identify and then put a bow. Oh, this one. Boop, there's your bow. Cherry on top, almost peels away, knowing that there's going to be somebody pushing. The timing is beautiful from Thea, but Noya's reaction is quicker. SRG steal another one away.
That was such a nice try by Thea, man. A 1 versus 3, trigger discipline, and then somehow
read it right.
Exactly. Second player, spray, stop shooting, because usually that's a guaranteed kill. No, Platter stays alive. Turns around, sees Noya, gets first bullet. Noya's down at 8 HP and still wins that fight. That is just so unlucky for the IGL on the side of FlyQuest, and yeah, that's gonna sting for a little bit. But you definitely know here for FlyQuest that they don't. It's not gonna flush them, man. They gotta think about the next rounds coming up already.
Absolutely.
Stuck on a Nico with the GC Sheriffs, but SRG are already the first team in this BO5 to reach double digits in this first map.
Still playing this A line. But I think this is going to be one of those quiet FlyQuest rounds. Will they see something come around the corner before they activate? Just give it as much damage as they can here to whittle away at SRG. Now 10-6 on this.
Toxins going up.
This looks like a hover towards B for FlyQuest. Spike's still down, though. SRG is going to run the clock on that.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, this is basically to see if FlyQuest wants to be stressed out a bit, but you're just going to give a lot of, I was going to say, a lot of responsibility and trust onto Edith over on this A line, so you can just stay stacked up. Nobody's going to be really looking around for clues to see where SRG is going to be, because time's on their favor. If it runs all the way down, then FlyQuest should be able to win this round easily, when SRG will scramble to go for a hit.
1, 2, 3. Dodo's gonna try to break the crosshairs, but a nice shot from Jazikins. Where's the TP going? Oh, what a read from Lydia. Says, I know how Omen works. I know how that works.
I think she saw the shadow too before.
Yeah, a little bit of a swirl. Quick shots. Almost get a bit of deja vu from what we saw from Alexis on that one, but Lydia will put a stop to that. A 3K there on the Guardian. And a plant for some cash money on the side of SRG. 11-6 now as they get hold of the momentum again.
Yeah, and this seems to be calling the last timeout for FlyQuest. Coach Joe trying to figure things out here with the team, and I gotta say, as much as Donut has been owning so far here with the rifles, even the slide tackles she's been getting on the attack side on his Neon has been very impressive on the attack side. But I laughed here, just as she's pulling out the overdrive out in the open, and didn't realize there was 3 players holding on the left side of Garage, but at least they stay as a pack here for SRG. They understood that they had to play against a stack somewhere across the map, especially when they dropped Edith early in the round on the A side. So I like they maintain their composure to make sure here that they're still not going to let these rounds slip against the ecos of their opponents, and are able to sit here comfortably at 11-6 and potentially already close out this first map. Riv, this has been so one-sided for SRG ever since they lost to Ghost in the upper round 1.
It does seem like it's possible that those 3 losses they experienced in general, even before Ghost and into the 2 before and then into Ghost, it gave them a glimpse of kind of what was necessary for the team to really fix and get on the right path, because they have been on a tear since and usually you don't lower bracket activation. No, they figured something out as they had to come together after the team change, and they've really found that tier 1 competition again.
And remember, their second loss they received before Ghost was actually when Floor wasn't part of the roster too. They had to actually have a sub in for that game. And even back in version 1 days, they lost one game against EGGC back when Starbound and Powerfix were still playing for that team. But at the end of the day, they're always winning every main event so far. It's just weird that we're seeing them in the lower bracket run this time around.
A challenge for them, of course, but it seems to only make them stronger at this point.
Yeah.
Fear it if you're a team on that run. Jazikins, a lot to do back here. Almost able to step outside the relay. Oh, great flash, though, to deny as it takes one more to get Jazzy down. You can see the strength that's anchoring these sites, but SRG just continues to flood in the right area with the right choices to make it difficult for
There were still 3, man, when it swung out against her. Nothing Jazzy could do, unfortunately. Now it's walled off. They get information towards screens as how many is blocking the wall and breaking that wall. So SRG prime position in a pulse plant.
Virgin's path. Oh no, Lydia actually gets killed on that one. Melia follows up quickly. They're trying to sprint themselves into the site. It's a relay to the spike, but it's not going to work. SRG is still dancing around them as they try to get back in, and they put the first map on match point.
It's like one of those boxing matches when your ears are ringing because you just got hit, but then you're still in the fight, and then you realize, wait, I'm still part of this game. I'm still winning this, and then boom, you just knock them right back down here for FlyQuest, attempting to retake that A site past the convergence pass. It was nice though from Edith. That line actually hit 2 of them, but because SRG played a little bit of 2-2, like 2 players still playing on the top of A heaven. Now you had a 2 versus 1 on the top of there, and FlyQuest had no opportunities to really play off each other and trade off each other either. So a little bit unfortunate last round potentially here of this map, but the economy is still pretty decent to get some Guardians in for 3 players across here for FlyQuest.
The instant alt orb control, kind of putting the game in their own hands here for this round as they continue to push out. And they are looking to set up on that right side. So Seekers at any point in the round when they really want to sort this out, but it's going to be a hit. So Seekers is only going to tell them that everybody's going towards B. Dodo Nut to the other side of site. And now it's a front to back, Vance. Everybody's going to have to fight this one out. And SRG just starts to go numbers forward.
Wow.
The util was out, but the people were there. And it was just power and numbers as SRG bring it down to Edith alone.
Look at those Seekers that came out here from Jazzy. Just say, yeah, guys, confirm they are on B site where we all died. So it was a little bit late, unfortunately, for that. So Edith facing against the last remaining members of SRG in a pulse plant scenario, but things are looking pretty good right now for them to stall and win. Still 1 slow orb available for Sarah.
Bit of time, but a split defense here and planted for both. So really did this the 7-10 split if you could even hit it. Sarah's just going to go for the quick kill from B main. 13-6 on split here for SRG as they come out with a lot of momentum.
Always. I think it's continued on ever since, like that. I was going to say dominant throughout the lower brackets, but they had 1 close series on that 1 map that wanted a 1 on the split itself. And it's nice to still see that if you still have that revenge mentality from SRG, having the revenge to replay here on split and showing such a confident result and a 1-setter result in the end, they're looking to be that prime SRG one more time. And you know, Mel is missed, but they still have great firepower with Lydia right now in the roster. I gotta say here, this game was all about Noya though, and also going into Sarah for the last couple of rounds with the rifling was insane.
It was wild. They had a read on FlyQuest, but there's still a few maps for them to get their footing. We're gonna take a quick break. The desk will break that map down and set us up for Lotus right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Welcome back to the Verizon VALORANT Game Changers NA Stage 1 main event. Shopify Rebellion Gold are currently up 1-0 in the lower bracket finals against FlyQuest Red. And I got Ash and Emily with me, who are about to share with class how they got it done. Girls, like, I think Riff and Vance discussed that at the very end of the cast, that SRG has just like not skipped a beat ever since they dropped into that lower bracket. That really was a wake-up call of some sort. They kicked into another gear, they unlocked another level, and they've been playing really, really well ever since.
No, they haven't. I think it even just showed in that first half how willing they were to kind of just tuck into sites, let FlyQuest take control of a lot of these spaces and fully just rely on their crossfires and their team play when it came to anchoring down those sites. Because for FlyQuest, right off the bat, I thought they were doing pretty good. I really liked how well they played together and how grouped up they were, especially towards that mid, using a lot of the utility that they have from that double initiator setup. But then when they would go for these straight up execs, I just felt like they were so slow on making a reaction or taking space and kind of committing to it, that it kind of allowed SRG to just maneuver around the map and be ready for any exec that was thrown their way. And for their for FlyQuest defense, which is something that I really like out of them. I love watching their defense house because they have great protocols, they have great setups. Normally they're really well oiled, but this time I just wasn't feeling it. I think generally they were in the right area, but when it came to those micro decisions and that actual like the lack of crossfires that they just weren't able to kind of come up with on the fly, I think that's what really took them in the end.
Yeah, I think that is for certain. It comes down to a lot of like spacing things here for FlyQuest. We saw hero moments, that is for sure, from players like Edith. But when it came down to that synergy that we wanted to see from FlyQuest, it wasn't quite there. And it's something that we've highlighted before, I think, for this FlyQuest roster, how important of a part their game plan is when it comes down to Edith and setting them up for success. Yeah, Edith does go crazy with like 21 and 15, but Emily, you're highlighting it ahead of going into Split as well, is a lot of these comps here for FlyQuest really are reliant on Edith making that space and not really having that same kind of dynamic ability for the rest of the team, especially with how more passive I think Saya was playing in this map of split, not taking that kind of like space with confidence that you really wanted to see, especially on that defensive side before.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at FlyQuest comp, you know, they have that KO, they have that Sky, they have a lot of utility. And while it might have been a little bit hard to see just watching through the broadcast, but when you're looking at that mini-map, you're looking at how SRG are playing out these rounds, both on attack, both on defense, how they're willing to kind of play either more back on the attack or for defense specifically. I loved how much early pressure they would have at the start, wasting a little bit of that utility, and then kind of just repositioning slowly, going further and further back, so that by the time that they are in those situations where they just have to anchor the site, there's really not a whole lot of utility that FlyQuest can actually use to clear out these players. You know, you see them cycling those site smokes, you see them using all of that Sage utility, all those slows to stall out and allow the rotates to come in, and it just worked really well. Like, it was like they were a well-oiled machine, which is something that I wanted to see out of FlyQuest, but unfortunately we didn't get on their map pick.
Yeah, we talked about the hero moments, right? On the side of FlyQuest Red, they were here and there, but on the other side for SRG, everything clicked and individuals popped off on top of that as well. Dodonut definitely stood out with those multi-frags, and that's a Neon. She's playing like after the nerf. It does not look like this looks like a pre-nerf state Neon, getting so much space, getting entry frags, getting multi-kills, getting everything done and then some.
Yeah, it's so impressive how juiced Dodonut continues to make Neon look. Like, honestly, like 376 ACS is wild, and we always know that she's going to be popping off on that operator there as well. And I think it was a little bit almost disappointing to see how much value that she was getting out of it. And that's not anything against Dodonut, but the fact that they're running the double flash composition on the side of FlyQuest Red, I would have expected a little bit more of potency coming out of those flashes to really focus on pushing Dodonut off of those angles, the quick reactions. But Dodo was so good on a lot of those entries as well, forcing those fights to go her way.
Yeah, and a lot of the times when you're watching Donut play, like, she didn't even need to be set up. Like, her micro decisions and timings when it came to holding that op on defense or going for these exit kills and more, like, she really didn't need her team. Her team was just there for, like, moral support, I guess, a lot of the time before, you know, she actually really needed them. So it was really cool to be able to see all these decisions that she was able to make and turn it into something to ultimately win them the rounds. And especially since she had that, 3.0 KDA that I just saw, like, that is insane.
It really is. And, you know, we're heading now onto Lotus, which is where we saw Dodonut on Neon frying just yesterday as well. This is a map that, as we discussed whilst the map selection went on in the pre-show, this is the map where SRG lost initially against Ghost Gaming, and then they came back in the lower bracket match yesterday and won it quite decisively, really. What do we want to see from FlyQuest Red here heading into their opponent's map pick?
I'm going to need to see them bring back the confidence that we were kind of missing in map 1. But outside of that, it's just the team play, right? Lotus, it is a 3 bomb site map, and you're going to have to be able to do a lot of this push-pull, especially since you're starting that on attack. I want to see them being able to play together while also ensuring that SRG can't get too much space on them, you know, can't just set up these trap plays. If they're keeping with the similar comp that they had last time, they're going to have a lot of utility to do it, but I just need to see them use it properly and use it with intention.
I think the push-pull gets even more important when you add on the layer that for SRG, they're running a composition where you're going to see the Vice coming out there for Sarah. So it's not like you're just heading up against another team that's running the double controller, similar to what we see for FlyQuest Red. You have to deal with that Vice utility so that Sarah isn't able to hold that space early on, passively on the defensive side, because while Sarah is going to be that anchor player, you know that Dodonut, again, is going to continue to push those lines, especially if they get that pistol round to start things off. I think that it's going to be, you know, looking to set Dodonut up on that operator. So I want to see FlyQuest coming out with the pistol round win here for Lotus to set themselves up for the most success and really halt that plan a little bit earlier on there for SRG to set up those sniper lines.
We haven't really seen FlyQuest Red on Lotus since the Swiss stage, like early on. I think it was in round 2 or something against Swimtrek Blue, where they lost with the composition you just mentioned. Do we expect to see a change in composition, or would you like to see them run the same thing again?
Ooh. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that Coach Joe loves these kind of weird and niche comps, but if it's not working for them, then I would, yeah. Okay, so no, we're keeping the same comp. We're just adding Oh, we're replacing our Viper for our Vise actually, which I don't mind at all. I think Viper has great delay utility, but I think the Vise will just add that much more. And so that FlyQuest doesn't have to worry about flanks as well. They're still running that double initiator. And the big thing for me is I'm going to need to see that being used. I'm going to need to see them on this attack half, start off strong, break all that Vise utility that Ash was talking about, and also just re-clear a lot of that A space that yesterday when we saw SRG play, they were abusing. They were constantly leaving one, and Ghost just weren't able to counter that. They would send one and, you know, constantly lose these 1v1. So as long as FlyQuest actually makes the most out of the eye, out of the dog, out of the flashes, and ensure that they can kind of force SRG back and not give them so much space and basically the entire map to work with, they should have a good start here.
I will say I'm 50-50 on the Vice pick because you're kind of trading off different things. Melia is going to have a little bit more of that self-support on the attacking side with those lurks, with the arc rows to be able to flash for herself, but then you also don't have as much of that lurking pressure that toxic screen does provide. I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out here for FlyQuest's game plan.
So am I. Can FlyQuest tie up the series, or will SRG run away with it? Let's hear it from our besties, Vance and Riv.
Besties!
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
I can't anymore. Is there anybody else? Let's set up the second game. I mean, the Deaths just set up the second game. We can't wait to get into the action. And it is, I think, now on to FlyQuest to really start with some momentum. The split was one of those they had in the advantage bucket that SRG slapped right out of their hands and said, no, we're going to Lotus and we're going to do it with a lot of strength here. So now picking up the Vise Vans.
Yeah.
Melia, we haven't seen Melia in over 3 months play this. I couldn't really find the match quick enough, but yeah, it has not been on the docket for FlyQuest, so I'm very interested to see.
I'm going to answer that question, or the point, the hypothesis, the thesis around the comp, as well as answering into Zoe's question. Will SRG run away with this one? I think so. Because I do love, yes, that you're bringing out a Vice, which they were lacking a Sentinel to really get good util installed here for the side of FlyQuest, but you're sacrificing that to a Viper. So now you don't have any alert capabilities on your attack side on A either, so you have to stay as a group. So hopefully the Sky Flashes will, as they want to keep this in the comp, will do something right now for FlyQuest.
Push towards mid. Ev starts off strong. Oh, a second?
As usual.
Stronger. Yeah. We still got a little bit of a firefight back and forth there where they lost Edith. So this is going to be on the team to be together as they hit the site, or enough of a distraction to make it. So SRG has no idea what's going on, but it looks like they will group up for the death ball before they fully move forward.
Yeah, I like that Alexis is jump spotting right now here, but I think it's a little bit redundant as you already still have the Vice wall behind. And there you go, you're sacrificing HP on top of that. I think like playing towards the door with the jiggle while still having pressure towards B would be kind of good, but Alexis is now in a one and done.
That is insane. Ev's flick right now is just beautiful. They're able to shut it down as Alexis comes flying through. A second one there. Is Alexis low, not giving up? Yeah, somehow able to harvest 2 kills out of that situation when there never should have been a chance. FlyQuest now scrambling to regroup the pieces with Thea pushed, trying to give audio cues.
Yeah, and she's trying to smoke to backstab around, but look at SRG. They're just going to try to push against Jazzkins here. You need Thea to turn around to help.
Last player standing.
Oh, the flash with the assistance to the right side. Jazzy, ring around the Rosie, peeks one side, gets a beautiful right click, is now going to separate the space. Oh, SRG not allowing, I was going to say not allowing the 1v1, but it's Jazzy. She creates the 1v1 and now is hunting her prey. Has to go for the plant. Now it's the push, chooses one side, but it's going to be hidden for Lydia, playing it perfectly and gets the classic kill to boot. SRG take pistol.
It almost feels like Lydia knows that you like to go for these tap diffuses, these tap fakes, sorry, for the side of Thea for that 1v1 or Jazzy or whoever, right? Just the experience comes out there for SRG, for Lydia, and they're able to win a nasty round. It looked like it was going to fall to pieces, though, when they were supposed to double swing towards that back of the site together on that 2 versus 1, especially one of them is low on HP. But thankfully, Lydia is able to clutch that one. But most importantly, Riv, the fact that you have a triple kill from Alexis at 13 HP when she's jump spawning towards A main and gets dinked instantly and still is able to turn around over back in favor of SRG.
That is crazy. And the little mind games of the situation where they played it too, you'd see a Vise wall there and you're like, okay, that clears the left side. I don't initially have to peek that. Was able to then hide in an anchor smoke and just that.
Yeah.
Really, the wherewithal of how to get out of that situation was insane. They will start off with that pistol as we slide into a tech pause for what seems to be a player DC.
Yeah, unfortunate there, so we're going to have to wait for them to come back, but thankfully it doesn't feel like it was something that really affected that round, if I have to be honest, going into how that round panned out, because Ev did an excellent job training out their opponent towards that front of that B side, getting that player advantage for the side of FlyQuest in the very beginning. The instant dink onto Alexis, and they were able to scale up together, and I never really saw here in any of the fights for FlyQuest that somebody was really not there in the timing for the fights, and same thing here for the side of SRG. But looks like we're back, and no round re-roll. We are Gucci, and again, it is a piss round for SRG. In my eyes, I got stolen away from, once again, Alexis as the IGL on pistol round.
Somehow, she's always coming up with very impactful mid-round kills, it seems there, especially when it's kind of like you think a one and done, as you said, but somehow works some magic.
Yeah.
Push towards B, already on to Mound. He's going to go ahead and get the Seeker's Orb online ASAP.
Yeah, and I want to explain as well for the positioning that you have from Lydia on the top of the box is how good this is, especially when you're playing these smokes. Now, this also creates one ways. Look at where that ping is going towards that switch. If it was ever any type of like protocol from FlyQuest to set up smokes on that C site to just try to get orb and then tap open to try to pressure towards that B site, that line is still amazing to look down into the front B side to do some damage to help the front B lane.
Ooh. Maybe expecting the wall to go up for a moment, but they didn't really have anything to clear for themselves. So no util means free firing for SRG as FlyQuest try to traverse from rubble to door here. As screaming out a tree. One to the backside of Jazzykins and a cleanup from Lydia to get a flawless second round here. SRG is playing those so close to the chest that they usually come away with every member.
And it's dangerous right now. The players are picking up these pips. Sarah getting a couple in the previous rounds, but Alexis already close here to the Nightfall when it's what, like 9 pips, 8 pips now. Super important. Donut picking up some kills with the EL, getting closer to theirs, but at the same time, you're seeing how it was expensive for FlyQuest to just go for initiator utility and smokes and whatnot to help the team out. That you still have 2 players that are still on half shields that allows here Donut, well, regen shields, that still allows Donut to get one-shotters. Ooh! What? Don't need a lurk if you're gonna win fights like that.
It doesn't matter the agent either. Melly is just there and on, but it is traded. Got that kill over towards Rubble, and a push here from SRG as Sarah's also going to put her foot down for a moment.
Oh my god.
Corrects the slide, a quick 180. Ev's going to have the timing though as Jazzykins also cleans up 2 beautiful kills over towards Mound. And they sweep SRG's defense on the left side of the map here. And they... Wait. That kind of blocked the vision on Alexis. Wallbangs for the next kill. The Seekers did no good there. Oh no. Oh, they were trying to secure it. Oh god. Okay, Nightfall's gonna miss, so now they can assume it's full right side of the site. IGL going for the frags here, but it's gonna be Melia. First blood in the round, looking for the final kill of the round to give FlyQuest the bonus steal. And it's gonna be the flick from Melia. Takes down Alexis as she tries to get into the site. Nice fake out there on the plant. And a very much needed round for FlyQuest.
Alexis almost got it done again. It was so close to as Sarah was able to get that second kill in front of that B side. Somehow, Edith was trying to break her ankles, yet she still turns around to get the kill with the Stinger, but just couldn't get that second one onto Ev. But if it wasn't for that, maybe it was going to be very doable for Alexis to clutch that. But another one of those scenarios that SRG shouldn't win, yet you see this happen. Look at that. Just trying to break the Seekers and somehow still gets the wall bang through Jazzy, and that's just unfortunate. And you were just talking about the experience. 3% on a Vice, but it doesn't matter what agent. She's definitely going to know how to play the round and plays that one-on-one perfectly.
I'm out of here.
That's crazy. These rounds are back and forth. Comes down to 1v1s quite a bit here. Let's see if Lotus continues to be like this. A good push up by SRG as they keep themselves ready for any action across the map. And happy to give them that fight at the front side. A B gets the spram with the Vandal. Controlling that one just at the headline of SRG.
And Nightfall available from that one too. You're almost questioning the previous round when you had Seekers being... Oh, nice shot by Jazzy. Dude, we had a 3v1 and then Seekers came out and like, oh, it's fine because Ev's going to get a triple kill and then already get a Nightfall. And then now the ult cycle is actually going back in favor of FlyQuest, man. As chaotic these rounds are going down, we were just mentioning in the past game, and even for FlyQuest versus Swimtrek Blue, that there was lack of firepower for the roster of FlyQuest. I mean, not necessarily on paper, but they were just not showing up for these duels against Swimtrek Blue, and almost not into these fights on the first map of Split. But they're definitely coming out here with a lot more grit this time around, especially with Ev coming up huge here on the front B side control.
Yeah, the firepower is much more coordinated around each other, trading those kills, being able to get forward space, right? They got stuck on Split, it seemed like, when they got those kills. Almost dug themselves a hole on the defensive side. And now they're going to be surprised by a hole dug in here by SRG over at Mound, but a great clear coming in from Jazzy.
Especially double share shots as well. That's going to probably get the cue for FlyQuest to start pivoting slowly towards this A site. But again, this is what I was talking about before, Riv. I think... yes, they are playing slow because you're playing against the anti-eco, so it's okay to play it very slow. But this is still going to be a pain point for FlyQuest on the attack. If you're looking at this minute mark, if you're trying to play a default against a gun round, how do you really activate somebody lurking towards his A side? You kind of can't. It almost gives freedom for Donut to start playing with the op down that line, which could also be a win con for SRG in the upcoming rounds on defense.
Slowly through the door, little 1, 2, 3. Beautiful Nightfall. Multiple tags here. They just have to decide which ones are the priority on this attack. And it's actually SRG's hand is forced to peek. FlyQuest is ready to receive. 3 to 4 quick kills coming through. Noya there now ringing out a Sheriff from behind, so they'll turn and clean that one up. And FlyQuest are happy to get that flawless through. Build up a little econ because the battle is about to begin.
Still a nice little pivot by SRG. The audible call to say, look, 4 of us or 3 of us out of 4 got hit by the Nightfall. And then even if they're deathened, the call here from Alexis was to fight towards the front choke by Fridge, by slant into the orb area instead of trying to fight back towards tree. And it was the right read because FlyQuest heard all the dings come out from the Ev ult and they decided to leave that area, which could have been dangerous here with the GC shares, but FlyQuest is able to stop that and not allow that to happen. And now taking the lead here for the first time in this map.
Okay. Spike drop, walk around.
Yeah, if we're looking at this, if you're just right here in the POV of Melia, what allows for her to cross first is this first smoke that's thrown by an Omen. So here's the thing too, you're starting to leverage a lot of Thea smokes to really try to get the lurks going, but that leaves you a lot less smokes if you're trying to go for an actual site exec. You can maybe, there's your second smoke to bully. What do you have left right now to start going for the actual hit? This is very difficult right now to really get some real activations around FlyQuest that allows the defense to still stay quite strong at the minute mark for SRG.
Lydia still has one. They're using the cycle of the orb, so smokes are still there if they need to react to FlyQuest on the side of SRG. And one just comes up for Thea, so that's going to be a very important one. SRG know the util they see at this point in time is going to be one that needs to be worked on.
Yeah.
So they try to sell a fake here with Jazzy.
The most important thing too is this fake is gonna not be useful at all, because when you're throwing this bully smoke on the C site, you have to bait the Vice Ball, and you've never done that in the first place, so nobody's gonna over rotate here. So this off from Donut down that A line is still gonna be very strong, as we mentioned before. Fortunately missed.
They've chosen the soft site. That'll be to the benefit here of FlyQuest, able to work the map a bit, but now they gotta hold it. This is what pained them on Split. They're not going to be able to go too far forward, so it's about setting up the defense and what Jazzy can do if she can get this timing.
Fight through this too.
Oh, Sarah. Well aware, knowing still 4 members of the team are heading towards site. Somebody's got to watch the back, and the timing is realized. Ulti.
Oh, huge.
Looking to steal away the weapons, forcing the fight from Melia. They get another clear as Sarah gets all the lurks wrapped up in one. A third kill. Dodo Nut finds another one as Edith is just firing every shot out of the Sheriff, but only one connects. Dodo Nut with the cleanup and a spike delivery over towards Noya. SRG just roll right back through, keeping 3 alive.
Yeah, what was that big kill from Jazzikins? That was onto Jazzikins. That was still Sarah, right? On that fight in front of B. So if it wasn't for that duel, if you actually won that fight from Jazzikins, that's no ult available there for Sarah to retake towards the A site. And even then, she gets 3 kills on top of that after her Steel Garden. That's a huge round by Sarah. But overall, again, it's just a little bit of lackluster macro coming in from FlyQuest at the beginning of this round. Not enough bait utility with what they're trying to do in their default that allows them to activate too much. But also, you saw what was left here in the pulse plant. No paranoia to stall for the fight towards heaven, so they got to rethink things through here. Maybe salvage a little bit of the util when it actually comes down to holding these pulse plants for FlyQuest.
Coming into this, I was expecting it to just really be a win condition for FlyQuest and Edith to go in to stay with that gap, not allow a separation. But you're right, it's almost got to be about baiting the util. Sarah gets a kill as Thea tries to go from the shadows, but gets put right back to the dark side. Lydia, 1, almost a second. Yes, right before she swept almost from the grave there. Another kill on the Phantom. They have an answer for everything, just diving right into FlyQuest and overwhelming them with pressure. SRG do not waste a moment to take C back.
And that was just before her gun was about to jam as well from this Steel Garden of Melia. That was a beautiful anchor coming out from Lydia. Trying to fake TP away too as she got tethered by the seas. And yeah, gets that beautiful kill onto Edith last second just before. And she did her job because right now Sarah had no choice but to fall back and get rid of Thea on that TP in the back of the site. And it's fine. I love that from Thea. It's selfless from her as well as the IGL because you're trying to weaken out the C site. She becomes a sacrificial lamb by not winning that fight, but it's supposed to be a 3 versus 1 on that bend. Yet Lydia still gets 2 kills. That was insane.
Yeah, Lydia gets 2. You still have Donut coming in on overdrive to create the chaos, and you always have to check every angle twice when that happens. And it's FlyQuest is always being kind of sent into a chaos storm when they do get positioning in a site. Yeah, SRG is moving fast, so they call a timeout. Gonna get back in the ear of the squad, try to sort some things out here. They're not looking at too many ults on the side of SRG, even on deck, unless they get some kills. So this might be a time to go at the throat and get some rounds back.
One positive thing out of it so far, too, for both teams is that they're actually using their ults at the right moments as well. It almost feels like nothing's being wasted so far. It almost, again, when you have Jazzikins throwing the ulti on a 3 versus 1, I mean, Alexis almost won it. So respect to that to confirm where the last person is so that Melly could win that 1 versus 1. So I like this. And maybe out of this round, you're trying to get something out of the overdrive of Edith here as they're looking for a very fast hit towards B.
They move the wall, too? They able to get in? It's just a Vice util able to shut them down so hard.
Yeah. Snake bite.
That's ridiculous timing.
Snake bite, Viper wall. 1 Razor Vines, you can't run through that. And then there's, like, listen to, like, so many Phantom shots just ringing because that's what SRG is wielding. 4 Phantoms and an Odin on Sarah. And I love the Odin.
Vandals.
Exactly. So it's just easy for SRG. I just want to point out that little Odin here in the positioning from Sarah. That is going to make things so difficult for you to plant at bend, and it allows you to delay even more.
Line him up, knock him down. Noya's going searching with a shorty, and it's just going to be a quick pull-out. Phantom again. Yeah, that's all you heard, really. One person was going. It's basically, I'm reloading. Okay, I'll start shooting. I'm reloading. Okay, I'll start shooting. There was Phantom fire that whole time that the Viper wall was up, if not another smoke. So yeah, flawless round here. Back to this firefight through the choke point.
Wonder how much HP Edith has after that slide, as that had to do a lot of damage. And even on that, as you're mentioning here, the amount of Phantom shots also chills through the smoke. And it's nice that Lydia is able to pick those up because remember that triple spray down from Ev with the Vandal of all weapons too through the B main line. It's nice to see that SRG also has a little bit of lady luck into the sprays of this map here of Lotus.
And now FlyQuest is trying to work off of that money loss. Whether they win or lose, it's around 3,000 credits. So that Thea's still playing selfless. Gives that gun up again, gets a bandit for herself. And they're trying to play through some hero rifles. More team rifles this time, but to stick together and make these work here, Vans.
Hell, I feel like maybe this could have been slightly different. Maybe the scaling would be kind of good where you're trying to break this wall for Thea, so that's why you have that Bandit. But when it comes down to the exit, give that Guardian back to Thea and use your overdrive to get in.
Like it. They're trying to pressure it a little more before they do commit to the site. Flash is the activation. They want to walk in. Ooh, nice stat. Just kind of a shift let go there so Edith could make a little bit more space before making noise in that step bank. And they can now kind of sit. This is the first time they've really played inserts. So they go from a little closer. Anoya's still ready for one, but Thea gets the follow-up. If they can pick up the weapons and get themselves sorted in sight, this could easily be the round that Fly gets to come back on.
Riv, I just wish there was a Phantom or Overdrive. Use that instead on your slide. But there where it becomes annoying to spam through the walls. The spike is down. Ev is trying to keep the dream alive, but can't.
They're pushing, they're peeking, the util's not there, and they're finding two members always peeking out from SRG. A little bit of off default spot, avoiding the spam here. It's down. It's a 1v2. Melia looking to put a few more alt points in the pocket with this round here. Just a jump around from the shorty. It's going to be up top. Called it right. Another round that plays out like this where SRG still steal it away at the last moment.
What is that? 2 wallbang kills with players trying to plan. I was talking about the previous round with Sarah with the Odin where it would be so difficult to play against an Odin spray, but instead it's Phantom sprays that gets the kills.
Yeah.
And that's what you mentioned here, Riv. Not enough util to flush them out. I don't know if you've used too much to really get into sites, and that's been the pain point as well for the pulse plant scenarios or attempt to plant so far here for FlyQuest on either of these sites on Lotus. So again, I feel like there was definitely an opportunity to get better value off the slide because Edith did an incredible job. I love that they snuck through by walk contacting through the util in the first place, and they already had first contact. But if you had overdrive after the stun, I think that was Ben control guaranteed for FlyQuest.
Let's deploy a mini. And when they are spamming loud, like you said, it's with the Odin. You can't really trade it back. Noya's still trying to look for that hotline just from the top side to draw attention away from the Odin spam, as they know they're feeling more than one arsenal hitting them here at Mound. Good chip damage so far. Is it a lower buy here? They're just looking for Melia to get some Guardian hits. Hello.
Oh, freebie.
Just the protection and the timing, yeah. You want to have an angle, but somebody's looking at the side of your head every time here is what FlyQuest is feeling. And then they don't peek, right? And then they paranoia you because they want one angle. This might work out for a bit of space, though.
Now that was an overcooked though, because I love how they were playing off each other that were just coming in before, but because you smoked towards blue door and then you just tried to swing out and your teammate was still flash, there was no way to swing out here for Dota to trade off. So that gives an opening right now for FlyQuest to at least get the plan on B.
That gun to Jazzy. Quick pick up. And what's the reset? Because they get pinched from both sides. Are they going to be able to get Heaven and come around steps?
Flash can do good damage.
Oh, not fully rotating out. They just wanted Heaven. Everybody's stuck in the spot now, though. Jazzykins know they need to move just a little bit to draw the prying eyes away. Oh, what a paranoia to come through. A slide to the trade. And it's big. Melia actually gets a sweeping kill on 2 there. Finds Lydia in the firefight. And this is Thea's moment here. Noya, though, with the gun diff, the Sheriff to Phantom, and it's always the Phantom there for Noya. A defuse, another round for SRG, and they walk away with 1 player alive again.
I just wonder what the comms are there, Riv, because right now Thea did an incredible job too, pushing back towards the spawn and re-wrapping break room, but after Melia gets the trip kill, where's the confirmation or the communication that nobody really tapped on Spike yet, so you don't really need to force the swing from Thea back into the B main. I feel like I feel like the comm wasn't there, which allowed Noya to really get that pick quite easily, but Thea almost had that one, right? She adjusted her aim quite well, got a couple of body shots in through, but it's still the end of the day. The Phantoms that reign supreme and also does the SRG on this time.
Straight through. Dodonut and the team. Oh god. Neon on Neon. Thea starts him off though. Low health here for Dodonut. How'd you get 2 more? Like 1 HP. Holy moly. Ev now able to clean up, but it's traded back again. That's just the story of the game. The moment FlyQuest gets a step forward, SRG take 2 away from him.
Good old words of old esports
Oh my
Doug.
gosh.
Holy Toledo. How do you get 2 kills with 3 HP remaining there for Dodonut?
That's insane. That's happened way too much for SRG.
Yeah, there was Alexis on piss around this time from Donut in the previous round, and it almost felt like FlyQuest should have had the upper hand because they already had the first push on the one trying to fight towards Rubble, which was Lydia, and it didn't allow Donut to add too much pressure. That should have been some trades out in favor of FlyQuest, but man, it's just like these small heroic plays coming out from SRG. Once again, you're seeing that a flash of split. Well, hold that thought though. This is desperate flash and dash towards the ace for the hit.
Keep pressuring. I like this. You know there's going to be an operator on the other side. Well, not anymore, actually, but they're still going to go fast. Stuck in tree room, though. They have a bit of B space. They could absolutely pull an audible on this after alting through, kind of feigning the hit. They waste out SRG's Vice ult. But they're still committing themselves. This should be a call. Ev's got full B-site control back and forth, and they're still waiting to try to get into tree now with full defensive squad here. For the side of SRG, they're going to try to get the plant down. Oh my god, they have the timing. Behind enemy lines, FlyQuest is able to skirt that defense.
They were definitely playing just a little bit of chess match, both teams, and scaling ults versus ults. And at the end of the day, it's going to be FlyQuest with that big Steel Garden Familia that doesn't allow SRG here to get good weapons to fight into the A site. That was very nice in the end. But yeah, I was just going to mention it was a little bit of reminiscent to Split previously, where the series got very close back and forth, and then suddenly SRG just really ran away with the map. But thankfully here we saw FlyQuest find something, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Still very far away for them to grab and walk through to the light, but they might walk through the light in a different way if SRG continues its dominance.
That had the comm there was almost like a confirmed comm. Ev's like, I don't see anybody, and they're waiting to get the most out of the Vice ult. Be like, all right, they all have to be here now. Rock the ult. And what a sweet play that was, actually.
Yeah.
It looked like they almost should have rotated, but they were setting the trap. And that's the kind of play we need to see out of FlyQuest fans. They have to kind of control the state of the game.
They are trying to control it now. 3 players walking outside towards Rubble for that control. And then it almost seems like Melia wants to go for the one and done. So after contact, we'll just done.
Done indeed.
Yep.
Everybody by the Vice wall, everybody in. And I think that's a kind of a wake-up call that if it falls apart that fast, it shouldn't be happening, right?
Yeah.
SRG are going to take all this space and have time to mill about, too, and really get under the skin of FlyQuest. They approves them wrong for a moment. Still have to clean up kills all over the map. The timings are so weird that they have to look for now.
Melia's in a good spot, though, yeah. Or Sarah, sorry, on the attack.
Still from Heaven. Edith, a good find there. The ghosts, actually, for FlyQuest are very strong here throughout pistol round, but they're shut down again from every which angle. FlyQuest isn't looking as they try to make their way back into the site to get to that plant. SRG take second half pistol as well.
When you're playing a triple flank for FlyQuest, and then you look at SRG on the pulse plan that are scattered across the map trying to push into different angles, somehow you would think a 3 versus 1 on a different angle would literally go into Fly's direction, but wherever they pushed, nobody from SRG was there, and they were just able to play stall all across the map here for SRG. That was just unlucky for FlyQuest in terms of the read of where they wanted to triple flank and what lane they wanted to take.
Yeah.
But yeah, a beautiful opening too to Melia. I felt like she needed to flash through the wall, but just got herself picked off before.
Bolt flashes. Nice trade of util out. FlyQuest looking to just get a little more out of SRG before they are able to hit the site. Noya inserts.
That's the power
when they do this.
I was gonna say, this is the power of that Viper with this wall riv, right? That you don't have for FlyQuest's side because you want to keep this guy in your comp. So yeah, now this allows for you to get a lot of pressure onto A side just to fight against the pistols, and then Noya's gonna cut the rotates.
Quick kills. Oh, the Guardian of Dodo Nut is from off the Guardian. It doesn't matter. This one's just the faster operator.
Yeah.
Seriously, Still haven't checked drop. A little sketchy. Little
Body
sketchy.
block.
Wait a minute. Melly, body block. Yeah, takes advantage of that. Gets a little util help from. That was Ev on the kill, but SRG is able to clean it up. So they'll be double, triple, and quadruple checking that next time around. But a round picked up, second round of the second half by SRG.
That was a literal protect the president moment, but this time not Noya. It was actually Donut on that plant as Lydia just jumped in front of it so they could secure at least that plant down. And I guess a double orb pretty much for Donut, right? Because that's a plant and a death. And then there you go. You're seeing Noya pushing forward and cuts to rotates. That's unfortunate there for FlyQuest, especially if you're going to play this double initiator. You got to find ways too to get early information. Right now, the way that I'm looking at it, you have Vice utility over on the A site, yet a Fade still playing there. We have redundancy on trying to find early information right over here to be active across the map.
Now they're wondering how many pushed out against this wall. And you were talking about earlier, they have the Viper wall. What we saw from FlyQuest, right, was the smoke going out and then Melia almost having to get to the right side of rubble and then play to the open space. Here, they can all move up against that wall, be very hidden. And Ev has a big surprise waiting on the other side of that box. At this point, another shift walk forward round here after that util drop from SRG.
Almost think that if they kept walking, though. But this pulls to rotate towards the A side where they're going to try to go break room. Actually, not even go there. Look at the position here currently of Sarah. This might be a full walk back to the C site for a pop.
Kind of realizing where all the util is now. They can just walk through that they've expended from the side of FlyQuest. And yeah, what, 30-second hit it seems to be.
And Riv.
And they will scream in.
Look at how annoying that is. You have now the Viper just breaking a dog and then walling up, and that keeps all four players still towards the A site.
They're looking for it too. Everybody kind of committed to that wall going up or down to see if they could make a play, realizing the map on the right side is a full ruse. They need to get to see Spike planted, full setup, and push into spawn. Here from Donut. Sees one. The angle still coming from the left side wide, but they're going to have to give this one up. Jazzy Kill and the rest of the team, or Jazzy Kins and the rest of the team are able to get that kill. And move on through. Waterfall is choked off here. They plug that hole. Nice job by SRG. And just sliding through to meet these fights, not allowing FlyQuest to really get any comfortable ground to regain the site. Oh my gosh. A 4K for Alexis. And they're able to just come up with another one.
I'm going to take it back, right? Because after seeing Donut sliding across like that and getting a kill with the Guardian right into the waterfall, I was like, okay, maybe I see why Edith kept their rifle and their Guardian on that slide towards Ben. But it's also just when I was criticizing that play from Edith to keep the Guardian, that should have went in the hands of Thea, who only had a pistol, and then you can still work the overdrive now. But this time for SRG, you're playing your bonus round. It doesn't matter what weapons you have here. The name of the game is just to try to at least do some econ damage. Now you kill everybody while getting a plant, and also adding ults onto your side too in your gun round. So you're in prime position right now for SRG to just close out that map, because the Nightfall once again is available at a strong position in the second half, and Donut has also won away from her overdrive. So this timeout super important here for FlyQuest.
And besides the timeouts you get when an opposing team takes one, Googly is happy. He hasn't called one, right? The team hasn't even activated the button. Yeah, so SRG.
He's chilling. He's stealing paychecks right now as the SRG coach.
They really have come online. I mean, what more can you ask for when there was a change mid-season, right? They were able to really make sure it felt balanced again, give Mel the time that she needed, and it doesn't look like SRG really skipped a beat other than those 3 games that now you have fragging IGL, which is not something they usually start out as, but Alexis has really taken the role on to just a different level here, approaching it in the way that she's been able to build herself on it. And the rest of the team really getting behind that confidence, and we saw SRG just kind of explode again.
Yeah. Now Han's trying to find information, and now they know that there's a little bit of aggression coming out towards this B side. What I like about this though right now is that Thea is going to be contacted, and they can try to open door and try to fight into this. And with SRG not being as proactive in front of this B side for now, it does definitely give a chance for FlyQuest to play for a trap play and fight for mount control.
Oh, under the elbow. Just missing on that one is try to peel off from the shot. So they kind of stave off the pressure from the right side. FlyQuest do get an initial peek on that. It's kind of been plaguing them, giving up that free ground. And they're ready for a fight towards the middle of the map. A bit of a lower buy here, but they could easily make this work. I wonder when the door game comes into play. Who hits the button first is the question. Nightfall, still slow for the plant, so no real triggers on that one. Quick kills towards mid, and that's going to activate here. Sliding through, FlyQuest able to do a good bit of damage, and a big bit of damage as Melia once again comes up with a triple kill, gets the ult online, and possibly FlyQuest's momentum.
Yeah, I love Melia actually as a player. She is insane right now in the GC scene. For me, almost even had a glow up from last year going into now too as an important player, and a reason why as well. Going from the Combine with FlyQuest is under this roster right now. Great anchoring. I like the idea. I was looking at that minimap. When the hell are we actually going to try to tap the door and fight? But I think it's smart for FlyQuest to fight towards that front B site anyways, because the two players are already pushed back from Mound into the C site, so there was no way to crunch into it anymore. Idea was good, and it's the anchoring from Melia that makes it even better.
Sarah looking to get into a fight right away. Edith will say, all right, I'm down for that. They push mid again. So I think SRG was trying to see if that would be a condition, if they would have to worry about mid. And for a moment, as A site is going to be what their eyes are set on here, knowing there were going to be multiple firefights in that, trying to push into a 1. And SRG gets the better of the site. Could delay though. Another ult already? Seems like Fly's kind of cooking with those at the moment. Being able to get themselves back in and make it feel weird for SRG here. But there's a minute on the clock, so this is going to be a fake tap back and forth.
Yeah, you got to fight pretty much at SRG. Everybody's cornered. Now, Utility's actually going out way too early. What do you have left? There's no big flashes to retake it into sight. The Rose Bloom is actually all the way towards C.
Another smoke comes out. That protects one side. 1, 2, 3. Quick peek. Sidestep in. Oh my gosh, they're about to be shoulder to shoulder. Oh, they lined up on the wall. FlyQuest benefit huge as they retake A. Nice control there. And yeah, it seemed like that the util almost was getting people to make noise, but SRG's not going to be afraid of that. FlyQuest still make it work.
Staying it alive in this fight too. And we're not being as aggressive for FlyQuest right now, but we are definitely being a little bit more challenging when in terms of those live scrimmages, right? So when I'm talking about being aggressive, it's not like, oh, let's unload our util and look for rubble control and whatnot, but it's just like an extra push forward on a different angle and a different line that really allows FlyQuest to get first blood for the last couple of rounds here. To keep them in this game. So I like that change of tempo, that change of pace. That was maybe a little bit of a conversation from Coach Joe. But this is now a FlyQuest. Let's talk about aggression. Here it comes towards C.
Oh, the follow-up is going to be huge. Oh, wait. SRG had him on both sides already. It looked like it was flawless for FlyQuest, and somehow they've fallen right into a trap SRG already had the protocol for. What a way to turn it right back around. And this is what, one of the things, Vance, that makes SRG so difficult is even it feels like when you have a read on them, they can pull stuff out like this.
Yeah. And now they know exactly where Melia is at. Actually, no, the flash doesn't get the contact yet because it doesn't do the audio anymore. So Melia still has a timing.
This is huge. This has to be one of the rounds that it ends in favor of FlyQuest when it comes down to these 1v1s. It's been so strong for SRG, and Melia here has had so many clutches. The impact frags are mounting for this series to keep FlyQuest going round by round. It's going to be a walkabout too. 30 seconds left, breaking the distance of the steps. Noya is going to haul ass over to A, coast to coast for this plant, and is going to be able to use the Viper wall now at the end. But also, I wonder how quick the utility goes. Is she going to try to walk around?
It's going to be instant because the wall's still up.
The wall goes, right?
Yeah.
Clears these. Oh, yep. Nice catch. Nice catch.
10 seconds left.
Still has huge timing because the opponent's still over on that C site. And as that wall stays up, she can creep across. Playing towards pit now is very important, especially when that flash comes out. You know that Melia's close. She's going to be ready to look out towards spawn and then soon back towards that drop.
Full HP here.
Boom.
Oh, the turn. Noya with the timing again. And cuts that round short of any success for FlyQuest.
Yeah. I actually was going to think that She was going to run towards the A side and grab the orb too on top of that, but it's also, you don't know where your opponent's at. So it's nice that she continued to run towards the A side to still get that plat down. Another nice little attempt by Melia, though. Almost getting another 3K to get another round here for FlyQuest, but unfortunately here...
Honestly.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult round for FlyQuest to fight back with. There's huge ults right now. They're just going to hit towards the C site, or sorry, A site. Although the Steel Guardian is not there to really open up A site for them.
Yep. Eyes on Dodo. See what it looks like to slide in here on the squad. Oh, nice Nightfall. I think Fly being in position has helped them so much. So even if they get on a few different angles to guard each other, it helps. And here already, Edith able to set up the long-range fight that Alexis cleans up. And that's actually Nightfall online, ripped right off the bat. Take this one out.
Silence, Dream Seer.
All right, good damage at least, too.
I think known now as well. It's fake.
Yeah. I mean, you might just confirm it as well by just going with the Steel Guardian into the C side, too. Especially now that you have the two smokes coming out. Oh, unlucky.
The crosshair games are wild here. The timing practice that takes is insane. Because you saw Dodonet take a box step before actually clearing that elbow. Wow. Well, just wow with the things that they can do to you on protocol.
And now you're saving the Steel Guardian for post plant on top of that. So as soon as Flash comes out, you're going to get Sour ready and then time to just lock the weapons.
All right. FlyQuest trying to keep Lotus alive here. We will be pushed to Ascent if not. As SRG step up once again for the fight, they don't let it come to them, and that's a few kills for FlyQuest. It's looking actually good. Lydia's gonna try to play the elevated position. There's one kill hiding behind it again. Lydia buying time. It's gonna be all the time that SRG need for the Red Bull clutch and a second map in their favor here in this lower bracket best of 5.
Dude, there is something about Lydia playing around the bend of Lotus because she did a beautiful 4K yesterday in the series against Ghost, and she is looking unstoppable on this map, and so does SRG as a whole. So yeah, a 2-0. I still don't want to think that this is going to be a quick BO3. I still think there's a chance now that FlyQuest can maybe come up with something here on the third map of Ascent.
The reads are there, the answers are there. It's all coming down to so many 1v1 vans. I do think it's a possibility we get more than just the next map for SRG, but we'll have to find out. The desk is going to break that one down and get us ready for Ascent. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The Game Changers NA Stage 1 main event is in full swing, and Shopify, Rebellion, Gold are battling it out in the lower bracket finals against FlyQuest Red, leading the series 2-0. Zoe here, joined by Ash and Emily. And guys, this is starting to look woefully one-sided, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. I think it's tough. Emily, what were you going to say?
No, I was just gonna agree. I felt like that entire time we've seen some bad habits form from FlyQuest coming and carrying over from that first map where they're playing very disconnected, and even running these comps, like, they have so much utility, but they're expending it so early in the rounds that by the time they were going for an XX, I think Vans even mentioned it in his cast, like, they don't have full smokes to use for XX, they don't have flashes, they don't have any of their dogs. It just felt very, like, lackluster for me. And then Riv also made a great point, is for SRG, on their attack half, they were so good at adapting, but not just adapting to whatever FlyQuest was throwing at them, but doing it together while staying on the same page. And that is just something that I haven't seen from FlyQuest so far in these first two maps. And one big thing for me that stands out as a little bit of a red flag is that they feel like they're missing a voice of action. You know, I bet a lot of these rounds, they are aware. Like, there was one round where they were stacked forward towards A, but we are solo swinging and not forming a plan, and someone needs to step up, be like, hey, I have blind, or hey, I have dog, let's do a full reclear, let's do something off of it, rather than just sitting there and waiting for SRG to make their move and come play into us.
Yeah, and that's so hard up against a team like SRG that I think is so proactive again in those micro moments when it comes down to those fights. You can see the comms working in the server when they're looking to swing together, when someone's going to be a little bit more of that bait so that somebody can get the trade instead, or like the reactive utility that's going to get thrown out. And they're so good at just like punishing those fundamental mistakes coming out from FlyQuest. I think it was also difficult, like, you look at the first blood situation, and the fact that FlyQuest are able to get 10 and only walk away with 6 of those round says so much about the heroics. I think we were sitting in the green room as well, just constantly talking about the plot armor that the casters, Riv and Vans, were also mentioning. Like, how does she keep getting away with it?
No, literally, Alexis does have plot armor. There was that round 10 and that 2v4 where they were just unable to kill her. Or even I'm thinking on that, what was it, the second pistol where she had 18 HP for literally more than half the round, but was able to get 3 kills and turn around a 3v5 for SRG. It just made no sense. But I really feel like for FlyQuest side of things, even though they got those man advantages that you were talking about, they weren't able to convert those into round wins because they stopped playing together. You didn't see them being set up in crossfires on their defense half, and you also didn't see them in the best positions for post plant. They were dying one by one, trades not being, just not happening. And that's something that if they want to turn this around and do a little bit of a reverse sweep, we need to see the team chemistry and the team play actually coming to light in a sense.
And those aren't mistakes that you can afford to make up against players like Lydia and Noya, who are both able to win a 1v1 and a 1v2 each. In this map of Lotus, we talked so much about their clutch factor, how good they are at the micro, being able to isolate those 1v1 situations, and then kind of when you see FlyQuest playing into their hand by also taking those ones on top of that, it doesn't help the situation whatsoever. So I think these are really worrying signs in this best of 5 series. SRG, they absolutely have the momentum heading into our next map, and overall, we talked about how as this map vita would go on, it continues to look more SRG sided.
Okay, here's the thing. Are you ready for some mad hopium / copium, or both? I think this is a mixture of both. You just gotta get full dose. Okay, FlyQuest picking ascent. Right now, we did see FlyQuest Red being dominant here against Wadada in the upper quarterfinals, so that's not too long ago. Long time ago. Now, SRG lost against Wadada in the lower bracket. Can we use transitive properties maybe? FlyQuest ought to win because Wadada is our banana for scale.
You love your transitive properties. Like,
I love it. For them. I'm born in the trenches of transitive properties. They never really work out, but I'm not going to stop pushing the agenda just because the numbers are playing against me here.
I think it gets weird, though, when you think about the compositions that both of these teams are running to.
No, please don't. Let's not.
Like, no, I think we do. Unfortunately, we do have to think about the comps that are going to be run on both sides. Like, we saw that double controller Clove composition that FlyQuest Red were pulling out in that matchup against Wadada. Didn't really work out in their favor, and then that one's also kind of questionable for me because you really are relying on that Omen paranoia to set yourselves up, and you know that you're going into an ascent where Dodonut's going to be trying to pull that operator out once again, and it's punishing. To not have flashes on a map like Ascent, that is tough. Things also get kind of wonky on the SRG comp side of things, though.
Like, you don't want to see
just
deadlock?
Okay, deadlock. It's actually not bad, but like comps aside, if we're looking at Ascent, it has been the map that's been around for the longest. So many teams have a great understanding at a macro level of how to play it, but then it kind of does come down to the micro decisions, the team play, and that's something that is a little bit worrisome, right? Because yes, they are running weird comps. You're gonna have to do you're gonna have to change your kind of defaults and whatever a little bit to adjust, you know, when you're going up against a double senti setup when you're attacking. But at the same time, like if FlyQuest aren't able to fix these really big mistakes, start talking to each other, start creating plans, and ultimately just going back to their bare bone basics, the fundamentals, trading, they're gonna have a really hard time here.
They really are. Nothing is going to change in the composition camp for either of these teams. Shopify, Rebellion Gold, they stick with this very old style. Oh, wait, I lied. Okay, wait, the Yoru is gone. Actually, we're pulling out the Jet here for Dodonut, which I think is going to be super fun. I think this does make a lot of sense when they know they aren't going to have to face up against flashes on the side of FlyQuest Red, so no need for like the Yoru reactivity in that sense. Jet is going to allow a little bit more of that dynamicism with the sniper rifle positioning here, starting out on defense first. This is going to be really interesting. I love Dodo Jet.
Yeah, I am excited to see how this map is gonna play out with some minor changes on one side here as well. Let's see if they can close it out, they being Shopify Rebellion Gold, or if we see a little bit of a comeback from FlyQuest Red. Let's send it over to our casters for this one, Vince and Riff.
Thank you so much, Zoe, Emily, and Ash. We are ready for now. What is a do or die map? This Ascent for FlyQuest, they have to come out swinging and figure out what FlyQuest is doing to beat them down.
It'll be tough too.
Sorry,
I think
Shopify is doing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just to continue to the point with that Ash was mentioning with Dodonut playing as the Jet, I do agree with how dynamic it could be with the Jet, and also be more confident to hold your ground if you're not going to be breaking like the double Sentinel util on the side of FlyQuest. That means you don't have to throw your TP and wait 15 seconds, get it disappear. You can just hold mid the whole round, and then just when you're ready to go for a fight, activate the dash and still hold that ground. So I think for FlyQuest, the win con right here is to try to stay as proactive as you could be, just to try to bait out the Alexis utility, bait out the net, and try to find that window between the refresh of the grab net of Alexis to find your openings here for FlyQuest. So a lot of heavy thinking that needs to be called out here by Thea.
Ooh, a double sheriff swing mid. SRG's plan pays off. They do lose Dodonut in the process, but happy to now set up a new defensive line with that damage.
Yeah. That's Sheriff battles with the Ghost too. That's going to do immense damage. Thankfully, though, the silver lining is for FlyQuest is that Terra's low on HP as well. That's a big opener, though.
Still? Melia's still on those shots? Oh my gosh. Produce and impact frags all series long, but they have to stick to the end of the round. They have to do enough damage to SRG this time around. Sarah about to creep in. Low health, not going to give him the plot armor this time. Av turns for the timing and gives FlyQuest the site.
The flank too, because the KJ is down. This is actually good by Noya to move towards the A main.
Oh, little head games. Trying to find the forehead of Alexis. Nicely drawing the eyes. They all look towards heaven and they're not ready for him to swing out. There's no way they got mixed up on that Vans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. The KJ falls and you don't think anybody's going to be lurking and flanking. Noya finds that timing, so two of them are out in the open, and as you said, lined up like bowling pins, and yeah, you hit the strike for sure. And that just allows here for the last person to swing from top of heaven and just get a single fight onto Jenny, and that's going to go in favor of SRG so far. That's just unfortunate there. Another one of those scenarios here where it was player advantage on the side of FlyQuest, but just let that slip. Another pistol round that goes the way as well for Shopify Rebellion Golden. That's probably going to be the name of the game for FlyQuest when they're going to look back at the tape in this matchup.
Stinger's in. They're ready to go. See if they can change the pace enough to make Shopify shake in their boots, and already deadlocked it. Then that can't be followed up very much. Oh, okay. They're trying to get up. They're trying to get over. One Stinger ringing true. And they're trying to get too. Not many upgrades to have here. Oh, you're gotta be kidding me, Dodo Nut. Just the outlaw double shot from the hip, able to pick one up, and Sarah comes flying through as well, hunting down another kill.
Bro,
and a
ow.
second round for SRG as they handle the chaos.
My outlaw crouch no scope does not do that, man. I know how many times I'm like trying to break a recon dart that goes above my head, and I'm crouching and aiming at it, and then my bullet just whiffs, and my whole coach stack gets pinged out, and they blame me at it, and they have to their own. They're allowed to blame you for it because I should have switched over to a classic before. Doing it to hit it that way, dude. That's insane. You know?
Hipfire outlaws chunk the floor like 2 feet in front of you, straight down at an angle. Like
You'll
that.
take those.
I don't know how that works. It's different. It is
Not
different.
sure
That's what we're
that was
seeing
supposed
from
to be an
SRG.
underhand throw rip. I think that was supposed to be a lineup for logs, and yeah, it's just gonna land at their feet, and they really can't get control now of the B main.
Oh, that follow-up could have been crazy, but SRG gets the knowledge. Sets up the judge to slap down a verdict if anybody wants to try to get into the site. And the noise made here will be calm for a moment, but it looks like the end game for FlyQuest is AB.
Yeah, I mean, after the recon dart that pings all 5, good thing that you instantly grab the orb for the attack side, so that's something for the side of FlyQuest, but like I said, it's going to be so difficult for FlyQuest to really flush into the B site when they don't have nanos towards the logs where Noya is currently playing with the judge. It really comes down to this fight. If Melee can get this one against Lydia, maybe you'll start seeing some players backpedal. But smokes instead just to contain.
Farming Aor too. Get Melee of the kills there. Oh my god, Noya just stepped out to approach the fight, and they still have a crossfire. No matter how it happens, they always seem to be making FlyQuest have to double take fans. Oh,
and imagine if, imagine if the nano actually did land towards the logs. That was no pressure coming out from the judge. That would have to be a reposition from Noya, a little bit more cleaner for you to get into the site. But I mean, it's just an eco round that you had there for FlyQuest, right? What can you really say? Pretty much at that point. Yeah, exactly. You got that shut down on that second round, so. I like the idea of what they were doing with that stinger buy on that second round, though. You're trying to break that wall ASAP. You break a little bit of a spot and you try to flood in, but those bullets, they really empty really quickly from the magazine, and they didn't have too much to fight back in that second round. But that's now 3 unanswered. Back into now what should be the bonus round for SRG.
Creeping out. Just solo play here. Actually, it's cat help. Nice little high-low. Are they able to follow up on this? FlyQuest doing their due diligence of making sure nothing is just peaked at this point, because they've been having their head taken off.
Thing is, right now, I like that FlyQuest, if they choose to fight back towards M1, this will be kind of good, because Donut already used her dash. This gives a perfect opportunity for them to really try to punish Kenchbench in the first place, and maybe force these fights out of SRG right after.
Slow play. Oh my gosh.
They're so confident.
Wow. Every time they just seek out the fights when they get not even antsy, but get confident about the round. SRG just take it from FlyQuest on this one when they do finally get a buy back in their hands, and they just bring enough to each fight every time.
I'm just scratching my hand a little bit here too, as like what the game plan is going to be in the mid round, because guys, you're playing double controller. You left like that smoke up on catwalk kind of out in the open.
Yeah.
When you're trying to just go for that second wave, the second protocol of what to do here in your default. I know it was an audible call to maybe look for some mid pressure, but now you're getting pinched from both the market side and the catwalk. Instead of smoking one area and then having more bodies to look into one lane, that should have instantly punished Sarah. That was peeking out towards middle with that Guardian. But instead now you just have 4 players watching 4 different angles, and then it becomes a 1v1 duel that's in favor of SRG.
Here.
Edith. Okay, everybody is behind here. Look to make space. And if Edith can clear that space, break some crosshairs, they're just kind of going back to that default textbook jet ascent dash. Seems like the deadlock wall continues to shut them down. Oh my gosh, the net goes through! The Hunter's Fury to discombobulate whatever they had going on Cat. It's just put the pain down with an annihilation. You have to be kidding me. They're just adding it on.
Just trying to cocoon a clove into an ult. That's just funny shenanigans here. I mean, look at them. They're just having fun now. This could still be, this could still be dangerous.
Wait a minute. You can never give it up once the sheriffs are out. And GC, a nice shot from Jazzy on that sliver angle, but it's still Lydia and Noya waiting for the spike to get picked up. They'll actually give it the space, but 30 seconds means Thea's going to have to make some noise here.
Yeah, and all you got to do is watch here towards middle and making sure the tree's covered up. Now they're even cycling smoke outside of the wall that just got dropped here from the side of Alexis due to timer. Now you're just trying to pick up whatever you can, and unfortunately it's the outlaw that you pick up instead of any other rifles, so if you're going to try to pick something else, you're going to make noise. So now you still have to walk contact in with the sheriff.
Shadows traveling.
No smoke. Plan inside. No time to stop. Just
even
W's in.
Yeah, but even waited. She walked in there and just stared at Thea until she finally got off the spike plan, and I was like, okay, I'll kill you now. That's so disrespectful.
Took a Polaroid, took it off.
Yeah. Disrespectful in a fun way, right? In a fun way. You could definitely see that SRG are vibing here, Riv.
Amazingly. Both teams don't have flashes, but I feel like SRG is also just using that to their advantage, knowing with these mid pushes, with whatever they're doing, they're not going to catch a flash in the open. It has to be a paranoia, and those are going to be for sight sets. So they're just feeling free to look at every angle and back each other up.
Could be an old classic mid to B split here, but I mean that all of this sent to util is right now towards this B site. It is so annoying to deal against.
They don't know. They're actually, this is their time where they're like, can we search any of that util out? Get SRG off their early defensive positions by destroying what they're using to defend. Now, it's all going to be right as you get into the site, and that's when SRG is trying to pop out too.
Cover going out.
Play towards wine, and maybe throw off the scent of what is actually happening here in mid.
Yeah, I'm loving this. Exactly on that call, Riv. You're playing a lot of inserts. You're trying to bait at least a rotate from this TP, the split towards the A side, but unfortunately, Edith is not walking forward continuously. Now have to come down now to anchoring on A side from Dodonut.
Sarah jump into sight, though, as Sarah tries to get right into the action. Loses her life for it. The jump up, Dodonut more than ready for it. Oh, the switch, the back of the fourth, the protection. They're always there for each other, but Dodonut didn't even need it. Quick to the draw and takes down Edith with the bandit. That's going to activate the knives. Everything is up as we got that dash locked in right now. And I wonder if it's going to wear off. Nobody uses it. All right. Slowing it down a bit. What a shot from Ev. This is going to be the final ones coming through. Noya's going to have the last say again, and SRG having no trouble to once again win the 1v1s, and who else at the helm of Noya to get the defuse as well.
Just once again, when you have a player advantage, and somehow for SRG, they're going to take that one over you, but for FlyQuest, that it doesn't in those scenarios that we've seen so far throughout this series. But I got to say, I was wondering if you're trying to use Bladestorm just to try to break the turret, but at least it forced out the swing from the players for the last few of SRG to figure out the positioning of FlyQuest, and just great individual fights in the end. Yeah, and a timeout, I wouldn't say that's early pretty much at this point, but it is going to be difficult for them to deal with for FlyQuest. Let's be honest with that too, because again, you're playing against double Senti and they're starting off on attack side, or sorry, on defensive side for SRG. I feel like that game plan still needs to be there here for FlyQuest. If you're looking at the state of the game so far for the last 7 rounds, or 6 rounds rather, maybe there was a one round where you had those two Sentis playing together over on that B side, but if not, it's usually, you know, Alexis throwing and delaying the walls over on that A side. So I feel like a lot better defaulting would be kind of good here for FlyQuest. Maybe not this round. I feel like this round is potentially one of those conversations of Coach Joe to build something with the hero rifles that you're bringing to this round and these 2 ults. I wouldn't be surprised into this type of style. This is something that Coach Joe likes to call, but we'll see if they're gonna invest into these ultimates, which should be easier now with the lockdown towards B.
I'd like to see it. They've gone mid and recognized there's no utility there. Maybe a path in some of these rounds where they try to force a fight on that. And this time they're actually going to choose that soft site. We'll see how Dodonut receives this. We'll have a bit of help from Noya, but this is definitely around FlyQuest can put their foot down and show what a lower buy with some hero rifles can be about. Waiting for the shot. Nice peek. Gets one out. They know the hold's going to be there from Noya. Very smartly played here. They're still waiting for a bit of the drone. They're waiting for the clears. They throw it on the ult, so it's going to be by the book. You can't go wrong with that, but they got to watch the sprays. This is where SRG has somehow gotten the upper hand without even seeing FlyQuest just seemingly fall. Dodging that one. Thea takes quite a bit of damage, but they are going to have some ground gained here. Lydia. They don't know. Last one, the paranoia came out and they weren't ready. Wait. That's the miscommunication Emily was talking about. Something severed the comms for even a moment there for FlyQuest. And they weren't able to follow up on everything they had done within the round. Now it's up to Edith. Still a possibility, but Alexis just is there for the pre-fire, the shot, and SRG to take a 7th round.
It almost felt, too, in the conversation of flooding into that B site, that Jazzy, it looked like she was, it didn't look like she was lost. She was actually just focused on that left side of the arches in case a swing came out from Lydia from there, and then the other two could just swing towards that right. But that miscomm, what was severed, I think, was important, you mentioned here, Riv, was that those two players that are supposed to watch that left side should have swung way earlier than that. And I think they were just afraid of the paranoia hitting, where it's gotten nerfed. You should be able to jump through and just fight this, but unfortunately it becomes a nice little highlight reel for Lydia back to the site. Oh no, the good old school recon darts. At this point, solo Odin to get a kill. But yeah, that's a quick start here for SRG to make that 8-0 potentially.
They just can do no wrong right now. And honestly, what do you look at if you're Swim Trek? Right? You're like, okay, they are finding a way to win fights. They're down in numbers, and they're finding a way out of those positions, sometimes pure by firefight, sometimes by outright reading the play harder than the team that's making the play. Like, this is some scary stuff that they have produced on this lower bracket run.
Yeah, the good news about Swim though, is that they're not afraid to play this type of aggro style. Because that's just how they are playing from challengers going into GC so far, and also adding Sleepy Aria to the roster. But definitely, before thinking about that as FlyQuest, that's needing to figure out how to really pull this back. They can't really lose this on a 3-0, and they're trying to have their rematch against Swim Trek Blue.
Left.
Whereas at the upper finals, that was also a very big one-sided affair for the side of Swim Trek Blue to knock FlyQuest down in this scenario.
Being methodical about the clear, they will have sight, and just playing this one out to the max. Really using each one of these situations too to refine what they're doing, I think, right?
We're just following the script, Riv. Right now it's 7-0, it's 2-2, it's gonna be 7-1, man. It's just how the Valorant gods intended.
Can you curse, reverse curse? I don't know what you even just did. That was some weird stuff. We'll have to find out, though. The players will play it out. The results soon to be shown. Oh, wait. Sarah getting that headshot. They able to trade back, but it's low HP here. Oh, no. Odin right away on the Jazzy. Didn't even have to move the crosshair. Just so aware. And
15 HP, bro.
I swear to
15
God,
HP.
they get stronger the lower their HP gets.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the heck?
Who's that guy in Mortal Kombat most recently that has like that suit that when he gets hit, it just brings more energy? It's almost like Black Panther as well from Marvel. They're just getting hit on the shields and then just shoot back with more power. But 15 HP, Riv, come on. And it almost felt like you're trying to play mind games. You're thinking here that Sarah's going to go for the defuse, and you're just trying to wide swing into it. But Sarah just had to crouch crab walk into the spike with the crosshair laid up there to get that second kill. Unfortunate.
No, over to the other side of the map. Still in the eyes of a Jet, though. Nice kills, actually. Coming in for FlyQuest. Maybe slow some things down as they get to this, because SRG is going to speed it up real fast. And they already have a move by Ev here. Clear some other side of the map and make sure that space is safe if they do want to audible.
This is gamble games too. Right now, because you've TP'd towards the B site, but you've also smoked towards A main, you can't really have the audible call from F to say, guys, we can move back towards the A site. Just because of that. They have to re-clear into the spot, and thankfully, Jazzy with the up to make it done.
Oh no, the team's there. Oh yeah. The paranoia was set up. It almost looked like Thea was not out of position, but hitting that paranoia at the time SRG peaked. It would just be the plot armor again. SRG in the window of util, but no. Fly very much ready with more than one person on that one, and they get that round in their favor, get a little bit of momentum for themselves.
Yeah, it was probably preemptive as well after Lydia got that fight to TP towards that B site because camera was still up. They still had trips, but you were just guessing here at this point. You're, what, facing a 4 versus 3? So you're just trying to gamble stack into the B site. And interesting enough, Riv, the first round that SRG loses, they're on an eco.
It's been bloody. Well, these 1v1s are crazy. The economy has just been tatters the whole time, and FlyQuest are expecting the aggression they've got every round here. Doing a little bit of that note-taking and paying off, as they should be able to get through this one floor. Should be able to get through this one with one person going down.
And spike control. I mean, if they're not grouping up with each other here. Okay, there you go. Melia starting to activate again. So 2 big rounds of multi-kills for the one that has really been stepping up on the plate here for the side of FlyQuest since the last map of Lotus until this one here. Or into this run here, rather. And hopefully we won't see the replay of Noya trying to shoot Edith on the top of the ledge, because that's trying to shoot a model from behind while they're jiggling like that. It's not easy to hit.
Harder shots
Thankfully
ever.
we don't. Exactly.
No, harder shot is they're doing that, but they're also pulling their weapon out. So they're doing the look down thing, and their arms aren't up yet.
Yeah.
Absolutely invincible. All right.
A slam towards the B side attempt this round, though, Riv.
This slow
Maybe third
peek
time's
again
a
for the
charm?
op. Yeah, they're ready for the slow walkout. They're trying to crouch under the ops line. And almost reads it. Dodonut doesn't have time to dash out with even the paranoia coming through. And they're ready for even more. It was Noya there last time, but Sarah goes down, and now it's the press W strat from FlyQuest that really gets them under the skin of SRG.
Yeah, right now with SRG, trying to consistently try to walk outside of B main and get that map control is not paying out for them. I think at this point, you need to have the jet... Oh, hold on. Alexis is going to clutch this, right?
Alexis? Melly is there. If Melly goes down first in the fight, nobody's going to go down in the fight. We don't even have to worry as FlyQuest get another round for themselves here. Looking to make it an 8-4 first half after stopping the momentum of SRG 8 straight.
Yeah, I want to see what type of util was coming out there for FlyQuest whenever Donut swung out for that first kill onto the KJ, because seeing that Sarah's being tucked in that corner, I wonder if a paranoia got swung out on the contact too that forced her to swing to hide in and tuck in the corner, because I would have preferred to see op shot attempt, dash back, play your numbers into the B site, and then with that happening, with both of them falling in the first place, Lydia had no way to help out and do a hero play from the logs when she was already pre-firing shots too, giving her position away. So nice of FlyQuest to punish that, and they're just going to keep going towards what works. Slam, slam, slam here towards this B site to take that control. Orb now available for an ult. And then this might be just simple. I think you got to find your timing pretty much here and then have Melia start going for the late lurk onto this mid-take or the B site.
Now, if anything is historical about this, SRG fight forward. Okay, they're actually going to get themselves out. I was like, did they actually activate as they have every other round? Nice protocol from FlyQuest. Get that space, move in, no waiting. It's been plaguing them on previous maps here, but it's about the setup. It's about stopping SRG from getting back in.
Big 5v5 as well, and Drone's going to slow Donut away. They have to retake with Guardians too and an Odin for SRG. Flashing
Paranoia
hits the
hits.
push though.
SRG get themselves next to switch, but they haven't really gained any ground that matters yet. They gotta find the kills. Melia starts them off to make sure they're looking at B main, and here comes the ultimate. Not dead yet, as Melia is gonna be one of the pressure points that SRG has to deal with, and that is signed off on. Just 2 members now of SRG stand as Dodo not alive. The Dodo Jet trying to get the clutch. Daggers out, dip dodging one, but there's not going to be enough time on this as FlyQuest squeeze the timer down in another round out of the first half.
This ends up being quite decent for FlyQuest at the end of the day here, Rivington, because now we have an 8-4 scoreline where it was a lockdown pretty much for SRG with the double senti. But this now should be a little bit more difficult. I think initially, though, if you're looking at this proposition, when you're playing double senti in the past, if you're playing, like, for example, a Vise and a Cypher or something like that, it might be difficult to play on your attack side. But I feel like the deadlock on the attack side could be very similar to, like, a Sage It's not necessarily supposed to be a centi, but the information and the slows and the delays you could have with grav nets could be very good here on how you want to scale. And looking at it, they want to set up here for a net that goes right into the market while the camera watches towards this catwalk. So you're going to try to go quick here into market.
See if they get a push on. Awesome catch by the odds. Heads down through. You can see. Heads like, wait a minute. What is this stuff? It's moving around. Oh, wow.
Wall towards spawn, yeah.
A big wall towards spawn. So that feels so weird for FlyQuest. Seeing that, you have to wonder which way we're going to help each other. So a little forward space taken by Fly and B main here. They're trying to get a read on the play. And nice little tap by Thea, as that's going to be a site encroached on here by SRG. Quickly getting around Generator to generate another plant for themselves. And what? Edith? Again? Edith with 3 in sight to anchor it. Giving a big chance for FlyQuest here. Those are some impact frags.
Yeah, but the two players that you want to stay alive for SRG and Donut and Noya, especially Donut in this position. Oh, the gun's sticking out.
Sees the gun. They say don't peek. I have this angle. But that's the timing. No. Donut's able to dodge it, and they're separated. Now SRG gets to play together. There's a lot of time. Jazzy's just going to go heaven, play that. So they, play the turret so they can actually get a funky spot. And they get together here. Teamwork makes the dream work. This has to be around for FlyQuest. They can grab one of the first pistols here of this map, of this series. There's one for Jazzy, another for Jazzy with the quick flick. They're able to insert themselves for the defuse. A pistol round for SRG, and they surge forward to a possible 3-0 victory.
And that was a close call as well, because you already had both players identified here for SRG, and as you're playing a 2 versus 2, Ev, I feel like missed a recon dart. He went out towards A main instead of trying to scan back towards that site so that Jazzy could maybe get some sort of a room to breathe here. As, she braced the wall towards A. I think at the end of the day, you saw those shots miss a bit for the side of Noya, unorthodox by her. And then the one-way smoke that was thrown on Jenny kind of flushed and forced SRG to double swing into the noise that they were making trying to tuck into reload. And it's nice here that Jassigan's able to swing for the last 2 kills, and that allows here 5 unanswered rounds for FlyQuest. As they're looking for pings, I wonder if this is going to be another one of those scale util walls and then just start pushing here towards this towards spawn. I think Alexis has the position to throw a wall back into the door side too.
Wonder what's gonna happen here when mid up, if they can make enough noise on tree, on long. They gotta worry about wine though. Jazzykin starts it off. Able to just shut them down as they start moving in. Noya. Alexis now falls. Really nice teamwork as they're moving through in this death ball right now, but they're still found out. The defense of Melia is so big. And that's going to be for Ev. The cleanup. Nice job circumventing what SRG wanted to do and just keep inserting that death ball, trying to be dangerous.
Yeah, and right now for FlyQuest, the way that they're playing so far, it's even if you're playing double controller and there's only Ev right now as your single initiator and really nothing else to try to find active information in forward lines, because you're playing a KG instead of like a aggro cypher cam or something. It's still good in their positioning. They're playing slightly passive, at least off each other, to make sure that if SRG are moving into the last 2 rounds with, or from the last 2 rounds, sorry, with the pistol and the eco, they could still be in a strong position at the end of the day. But that's going to have to change now into their bonus round, and Outlaw comes out to take mid control.
Camera taken out.
Oh. Nice cleanup on the util. SRG not delaying one bit here. They try to squeeze in right the switch. Sarah cleans up the crosshair break on Jazzikins, and the site is open now as SRG just do not miss.
And that's a nice entry. We were just talking about the aggressive utility from the deadlock. The grav net that was thrown through the window actually netted Jazzikins where she couldn't get anything, or escape rather. And look at the lockdown that they have on B-Sun in the post plan now.
That's tough. And no real utility to even take down those sensors unless it's you making noise. Sweeping in together. Sarah peeks, dips out, leaves Dodo not a shot. And you can just see how they cycle each other in and out to make it a different person. than what FlyQuest is expecting to see once they do peek here. It's going to be a back and forth, a double take cause for SRG. It leaves Alexis alone, but in a beautiful spot to cover this. What a crouch in from Thea. The defuse comes through. There's more than enough time, and FlyQuest will find another round in the face of SRG's dominance.
Yeah, 0.02 instead, too. If that was a round or a fight that was won here.
Yeah.
Inside that smoke, that was definitely SRG's round for sure. Dude, that was a nice little fight for that retake. We're just talking about the amount of util that was available for them. There wasn't too much, to be honest with you, right? And SRG felt like they had to play a little more aggressively so that they could probably bait shots, and as players are going to try to run down the trade, then the sonic sensors would maybe activate here for Alexis. But at the end of the day, those shots didn't hit, and FlyQuest are actually back in this game. Edith now with an operator, so playing gun game pretty much, upgrading for Outlaw to operator, eco for SRG. Great opportunity right now for FlyQuest to keep farming up orbs here for the ults.
Sent for FlyQuest is a good hit. They were able to take down Wadada on it, and I think we're seeing why here is they can right the ship against SRG, but power in numbers for that SRG team again, swarming in and waterfall down into the B site. A quick plant. It's going to be hard to uproot them on this one, but Jazzykins already has the weed killer, takes down Sarah, and it looks like they will try to get in here as they get the team ready.
So tough too, because that's a weapon that was picked up as well, so you can't really move forward to pick up the rifle yet, so it'll have to be pistols to hold the pulse plan for the last 3 members of SRG.
Quick peek, they've identified one only part of the problem. He gets with a nice shot here. FlyQuest sticking behind each other as they take that highway side just to scream down into the site, and it should be no problem to clean up this last kill on Anoya with a bit of damage still to come through. Edith gets 3. Daggers are online. They're 1 away from the lockdown. Things are actually looking great here for FlyQuest.
I think this might have to call for a timeout from Googly, because as it was very one-sided here for SRG for an 8-0 scoreline, now it's also FlyQuest that just scored up 8 rounds in a row. And I think what's missing right now here, or what's is a lack of discipline for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Because for the last 2 rounds, we've seen SRG being a little bit too antsy and too confident to not play around the Senti util. You've basically created Alcatraz for the last 2 rounds with sonic sensors, and then previously you even had trips from Noya to play towards the market, unbreakable by the way, until you actually swing through. And there's really no ways to fight across the information when your players are falling down, and those that are playing back in the site more conservatively cannot trade with you. So yeah, they need to iron up the discipline, to tighten up, the discipline for SRG's protocol in these team fights now.
Absolutely. And for FlyQuest to actually have this in the tank coming into a 3rd map after having to try and resolve issues throughout the previous maps, this shows the clarity, understanding of what actually needs to be the focus, understanding to not dwell on things like this is the kind of stuff you need to see from teams that are at this point in the tournament and right now fighting for their tournament lives here in the lower bracket final. So it's taken everything. FlyQuest has seemingly found, not seemingly, but found an answer for now as we get our first SRG timeout. So it's going to be good, Vans. We're going to start having ults come online in a clash to get that lead back.
Yeah. And now FlyQuest are doing similar things to what Donut's trying to do here on that B main line, and that's Noya's solo to try to fight this.
Hello.
Like this. Droning to try to push her away while we're disrespecting the smoke. Although it makes audio noise, that's a line already taken care of. That's very nice.
Spotting alert bot in mid. See if they didn't even decide to clear it this time. It's maybe something they know they can work off in later rounds to come. A kill early here would be huge for Noya. Get that ultimate online to figure out where FlyQuest is. No, does not look to be in the cards. Jazzykin's gonna get the first blood on the round. Killjoy from a tree peak.
Yeah.
Nicely
so
done.
Far, exactly. I was about to say, Jazzykin's been really laser beaming her shots right now on this Phantom play, as is KJ. The pivot from SRG is good though, right? They've lost that line towards that B line. They pushed back the A side first, so technically FlyQuest should be turning up a little bit more space for them to take. So they're gonna try to go for this 2-on-2 split over A.
Little spam.
Sprays through smokes. Yeah, we'll take those.
Draw back the sensor.
30 seconds left.
This one, it might just fizzle out. It's a full knowledge right now with the push out of Edith at the other site that this is going to be an A hit.
Gotta save, man.
It does look like it. They're getting a little push on. I think one kill here might activate more. Yeah, but it's not the kill for SRG. Wait. They just wanted that distraction to try to get into the site. They're doing the pressure play down to red on the timer here. And this is also one of the first times that we've seen FlyQuest put SRG in this position. Wait a minute. Oh my, okay. I mean, you still had another one, but that got a little sketchy. But yeah, that was a lot of what was happening to FlyQuest on split. Now we're seeing them be able to do it to SRG even after their timeout.
I still like what they were trying to do here for SRG in the first place, right? By playing a little bit of a 1-3-1.
Yeah.
So I think, as you were mentioning though, Riv, on that previous round where you don't really want to try to mess with the alarm bot, I believe maybe you're not trying to break it right away because you've already lost that forward line from the jet op on that B line. So you don't want to force them to really fall back in that line unless you still wanted to play the Noya insert on B. So I think it's still kind of cool what they did from the Alexis pushback with the deadlock utility, but it's just, I mean, they got killed through smokes, man. Nothing you can really do there for Lydia towards A main.
Oh, don't let up. That's the name of the game right now. Do not let up. Okay. Oh, yeah. They're working off that timing in the opening. But wait a minute. Two come back as Melia is able to get out with not dead yet. Is there a follow-up, though, is the question, and that is a no. Noya is able to take it down. Edith with the trade, though, jumping around, making sure Sarah and Alexis know the daggers are ready.
This is still bingo, though, right? You know that Ev is playing towards backside with the Odin. You heard the Omen TP, and you already know that Edith is playing mid with the op. So this is now on Alexis and both Sarah to just tempo together. What do you want to do? Try to wait here with the last second to see if anybody's going to push out. But as you're looking at it, Edith has already cut that rotate. So they know 100% right now that that the last two players of SRG are stuck in B main. There's nothing they could do here. You're just going to be ready.
At 30 seconds, you can see why Edith's walking forward with the op ready to take that shot. How far are they going to go? Across the site, into the crosshair of the Odin as they just check behind, and Alexis nails the shot to start them off. A little bit quicker of a pace here from Edith, dodging out on a few sonar rings in one shot. Just rolling all gathers now. They play their lives to roll this one out. When it needs to be calmed down, FlyQuest are doing a great job of taking that time.
It's kind of crazy that this is reminiscing from Split 2 on that 2 versus 2 when one gets a backstab, the spike falls, but Sarah's still fighting into the B site, but leaving the spike behind. So there's definitely a lack of, or not a lack, I think it's just a lot of, oh my gosh, sound the alarm, there's 10 seconds left, what do I do here at this point? So let's commend here on FlyQuest on how they're currently playing their defensive side. What should be not necessarily harder for FlyQuest in general. It's definitely harder for SRG because they're playing a double Senti. You need to leverage that a little bit more in terms of like that deadlock util. They're doing a great job to clear space in the first place, but I think they got to be quicker on training.
This, I think, around is a hump that FlyQuest need to get over. They get this. They have 10 rounds in a row right now. They get this, 11.
Huge.
Absolutely crazy, but this is a big alt round here for SRG as they try to scrape it back in their favor. Donut looking forward, double ping, make sure the right click is quick. Edith goes down, and now they're just waiting for the rest of the pressure. Paranoia isn't quite worked off of just yet. It allows the rest of the team into market here for FlyQuest, and SRG could stop the momentum here on this round. Annihilation, yeah, so much ready, Vans.
Again, it's Sonic sensor here too, so they're just trying to wait it out with the timer. It catches one, but as everybody's going to start flooding out, the Sonic sensors might hit.
And that kill's coming in for SRG as they just clothesline the rest of FlyQuest coming through. Ev cocooned up, and not a beautiful butterfly this time. Alexis gets that kill, and it will not be 11 in a row. SRG gets their 9th.
That was nice by FlyQuest. Sorry, by SRG rather, in that pulse plant scenario. They were very quick to move in towards that B site, and also understanding here that the win con was really towards the annihilation. And this time I felt like as you were trying to fight back into the market and whatnot, this time around there was actually smokes too, so that you're not really out in the open, and you leverage util on top of that. So Sarah gets a beautiful ping onto Edith that allows Donut to get that pick. We didn't see those a couple of rounds ago when they're trying to fight into the pulse plant and the lower buy. So a nice little thrifty to keep them back in the game here and narrowing the gap by 1.
Omen v Omen over at A as this is an SRG round. Slow, but still fast in movement. There's not to the front door of the site yet. They are finally working towards mid. Seeing how much they can pressure this alert bot. Oh my gosh. Everybody's like right on top of each other on the extremities. Oh, okay, gets the kill back. Lydia able to find one though, as they're gaining a little bit of ground on the map here towards mid.
I love this pick from Edith because 2 rounds ago they pushed out in the open and that trip was there and like if nobody's pressuring me towards that B line, I know I can move all the way out towards that B main. And then they spotted Noya walking back a freebie. Yeah, but there's still Thea that's low on HP here.
Yeah, it might be considered that that's no longer an angle trip, but a flat one against the wall for next time. Wall up, sights there is only kind of denying an entry here. Giving themselves door double actually push back through. They put the door down and destroy it as SRG take tree.
Riv, she passed solo on top of heaven with the spike. That was insane. Thankfully, though, she is able to keep that alive and get the plant down.
I think they had the read on it. Just enough people, you'd like to think, that it would work. But yeah, definitely playing it very, very sketchy. Now they have a chance to hold the site. That's going to be the lockdown going in. Space is going to be gained here, but Alexis is going to have to play inside the site, looking for fast kills. Jazzykin on one, but Alexis is able to get another one. Wait a minute. We're doing a little bit of dance over here inside the site as Ev comes up with a kill, and Sarah's just on the outside. Eyes on Spike, planted easily for Tree. Oh, and he dodges the off shot from Jazzy. Nonetheless, a Red Bull clutch for Sarah.
Insane by Sarah, but all individual prowess by the 3 players remaining of SRG, finding all instant value of every single fight that they had to take. Not only for this one for Lydia, I felt like she got caught off guard, not expecting 2 players, but the first one right here for Alexis on the boxes to get the first pick, from the option of Donut to get a second one too, to allow now the pressure to be settled onto FlyQuest to retake with the spike tickling down. Then you need somebody to go for the instant tap, and that's where you can get those aggro swings, those aggro timings that pans out in favor of Sarah. Beautiful there, 10-10 scoreline, and just those 2 rounds in itself, from a Thrifty to this current round, or the last round, it breaks the econ of FlyQuest to give a chance for SRG to regain the lead in his 3rd map.
Holy moly, these rounds, Vance.
Yeah,
they're getting
insane.
crazy. 10-10 now after the series we've had now. SRG able to stunt that lead FlyQuest had of 2 rounds. And now they're down onto a sheriff round. Looking to get on the line here. Edith forced more so into that fight, and a very big return on investment for a full ultimate here from Noya.
Yeah, especially if it's against an eco, that's fine, because now you know where the stack is, and you can decide to fight against that or not, and not decide to fall back instead. This is nice.
Running up mid, Alexis is like, space, free space, give me now. Just taking that insert. Oh my gosh, Dodo Nut. A quick sweep of Jazzykins off of Tree, and they're all just heading to the back line. Okay, yeah, looking to pay the toll there. Wait a minute, all these sheriffs are coming online. We're in Game Changers, ladies and gentlemen. And that means you have to be very afraid of getting your head taken off by those.
15 seconds left, Riv. You gotta book it right now for Sarah. You gotta
not enough time to plant.
Oh my god.
There was not enough time to plant.
God.
No way. That is an incredible kill they were able to find on the transition, and a moment that saves SRG the round for sure.
Jesus, you were talking about insane rounds. I mean, this could not be more intense from like shenanigans. That could have been a Sideshow Melons moment. It turns out to be a round here for SRG, but holy crap.
See it again, and just back and forth, causing a lot of trouble. Another round where SRG was actually, and that was an eco round, taken to red on the timer from after what they were kind of planning here. So FlyQuest doing a lot to source out what's going on. We have the timeout now, and look at the kill scores across that. This is a game for everybody right now. This is a great 3rd map.
Yeah. Everybody's doing an incredible job right now, and the results definitely show. It was not necessarily as back and forth as we wanted to keep the game intense, but right now when it comes down to the final moments of now elimination for FlyQuest, remember in this series it is now 2-0 for SRG. If FlyQuest loses this round or loses this map, they're out of this tournament at 3rd place. So they're definitely desperately trying to stay in this game. You're starting to see how, at least within the rounds, it's definitely keeping it very close.
So they're going to be rushing still. I think this one helps them avoid the op of Edith a bit, but they are running into it. So Edith is still going to have a chance to activate at least once, or maybe even on a collat here, depending on how fast that movement from SRG is.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oh, that's Jazzy. Wait, double op?
Yeah.
Okay, you just confused me. I was only looking at the op, not the player. Double op from FlyQuest. That's how locked in I am. I'm just tunnel visioned on whoever's aiming down a scope right now. And it's going to be the peek out Jazzy. We talked about the op before. Can they bring it back online? It's going to be a push out. They know with the op close, they want to push it, but maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the help. Ev is there to clear. And this is going to be a man or a player up now inside of FlyQuest. Oh! Shots through the wall. Lydia goes down, and they can't even see FlyQuest in the fights that they're trying to take. Very nicely done at the last moment. FlyQuest is able to find that tie once again, unless Noya has something to say about it.
Probably not. 5 versus
Not
1,
at
a
all.
flawless on top of that Rift. I think right now for the position that they had off the timeout was kind of nice. Because right now Jazzkins, or she lands a shot or she doesn't. She misses, but she still has double nanoswarm to be able to escape. And when you think you have timing, the Jets dashing through to chase her down. The nanoswarms are slowing out the rest of the team.
Yep.
And then you still have a 3-player stack on the B side to punish everything there. And I don't think SRG was ready for that type of style yet because of this weird angle in play here for the side of FlyQuest. And
Absolutely.
the good news, though, is that the 2 ops still remain in this round. And they know now that they're facing against double op.
When you walk in a site, you're like, oh, no, don't worry, that's Jazzy. And Jazzy was the one with the op. Oh,
Beautiful.
Edith is the one starting off the round this time as we hit round 23.
Destroyed.
She looks to uneven the score. Lydia goes down, so that's going to be smokes out. This is going to be really hard unless they get the free peeks, and the free peeks are for Jazzy because, yeah, there's another op, and they are singing for FlyQuest.
First one to fall was a smoker as well, so it's so hard for them to get space.
tough.
They're just trying to smoke to pick up the spike at least, and now trying to fight out in the open. Re-swing into Jazzykins here. Jazzykins, she's going to be overzealous. That might be a chance here for SRG to win this one, but it seems as though I've seen this scenario before here, Riv.
Oh, double ping. Hello. All right. Man, FlyQuest, the things that are happening for them, too, are building so much confidence, giving Jazzy the confidence, too. Like you said, play the double Molly plays right in front of the wall. It's not a jet escaping. That was a runaway protection by Ev. So, yeah, they're really pushing the limit here with what they think SRG is expecting and catching SRG off guard.
30 seconds
And the small
left.
changes from FlyQuest within that round, right? It was Ev
For sure.
breaking the owl drone on the top of Fridge so that Edith could actually proc dash and go through the smoke and punish Lydia right away. So you got to be ready for those type of plays, especially when the owl drones get shot right away instantly. You got to be ready for somebody to do those type of plays. And because I feel like FlyQuest has never really done that
10
throughout this
seconds
half,
left.
it really just threw SRG for a loop.
In Vans.
Now they
Look
have,
at-
yeah, dude, this is match point.
Look at the alts coming online for what's going to be next round. Like, tips off of everyone being nuclear. This
Yep.
is going to get crazy here.
Match
A lot up
point.
for SRG. 1 aways from FlyQuest there. Yeah, this is going to be an explosive round, and it has to be. SRG will call the timeout to stop the 2-round momentum here for FlyQuest.
I feel like this has to be quick here, Riv. I don't think you could give a chance here for FlyQuest to try to go for extremity control, to grab orbs on their side as well, especially when you have Hunter's Fury ready or whatnot, off a kill, off an orb, and you have something very good right now for SRG on the attack with the Annihilation. Usually they're trying to keep this to stall here for that pulse plant, but I feel that because FlyQuest for the last couple of rounds have played the B line and also the catwall line a little bit more aggressively, especially playing against double op, dude, there is definitely a chance to throw an Annihilation to try to catch one of those lines of the Opper. They just need to figure out where it is. I feel like you could still default the same way with putting that drone up towards that Fridge. If Ev tries to swing out early again, just throw that Annihilation back towards Catwalk. If it doesn't get broken, it allows SRG to scale up towards mid for that control and start using their Senti utility to block those lanes, cut the rotates, and start splitting that map so they can play numbers against FlyQuest.
Oh, we came into this map saying SRG really wasn't using timeouts, fans.
Yeah, true.
That's a different story here as FlyQuest have
Googling ain't stealing
activated.
paychecks.
Yeah, no more. Put that notebook to work. All right, full A. One of the first times we've seen SRG put all the eggs in one basket like this without having a little map control.
Yeah. It's quick already. They rang the first op shot as well.
There's a Vandal down. They're actually ready to sort out the arsenal and keep this going. Thea's going to play up top. FlyQuest are looking to end this one right now as they get 2 quick kills, but it's answered. And now, not even. Melia gets the advantage. Spikes down. It's going to have to be sawed out. It's split for Lydia and Sarah. FlyQuest have really come out of the woodwork to make this one happen and extend the series one more map. But Lydia and Sarah still have something to say about it, and 1 minute left in the round.
The only silver lining is that there's no big ult except for the not dead yet. So Melia has to start moving out here so that she becomes a tip of the spear so the other two could follow up.
The push. The Vandal's going to draw the fire down to 25 HP, and now they're going to cause the util have to clear up top. Oh, 9!
Oh
Just the
gosh.
outside of the shock dart. This is insane. The next shock dart goes up top. Delay coming in now from Sarah's utility. Melia hits the first one. They know exactly where she is now. They jump down for the shorty. That's going to be a not dead yet. A kill for Sarah. It's the classic. Oh my God. Melia saves the day, saves the series, and FlyQuest stay aloft here in the lower bracket final.
What a nice try there for Sarah, but it is definitely the story of FlyQuest flying high for the retake and the comeback here for the first and second half to be able to push this into a fourth map. That was such an insane, dude. I was snoozing like this.
I'm falling out of my chair over
I got
here.
my oomphy ready to go to bed and just close out this stream. But now we're ready. I'm probably gonna have to take this off the next map.
No way, no way. The break's too long, so we're gonna throw to it right now. There's way more to go. The desk is gonna break it down. We got more maps. Break.
Bring it.
We'll go to break.
Bring it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. FlyQuest won Ascent and extended the series by yet another map. Another opportunity to topple SRG for the first time in, what is it now, 2 years? Checking the calendar, but who's counting? Zoe back with Emily and Ash to break it all down. This, finally, towards the end of the map, was the FlyQuest we kind of wanted to see. They played with so much more confidence, guys.
Yeah, no, sorry, they did. And I just completely blanked out there. No, they did. They looked really good towards the end there. I think in that first half, you know, getting those last 4 rounds is kind of what won them the game and what turned everything around for FlyQuest. It felt like they were really struggling against this double Sentinel comp, which understandably so. They weren't doing a great job at, you know, playing together, trying to break a lot of that utility. If anything, they were just kind of, it felt like they were just running into it and hoping for the best, but they figured it out in the end. And then when we move over to that second half, they just started to get that momentum going and going. And to be fair, SRG, they're struggling a little bit, trying to find solutions. And especially as soon as FlyQuest brought out that double op, it became a big challenge for SRG. They're running that double Sentinel comp. They only have a drone and a dart to try and figure out where it was. And when you have an op attacking you from mid and an op attacking you from a main that you're getting kind of forced into funneling into, it's a really hard thing for them to battle. But they kept their composure, right? We saw them kind of get the lead there for a little bit by 3 rounds, I believe, but it still wasn't enough. And that last round here, Sarah almost getting this clutch was insane. And I guess here's where you see that the cloak did have a little bit of value.
Yeah, we saw, the value coming out from that double controller finally a little bit later on. It's pretty crazy to see how FlyQuest Red were just able to completely change the narrative after SRG were able to start up 8-0 on this map. I think we can all agree that we thought, okay, it might just be over in 3 here in the lower bracket, but with their backs up against the wall here for FlyQuest Red, they were able to completely turn things around. And I think that's something that we've praised from them previously, is the mental fortitude and experience of the players on this team being capable of turning moments like this into moments of greatness for them. And I think that you're taking a look at kind of like the head-to-head between these two Jet players. Edith was absolutely popping off on that defensive side. On the attacking side also had, some glimmers of brilliance as well, but I feel like the power of the double operator that we really saw coming through was absolutely huge to really get things started here for the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, Jazzy and Edith both on that op really caused some issues. That together with the double smoke, that was a tough one for SRG to attack into. Generally, it was great to see Jazzy come alive here as well alongside Edith, because we talked about it in map 1 and 2, right, guys? That there's just so much pressure on Edith to just kind of carry it all on Amelia as well. And that's a lot of pressure to put on just 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, it really is. I think that talking a little bit more about like the double operator, the fact that Jazzy is able to pull it out for the side of FlyQuest as well, really just shut things down for SRG. They really have like the paranoia, they have a drone to work with on those executes. We saw them going for some of those defaults early on in that attacking side, but it doesn't really play well into how Edith and Jazzy were really able to control both sides of the map on top of the cycling that you get with the Clove and Omen smokes as well. Very suppressive. I think that they both played their roles incredibly well. Like, how often do you get to see a KJ opping on any map, let's be honest, and of course it's going to be Jazzy to do it.
Yeah, and when I'm thinking back to the rounds where they were defaulting, getting picked off, for me, I just really wanted to see them take all the utility that they did have to work with and kind of funnel it into just going straight up execs, like what we saw in that very last round. But even when they did try to do that, it just kind of fell apart. In that last round, people weren't, the spacing was bad. We weren't able to follow up Dodonut just kind of going out and trying to make that space. And then there's another round that comes to mind where they went for a little bit of a B exec, right? And they pushed back the operator. They did everything right, but then it was just little minor mishaps, like, the side of FlyQuest, they sent out a dart, and then Jazzykins gets a op collab through Boathouse on a person logs and a person tucked in Boathouse. Like, it's all these little things added up to them not winning these rounds, even though they kind of did everything that they could in those situations. They were doing everything right, but FlyQuest just got away with it. And it was really nice to see, because they have been putting in the work, they have been trying, and I feel like it wasn't properly displayed in those first 2 maps. But in a sense, in that second half, I felt like we really saw what FlyQuest can bring out and what they can do. And as long as they can keep that moving forward, we might have a closer best of 5 than we were originally anticipating.
Yeah, they have to come into this next map with a lot of momentum, because SRG picked Breeze. This is a map where they recently had really, really strong finishes on, right? It was a 13-5 against Ghost Gaming, a 13-5 against Poppy Thieves, and then a 13-3 against Wadada. So they have been looking really, really strong. On the other side for FlyQuest, excuse me. Yeah, they're 1-1. Kind of got bullied by Swim Track Blue just the other day, right? In the upper bracket, they lost that one 13-4, I believe. And they did play it against Ghost Gaming, I want to say. They did win it, but they've been playing this... I'm gonna... how to say this nicely? They're playing an interesting composition there with a Teo in, no scan on Breeze, which is just... that's a choice that, you can make. Is it a good one? I don't know, guys.
Yeah, I think it's complicated when it comes down to that FlyQuest composition.
Because,
okay, hear me out. Listen, Zoe. You're talking about the recon. It's so important on Breeze because you have all of these wall controllers that are able to really divvy up that space, and the scan is so important when it comes down to just getting the information that's necessary to clear out those areas, or even just force somebody to move their crosshair off of an angle that they're holding and reposition. I think for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, they really like this kind of new age harbor composition that we've been seeing here on Breeze, with the Viper here as well, to really help them take that space. And for FlyQuest Red, their comp really shines with the idea of going for these like fast flood retakes, something that was really missing in that Swim Trek Blue game.
Yeah, and when we're looking at FlyQuest starting on the attack here and all the walls and kind of delay that's coming in from this more meta comp coming in from SRG, they're going to be relying heavily on those flashes because they don't have that recon, right? They have the drone. As soon as that gets broken and there's another wall coming up, they're going to be heavily relying on flooding out, making sure Edith is able to get space surrounding those flashes so they can get some sort of ground on site to kind of follow up with. And then when we flip over to that defense half, the way they played against Swimtrack was not how you want to play when you have a comp like you do, right? You were talking about it a little bit in the green room, Ash, is that you want them to be playing those flood retakes. And we saw that when they went up against Ghost and it looked so good. But when they were playing against Swim, there was a lot of hesitation. There was a lot of not willing to take gambles or even go for information and take that space. So I'm a little worried that if they continue how to play in the first 2 maps of this series so far, that they're going to just fall back into old habits and have that kind of crumble beneath them.
Yeah, those are the adjustments that I definitely want to see in the second half from FlyQuest Red. Really have that Teho for Ev shine with being able to re-clear those areas. I think, though, for the side of FlyQuest, they have yet to actually start on the attacking side here on Breeze. Both times they played this map, they started out on defense first, so they get the opportunity to control the tempo a little bit. Shopify Rebellion Gold, though, on defense, they're really good at disrupting those plays, especially with those mid pushes and the insane flash lineups that we were seeing from Alexis yesterday.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard uphill battle for FlyQuest Red. Let's hope that they keep the momentum going in their play. What have you seen that really stood out that you feel like would carry on well in Breeze?
Okay, the biggest thing going for SRG right now is the way that they play their defense setup. They love to go for these anchors and bounce off of each other, and they have so many smokes that they're willing to hide in. They have so many different angles and positioning no matter what site they're going on. And I think FlyQuest, they're going to be after playing like they did on that defense half on this end. They're going to have to be together, being able to get those trades off. Otherwise, you know, we're going to have a little bit of a repeat of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I want to see a lot of togethering from FlyQuest. That's how my 4-year-old daughter calls it. So let's see what they have in store for us. Shopify Rebellion are just 1 map away from making it to the grand finals. Let's see if FlyQuest can get another dub on the board to keep themselves alive. The dynamic duo Vance and Riff are standing by to call the action as this thriller is about to unfold.
We are ready. I'm ready to see 3 ops, 4 ops, and 5. Togetherness. All of it in this next one, because Breeze is going to be a shooting range coming out here, and when you tempt SRG on Breeze, you gotta have your crosshairs locked in. FlyQuest bringing that momentum, as the team said, is going to be a tough one here against SRG's Breeze.
I'm expecting this point with what we just saw on a set here, Riv, that we're going to see double op on the defense for FlyQuest for this map too, because
for sure
I think if we're looking at historical results for FlyQuest and recency bias, the comp didn't really have too much value when they were playing a defensive side. So I think trying to get ops would be superb for them once they take over that side. But the attack side starts first. This is a great opportunity to leverage space making from the Teho utility. And they're actually reading the correct way at the beginning as they're leading 4 players towards this B side with only Noya playing the solo.
4 maps in a row, SRG starts on the defensive side. Haven will be the only one that changes if we reach it, and that means FlyQuest has to get the dub. Right now they've inserted, that's a good bit of noise that Faye is able to transfer over to the squad as they start to take the B site. It looks split for the retake by this Viper wall from Noya, so they're just waiting for the team to head elbow.
Yeah, Noya just has to contain here so they don't push out towards arches, but as you've mentioned, all that noise being heard is looking to get fought right now towards the main.
You kill dog, a bite, a scratch, and Sarah's going to be able to get that first one down. A little trade from Ev. Nice shot on the concuss. And they continue to go through. Edith, back and forth here, trying to work the wall to make sure still in the safe spot. Nice timing by Noya as SRG is doing just that, taking their time to encroach on this space. They know they have the numbers and they can all swing off each other when need be. Wait, Melia denying that, but also the defuse is going to still go through. They're dodging, dipping. Lydia gets the kill as they still go for the fights, but it's an SRG defuse and a pistol round once again.
It all fumbles here, Riv. Man, the dog actually bit 2. Stunned 2 players towards elbow. They had 3 players looking down that line, yet somehow they still managed to get 1 kill and have the second player escape for SRG. Now what happens here in the pulse plan? Okay, you lose that fight. You know they've fallen back towards elbow. Why are we not breaking the orb as we're also putting in our missiles down towards that spike? Break that orb to give a chance here for Melia to get that lurk. So it didn't really work out in their favor here in the pulse plan, and Another pistol round here that goes the way of SRG, but thankfully here we've seen some glimpse of hope when FlyQuest Red took the defensive side, especially going through this series. They are starting to come back as well in pistol rounds in their favor, closing that gap on pistol round victories as well for FlyQuest, but this time around it's going to be SRG taking the first, or being able to talk first here in this series.
No movement after kind of taking this A space just to see if SRG gets antsy and wants to clear it. But they, again, play safe. I think FlyQuest have read this from the previous maps, but they're still hoping SRG will fumble it. And it doesn't look like it's going to be anything else other than A here. Melia not getting too much ground or finding any kills. And the util's about to be dropped. 15 seconds as well, just to verify with the knife that they're going to be in the right spot too. And I think FlyQuest is going to have to move right now into this one. Darted out, cleared, and yeah, Alexis ready to pull the trigger with Lydia just on the other side of this crossfire. And there's the knife we were expecting. Hello. Only gets one, though. Still kind of selling this. Love for Melia to get a kill here. Team walkthrough on one side, and that's the transition. SRG come out from the other one as they play Ring Around the Rosie on Shrimp and Crab.
One enemy remaining.
No time either.
Down,
even with the lurk was a little bit too late for Melia, so that spike out in the open. Noya's going to hold it out in the open, even winning that fight.
Yeah.
It was a nice attempt. I think even if the knife only saw Teo, but with the fact that a flash came out instantly from Jazzikins, you kind of knew, okay, both initiators are there, so there should be more players around here to work behind our walls. So again, I think I've mentioned this on the desk yesterday when we had a chance to watch SRG play on this map as well. Against Ghost Gaming, is they have great utility and a great composition to do a little bit of everything here on this map. So that last round was a great example of containment with the harbor wall and just trying to stall as much as you could here with the orbs and the KO knives. So it was very nice. Allows them to put themselves here at 2-0, but not the best of bonus rounds yet, which is why you're starting to see a little bit of aggression coming out here for the side of SRG. The wall is trying to funnel players towards middle, but unfortunately they couldn't get that timing to do some punishments.
Nicely played here. FlyQuest quickly going through with the damage they did last round. They have to realize at some point you can't fully give SRG respect. They run it knowing they have the gun diff and pick up that flawless.
Yeah. A little bit nicer too.
A little farming.
Exactly. Avoid the Viper wall towards that B side. Work up towards middle. You're trying to isolate the fights too, and they were doing that very well. I think it was just a 1v1 towards A main that got good value there. But now this is going to get the two players ready towards this A side once Stonenote walks down. This is traditional Alexis and Lydia trying to fight towards this B main with a lot of utility from the controller and the KO. They don't want to give up the space.
FlyQuest goes quick. They want to surpass that one way. Get past, I should say. In, out, break the crosshairs, but there's no follow-up. The flashes has separated the team. They're still able to find the cover, though. Very nice recoup there as they get into the site, and now they can play the wall accordingly as they set up their defensive spots.
Not too sure how the knife even got broken in the first place. Was it throw too high? Should have been towards the boxes, towards the main, something to not allow the util to come out. And that knife that missed, man, that allowed the flash to get so much value from Jazzkin. This is an instant save out here for SRG, so they have to rethink how they want to fight this a bit. It almost felt here, Riv, at the same time too, that what started a little bit of the chaos around SRG fumbling a little bit of the util is just a simple special delivery from Ev with the stun. Maybe it pushed them off the lines here, that they couldn't play as aggressively if they wanted to with the Storm Surge and the mollies. So yeah, time to rethink how they want to fight that line.
I think one of the things I like from FlyQuest already is that they went in the mid just last round, right? They're using the map, because when we see SRG on this the past few times on Breeze, they're just heavily towards site. Maybe sometimes door with whoever's playing. I'm sorry, I was gonna say whoever's playing Jet with Dodonut at the time, but yeah, really heavy just towards site. So I think FlyQuest being able to vary it up throws it off what SRG normally sees from their opponents too. This time back towards that A side, but keep it a look across the map overall.
So now that you were able to save 3 weapons, this is a buy through this, but Edith is actually not going for, well, I mean, I guess you don't really need to, right? This was flawless pretty much for the last 3 rounds for FlyQuest. You don't really need to upgrade into anything. keeping that money very much afloat for FlyQuest. And the protocols were a little bit earlier here for SRG. You want to try to find that early information from the drone and just try to fight with more containment on the A site. But FlyQuest is doing an excellent job right now, just playing a 2-2-1. Even avoiding the knife allows now Melia to start walking up here for them to play the fights towards the A site and maybe try to play inserts towards B.
Lydia might just throw the ult, knowing how many are behind the corner here. It's going to have to be a turn and run in this situation. They've avoided the op. Donut actually already rotated to the other site, so if it is FlyQuest activation here, they have a bit of the upper hand, and now are about to just full numbers the site. High Tide tries to come out, not enough time. No, there is, and that's just going to be a small spot. Edith knows Lydia's hiding behind. It's all about Lexus anchoring in this situation. Great cover from Sarah, actually. It's just over the shoulder. Gets Alexis's trade.
I feel like it was a mismatch with Util there. The lurk is perfect from Edith too. That might be another save. Donut has the op. You can't retake this on a 2 versus 4 unless mistakes happen, and mistakes did happen actually on SRG trying to anchor up that site because now you've forced to rotate out. Like I said, FlyQuest did an excellent job here by breaking the drone early on top mid.
Yeah.
Forced out to rotate in the first place. But what happens now is that those 2 players on each side, they have to get ready to play a little bit softer, so that now that Lydia gets spotted here, it shouldn't have been a fallback High Tide. It should have been a Storm Surge to stall, so you can't really come through, and then give a chance here for the High Tide to come up, for the players to come back together, and then start utilizing potentially even, more smokes to rotate back towards that site with the Reckoning on top of that, right? So I guess it was, again, pressure that didn't allow here for Lydia to have the best of utilities to stall here the door push.
I think it becomes a confidence check as well, in the sense that, SRG now has to realize how comfortable are they against this situation, standing close, double doors, Guardian, that ult there, but Fly's activating faster now. That might have worked on the past few maps where you might have seen Edith peak before they get to util, but it just seems much more in sync. And now SRG is going to get that time out to get that timing down and see what Googly has to say to the squad, as this is much earlier from them here than we've seen in the previous maps.
Yeah. And so far for FlyQuest, whenever they're slow defaulting like this, there is a little bit more of a lean here towards this A side. So I think we can't preemptively rotate Donut too much. I think maybe trying to go into the same similar things of like having Donut trying to peek through the double doors, even if they don't get really first contact into this, to waste out util from Sky at the very beginning will not allow for FlyQuest to get too much here to really execute towards site. So then maybe the anchor players could get more value here all over on the site. So I'd like to see, SRG try to disrespect a little bit more the forward lines that FlyQuest takes here on their defaulting, just so that not only you slow things down for FlyQuest, but you're forcing them to utilize way more utility before they actually go for a site hit.
Seeing these walls, keeping the op at A. I'd love to see Sarah get a little priority over here for Dodo Nut, if that's where they are going to keep the op, so they can get some shots through these walls. I mean, either site, once it gets down to it, it's just going to get walled up, so the op becomes that much harder, and I think FlyQuest knows they can play off that speed. Once again, balling up towards A.
Look at Donut disrespecting through that smoke, so they have full mid control. This allows for you to rotate a little bit more. Look at even Sarah moving in towards this A line now, so she can start ulting as well. Should start ulting as well. Should start ulting as well.
Should start, possibly. There's one. Reckoning comes through for Lydia. Oh, that's a Hunter's Fury. Sorry, not the Reckoning. Still
had both,
last round. Yeah, had both. Lydia does get a kill up on that. Edith's down low, but they get the plant down. Edith gets zapped out of position there with a chuck dart. And they still have a good hold on the site, though. The drone's going to try to clear over the wall, but going to be quickly fizzled out. Dancing and diving. Ev's just being the first contact point. SRG still has to find the last members of FlyQuest hiding behind everything and the pit, and Ev's able to get out alive. They are just toying with SRG as much as SRG had time to toy with Fly in the previous maps here. Nicely done to play it so confident in these final moments of the round each time by FlyQuest, taking a much different approach to the series.
Now you're gonna save the up again. Unfortunately, you can't save it anymore.
Can they?
I think this is actually going to be pretty good, though, because right now you're realizing here that FlyQuest are doing an excellent job to do site hits without even getting punished by an op early in the rounds. So I think you're just gonna have to put Donut as the rifler to start just fighting towards containing space. Now, the thing is I was, you know, looking like I was mauling through the Hunter's Fury, but joking around. But definitely it was hard for Sarah to really get the Hunter's Fury out because nobody was really playing a forward line close to the A main to really hear the drone come out. So as finally start hearing it, that's when the Hunter's Fury came out. But because our teammate is already towards the back of the pyramid, there's already so much space taken away here by FlyQuest that you can't really delay and fight well enough. Lydia should have maybe popped the ult a little bit earlier as well to maybe help out in those moments. But yeah, it was definitely hard for them to find that timing to react.
Clean little flash through the cut window there, but they're going to be pinched on both sides as it's already been SRG pushed out. What a response from FlyQuest, but still it's Dodo Nut who had the line, had 3 in a row. Bladestorm's online if it's even needed this round, but at 8 HP it seems risky, so they all play their life.
I think you
to
should
get back together to go hip and hip for doozies.
Or give that rifle to Sarah, pull out the Bladestorm. That's something I want to see coming out from FlyQuest back at Lotus, right? So this gives him a chance now for the 2v2. Use Dodo Nut as the tip of the spear to try to bait out, have Sarah trade out, and you know Sarah could clutch it.
Playing right on the spike. Has just gonna give that position up for the fight. Comes up with the first kill. Almost stands tall for the second one, but puts Sarah down to 20. Basically collecting the round for the squad, and a quick shot from Edith cleans that up. Very nicely done by FlyQuest. Keeping their attack side very heavily in their favor. Yeah, and right now it's just easy for FlyQuest. Like I said, I feel like there's a little bit of mispositioning right now for SRG, how they're starting off the defensive rounds. If you're looking for the status of the mini-map of how they're trying to put themselves into winning conditions or winning positions, they're not really being able to do so yet. Yeah. Holy moly. There's been a lot of times that Fly and SRG have met in upper brackets and lower brackets and in grand finals. Yeah. SRG is usually getting that upper hand. FlyQuest doesn't want to feel that anymore. Really coming online in the second half of this series again to put the pressure onto A right away and challenge what SRG may have figured out. Wall to contain as well, so it's really only Edith solo on the A side, but they're just sticking out there. There's another one. Walls on walls. Oh my gosh, they're building houses over here. Oh, what a cheeky little play. Edith as well, able to just get through the Cosmic Divide for a peek with the team at the same time. The SRG must just be pulling their hair out as they go to approach the site. Fly peeks them from every angle. Dude, that was insane. Very, very nicely done, too. That was insane. I think there was there even a flash that came out from Jazzykins for them to swing out? If not, they just 3-2-1 all through the Cosmic Divide and just ran everybody down for SRG. That was very nice by FlyQuest. High, low, in different positions was just so effective. Yeah, and now things just continue to spiral out of control for SRG. So it's from mispositioning from SRG to great team play and actual executes from FlyQuest as well. Also leveraging a lot of the util on top of that and cycling great ults for their site hits too. It's very nice to see the FlyQuest night and day results and performances so far from the last time that they played this in the upper bracket against Star Trek Blue. Definitely looking like they're able to shoot back as well. It's not necessarily just on the game plan here. Yeah, that's it. They're not just answers. They're not shooting back. They're refined answers. The strategies are coming out. The last map, they felt double op would be strong, and they had the confidence for that. Now they're playing off the confidence of all of these rounds, and you have to do some crazy stuff when you have that much money, because then you get in your opponent's head. So having almost max on some of the players on FlyQuest allows them to do these pushes where they'll flash out of tunnel and try to take that fight mid instantly kind of stuff. And feel okay if they do lose a few. It's different because last map it was everyone going down. Nobody had money when you came out of a win round even. Man, we are high-tiding very early as well for Lydia. Early knife too. They can just slow things down a bit here on this B side. I think this is preemptive if they're going to make too much noise and really execute this. Yeah. Yeah, thankfully the snake bite's going to slow them down for a bit, but look at the insert already you have from Edith at bricks. So now they can work around the map.
So they're making sure here that you have one player playing towards that spawn to watch the rotates. You have everybody that's going to walk back towards A main silently because you already have the insert of Edith in the first place. And by the time they get there, they could cycle the wall back up and have the Jazzy flash instantly that's going to catch the players off guard because SRG is not trying to re-clear towards main. They have no drone to do it either.
Got confident. Going to be pushing through. SRG still deciding to play forward and not anchor from the back. They lose one. Sarah's there. This has got to be up for Alexis. Oh my God, 2 come through and they make the impossible possible. Just when you think another round where SRG tries to play forward for the anchor won't work, they come up with numbers. They come up with the round and they prove you wrong.
I don't know what happened there because I thought there was still a lot of time left to go back towards A main and just group up with Edith. I mean, you already knew the util that came out in the first place from the A main side. There's no recontest out of SRG in front of A main, especially when you have already somebody there towards bricks. So you have to think
it doesn't seem like it should work.
Yeah, the rest of the line of defense actually should be behind the Viper wall that you conditioned every single time. So you're going through the meat grinder, just going back through the mid double doors to where the stack could potentially be, because they're already given up on covering A site. So I think the re-hit should have happened towards A main instead. I didn't like that call.
Meteor shower here on B. 5 stars down as they crash into the site. Round 10, FlyQuest want to keep it going strong, and they absolutely get in the face of SRG immediately. Holy moly.
Well.
5 stars down. How much more can you tell a team that we are about to slam into this site? And they didn't care at all. Lydia here to be cleaned up. If that's the case, gets a quick kill and has a bit of time on this spike to work around the walls. But it's Fly feeling too good. Ev gets the final one there, and they blossom another round into their favor. 7-3 now.
5 stars on the site, and SRG's review is like, yeah, we didn't like that. It didn't taste good to have players just run us down after you have just Thea playing RTS style Astra for the rest of the team to scale through. That was very nice. Change the pace, change the tempo as well from, you know, having that default that didn't work out that previous round into like, oh, it's just slam B.
Yeah.
And they're gonna do it again with the Armageddon again.
Like they said, the factor of having the money, this is conditioning time, right? The opposing team has to respect everything. It's just a Shopify Rebellion. They're the opposing team.
Huge.
Have to respect everything. Sarah with the kill. And yeah, that shuts down this play. SRG needed some breathing room.
Yeah, because that would have given like dog to Armageddon to really clear out that pit towards that B site. So having Ev falling down is actually very good for SRG on this defensive round.
Scout destroyed.
Knowing that was close. Dog had no time to run, so Alexis can call the initiators. Very close on double doors mid. That's going to call over Dodo. I'm sorry, that's Sarah now.
Yeah.
And this rock around by Edith is going to be crazy.
Edith is calling pineapple right now because they have the timing. This is an easy backstab onto Sarah potentially, but making sure that you clear full sight.
Oh.
There you go. There's the first kill.
1, 2. And yeah, look, Alexis knows she can't turn around. Very stoic and understanding the kills were going to come from straight ahead. Did what she could, but FlyQuest is still on the ball.
Yeah, just what happened there towards that mid round to really try to look towards middle. You can't because you've already placed the wall from Melia, so now you have the up down with the wall too. It blocks the vision, so it was very nice. It's well executed by FlyQuest on the fly, no pun intended. As soon as they lost Ev, right, just to pivot to say I'm gonna try to find a time to commit, put that wall up. Edith gets through, even gets a 3K on top of that. This is now Fly dissecting currently SRG on their defense.
The distance they have is so sketchy, but the understanding of their momentum right now, Donut has to respect that anybody could have been 2 feet from her. But they were across into sand, and still FlyQuest have that time, the understanding, and just the patience to take the round. Last round of the first half, but it's 8-3 in favor of FlyQuest for the first time. Man,
I'll be honest with you, Riv. When I saw this go into a third map of Ascent and then on Breeze, I was like, guaranteed. Well, actually, no.
After
Ascent when it was 8-0? Yeah, after Split agreed.
Split is FlyQuest map. That's their 100%, and it went to SRG so handily.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And then going into 8-0 Ascent, but then to this one, I was like, SRG has a perfect comp for this. They know how to play it. Fly didn't look good at all on this map with this composition, but holy crap, did they put time around the clock this time around too to come out with pure passion this fight.
Double cloudburst distraction, but the team is separated from the Reckoning. Very nicely done. SRG is finally able to cut this tether that FlyQuest used to protect each other on the site take. And now they have the X-Fire right outside. Anybody who wants to try to get it is going to get taken down.
Look at a chess match again, dude. It's just beautiful, the util from both sides now. I've barely seen a gunfight. It was all util trades that ends up being a spray after through a cloudburst that literally wins that fight. Just very nice. That was sick.
All right, cheeky inserts. Little elevation change my melee on the box to not get spammed. As they're now going to hold out. I mean, cross-map play would be kind of nutty right now because you avoid everybody on SRG, but still, you're asking for a lot to have to clear all of this space safely.
Yeah. Right now, the gap they have to identify here is elbow and B main. So Noya is currently jiggling into mid, but there's really nothing else at that part. So she can't really watch towards the B main. So they might still be able to walk in here for FlyQuest to get the plant down. But it's going to have to be 2 hero plays from both Thea and Melia onto this B site.
Is that a tip of that? Oh, they know one has already entered. They actually caught the backside of Jazzy close to the site. So it's going to be basically default plant here. Best B main save if they can keep somebody out there. But everyone's inside sight. They start to go ladder, back sight, and Jazzy's going to hold the cut. This is a lot of members flooding in from wall. Alexis with the pop flash, back turn, and they're in. Wall's going to keep them safe for just another section here as they clear quadrant by quadrant. Thea's actually to get in. Noya just misses it. Tunneled over the shot. Melia with one more here as they clean up SRG on the way back through. Melia ducking, dodging, actually puts the head down to avoid the damage. And this is going to have to be a jump up. Scene one, spam through, running down the time, 3 HP, as Lydia limps back to the spike, and it's a known spam from Melia. Another clutch and a round win, 9-3 to end the half in favor of FlyQuest.
That was so clutch for the one that ran inside the cove as it wasn't broken once again. And I thought it was going to be a diffuse under their nose. And somehow came through, killed the spike diffuser, and put Lydia at 3 HP into the fight. How did that turn back in favor? That's a 3 versus 5. How is this not traded in the first place? Unfortunately, this because Noya only had a sheriff to work with, but that was the biggest kills out from Noya as well to allow here Melia, or sorry, the biggest kill from Thea as well to allow Melia to win that 1v1 in the end. That was huge. That should have been an 8-4.
FlyQuest is creating trap plays out of the walls that SRG uses. Those quadrants they freely moved into just made them be surrounded by the attack squadron of FlyQuest at the end there. Really neatly played, and man, FlyQuest have turned it up to a different level to even show this strength coming into map number 4 and likely pushing it to a 5th if they can get this pistol round. Jazikin starts him off with the classic on Denoya. That's going to be big wall and smoker down. Followed up by Dodo and Sarah from SRG, though, to slow things down. Alexis hot to fire. And now the plant comes through. It's going to be hard to retake the site for Edith and Jazzy.
They gave way too much space there, over from middle to B side. That knife disabled all that util and allow SRG to flood as soon as Noya realized that double push that she lost again. So they knew they had a 4 versus maybe 3 on that site, and they won that perfectly for SRG.
Your fault.
Little boop. One on the nose for Sarah. Oh, wait a minute. Come on now. Getting in. Oh, wait. Perfect time to dash. They identify one more player so they can turn back to it. A 1v1, and FlyQuest is going to get the pistol round. There's no way, Vans. There's absolutely no way.
I'm flabbergasted.
I can't. We saw this from SRG earlier, and you think one team can do that in a series. That's fine, but we get it from FlyQuest as well. Never backing down.
My guy, we had a 5 versus 3 in the 12th round where Lydia had a full Harbor util, and unfortunately they lost that. But this time it was a 4 versus 2 where everybody was on an island. Where are we trying to find information or being able to trade off each other too? I felt like there was definitely some mispositioning here in that post-plant scenario, and then that is an important pistol round coming out here from FlyQuest to show potentially here the domination on this 4th map. And being able to actually push this into Haven. I would not have expected this. I thought, again, this game was over once we got here on Haven. Just
FlyQuest are showing some extraordinary just perseverance and ability to find the path around SRG. One of the teams that are praised for adapting in the game every round. A third from Edith. A fourth from Edith. Fires. Oh my God, that was disgusting.
And
what is happening right now? They're juiced up.
Dude. Just one by one, again, just pop, 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 but it is an outlaw against pistols, right? So you're gonna have to give a little bit of credit as well to SRG. Be like, it's still tough fights to take. All one-shottable, but that shot was clean onto Alexis.
Bring it down for the farming of ecos, bring it up for the statement made. It evens out.
Yep. And that's now Blade Storm available for Edith. That's also gonna allow for them to have a pretty strong bonus round for FlyQuest because they have still the outlaw.
Up and over and through the drop of the smoke. Nicely played. In the midst of the util is how SRG is going to have to do it now, as it's been fast from FlyQuest, even on the defensive side here. Dodonut's going to blast through, try to get a swing peek, and the rest of the team will follow there, and they are really using teamwork to make that dream work now. Moving forward together, though, Edith has something to say about it, but Dodonut and the rest of the team have made too much ground here, it seems, to allow this round to go in favor of Fly. Just Melia to clean up the round, as it looks like Orange is going to have a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, especially when we got a Hilo watching across.
Yeah.
Both Lydia and Noya are watching that. Boom goes the dynamite. So yeah, at least for now for SRG, I feel like they, as much as we were praising FlyQuest on how good they've been playing so far here on this map, let's reel it back as well to where they had pain points when they were playing on this map as well against Swimcheck Blue. It was actually playing a defense as well. So right now, where they had issues with was actually having like the Astra and Tateo playing a lot towards the A site and playing very similar positions as to where you had Lydia and Alexis most previously on the map of on this map on A site. So they might run into similar counts if they're playing a little bit too passively to give so much space here for SRG to work with.
Oh, already flying into this one. What a curious spot to be in with the operator, and SRG take full advantage of that, but the trades, wait, Melia is incredible this series, completely saving the left side of the site, and mid's locked down by Thea. Now they can easily protect Sarah, able to circumvent the defense, working behind enemy lines, makes it possible for SRG, but these rounds keep dwindling down to one player, and it's gonna be Jazzy. That's the one they call upon for FlyQuest, spreading her wings to bring it to a match point on map 4 for FlyQuest.
Again, it's going to be Sarah on a 1 versus X. On Ascent, it was a 1 versus 3, now a 1 versus 4. That is just so close, but no cigar. This time even had first shot against Jazzikins, but just couldn't connect the shots in the end. And it's FlyQuest now at map point. That was insane. Everything worked out perfectly, too. The knife disabled all the util on the defense as well over on the A side, and it just came down to the team deathmatch. And when you were telling me here, well, actually, let's hold that thought. Looks like FlyQuest, they need to hold now the mid push. Okay, now it's finally being slowed down. They were trying to actually punish somebody towards middle. But yeah, Riv, when you told me that this was going to be a fight right now out in the open at TDM, I would have given it to SRG every single time. But now, holy crap.
Oh my God. Does it again. The elbow spot just powering Edith somehow. Collat on the operator. That'll be left to the wayside. It's not something SRG even want to try to work with right now. But it is making everything happen for FlyQuest. They rotate over to the left side. A push from Melia allows this to be confirmed, and they are ready to bring this to Haven. Dodonut now with the Blade Storm out, looking to lay Fly low on the site take. Hunter's Fury up the gut to discombobulate the site, but is it going to be enough? Alexis and the rest of the team really haven't made too much ground in. Now they know the advantage is trying to be taken. Alexis finds one as the daggers go out. Sarah on another. SRG looking to stay alive, but Melia's got the lurk. Turns the heads around as the timing is getting tighter and tighter now for Shopify Rebellion, and it's only going to be Dodonut. They call upon the duelists to keep this map alive. On to Breeze, the firefight we expected to go for the crosshairs of Shopify has wholly gone in the favor of FlyQuest, and it's going to come down to a 1v1 again.
And it's a race. 14 seconds left. You have to stick onto the spike plant. That gives a chance now Familiar to close that gap too as soon as the spike gets planted.
Gets to the middle. That's Ben move, doesn't have the right side to plant on, and it's going to be all the way around to sand. I bet you Donut looks doors, right? Why wouldn't you in this situation? It's going to be the faster rotation. And Melia, who else to come up with a 3K on the final round, pits down just to show how much it means getting that ult out because it's not needed. We're going to Haven. This series goes the distance.
Oh my God, Melia once again being the hero. You've seen flashes in the pan of what Melia was able to do on the controller roll from map to map, but this time being the hero on Breeze on a dominating one-sided affair for FlyQuest to push this onto a 5-mapper. I'm loving this right now. Color me, I don't know what, man. I'm just baffled how good that was a map there for FlyQuest. I'm impressed.
It's absolutely incredible. Rarely do we see a team turn around so much and kind of handle the battle after it comes to a reverse sweep. This is a reverse sweep with momentum that FlyQuest is showing us, and against a Shopify Rebellion that has been clearing the lower bracket nonetheless. There's one more for the lower bracket finals to come. The desk will break that down and set up our final map of Haven after this.
reverse sweep is in progress. After a dominant 2-0 lead, SRG suddenly stumble. And FlyQuest are heating up. They put on a clinic on Breeze just now. And Emily, this is not at all what we may or may not have been alluding to as we were setting up that map. Analysts being long.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we were talking about their comp a lot, right? Where, you know, they're starting on attack for FlyQuest. They don't have that scan, and they really just did not need it. I felt like when we're used to watching SRG perform on this map, they love to anchor those sites in pairs of 2. They love, you know, spamming those walls and those smokes and just giving them the best opportunity possible. But it felt like even then, they couldn't get anything going. It felt like FlyQuest was such a good job at kind of splitting up those 2 site anchors or punishing one of them so early into the round that it's just like a 1v4 on site for whoever's left on the side of SRG. It just was not working out in their favor. And, you know, eventually I would say round 8 or 9 was kind of the turning point for them, where like we saw them actually playing together on those sites. They were getting those man advantages, but it just wasn't enough. If we're looking at round 12, it was a 5v3 and they were going for a retake on B. They had all the util, but it just fell apart. FlyQuest randomly swung through their walls, getting those picks and just being unexpected, and SRG just wasn't ready for it, and they weren't able to get those trades off. And then when you look at that pistol, again, a man advantage. They were up in a 4v2, and still they just were not aware and not having every angle on point, which is something that we're not used to seeing with SRG. It felt like they did start to panic a little bit after losing that ascent map, and, you know, they're kind of, I don't want to say running out of steam because they still have a whole map ahead of them, but just the team chemistry and just them playing together was not there for a lot, or for majority of this map.
Yeah, I think that it definitely felt disjointed, something that you don't see from this SRG roster very often, but gotta definitely highlight, I feel like, the successes that we saw from FlyQuest. This team, it felt like they were able to just find so many opportunities to poke holes in that defensive side of SRG. There were so many times where I feel like in the green room we're watching this game and we're like, wait, how is Edith there right now?
No,
wait,
yeah.
how is Melia here right now? Like, they were genuinely in their heads when it came down to that map control and a lot of the positioning. And I think that overall here for the side of FlyQuest, again, we had yet to see them really start on that attacking side. Their losses previously on Breeze had been really tough losses, so we never really got to see them going. And now, having been in control of the tempo to start off this map, it really let them build that momentum. And I feel like as the series has gone on, the synergy has gotten a lot better.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to see that, right, unfolding in front of our very eyes, with FlyQuest being this momentum warlord right now, where nothing seemed to click in those first 2 maps. And now suddenly, I don't even know if it's team play or if it's just like on an individual level, they're all popping off. Whereas on map 1 and 2, it seemed, Emily, that they were relying heavily on just Edith, for example, to put on a clinic.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of talking a little bit about it in those first 2 maps. Edith wasn't finding the success that you want to see from FlyQuest, especially because a lot of their game plans, a lot of their attacking sides revolve around setting up Edith, getting that space, getting a first pick, and the rest of the team following through. And we just weren't really getting that. And then here, all of a sudden, Edith is popping off. Looks like a completely new player if you're comparing stats from this map to the last, and getting so much impact, whether it's on that defense, running that off, being able to hold these deep lines and getting away with it, or whether it was on attack, being able to actually secure a lot of those first kills and not allowing SRG to find any footing to try and pick them off, just creating so much space and so much impact for their team to work with that we want to see continuing to the next map.
Absolutely. I mean, going 7-2 for First Bloods here on Breeze is huge for when it comes down to those openers here for Edith. And they're just so good at being able to take over the server. And I think it really relies on them being comfortable in the tempo at which these maps are being played at. Here on Breeze, it felt like one of the first times that we really saw FlyQuest in the driver's seat when it came down to the pacing of the rounds, and Edith being the one who's really leading the forefront in that, and that's where we see them really shine.
Yeah, and I'm starting to get worried here, honestly, because Emily, something you were talking about as we were watching the game is that this is very reminiscent of what happened to SRG in their match against Ghost Gaming in the first round here in the upper bracket. Like, they're just starting to not look like themselves. They panic, they freeze, they're not decisive. Now we're heading into the decider that is Haven and FlyQuest Red. I mean, listen, they have a really, really good scoreline here, obviously. They're 6-1, so on the flip side of that, there is also a lot of tape on them and what they like to do on this map.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is that we've seen for Breeze, for example, we saw both of these teams play like yesterday. There wasn't a lot of time to prep, but there was VODs to have been watched so that they can get a better understanding of each other. And I think Fly definitely took advantage of that a little bit with how well they were able to play both sides of that that map. And then looking over at Haven, yes, it is a little worrisome, right? Just because FlyQuest is heating up, SRG seem to be, you know, falling apart at the seams just a tiny bit. But at the same time, if they continue with these comps and, you know, SRG bring in that Phoenix comp and loosen up a little, I feel like they're the team that can quickly turn things around. They're not going to want to lose out here. They have literally been the champions of NAGC for years, and they do not want to let up anytime soon.
They definitely don't, but FlyQuest Red are also this squad where they won kickoff this year. They finally got that taste of victory here in GCNA, and you can see how they're fighting tooth and nail in the later end of this series to try and take this one home. But talking a little bit more about the Phoenix versus the non-Phoenix compositions as well, I think I was Shayo who I was talking to about it during VCL. He had shouted out that there's about a 67% chance win rate of the Phoenix comps over the non-mirrors. And I think that's something that we definitely need to keep in mind going into this head-to-head, especially with how dominant these Haven looks have been here for SRG.
Yeah, this is gonna be so interesting to see. There are the comms, and yeah, we're gonna see the Phoenix in the mix again. This is really a comp that looked very, very good for them. On the other side, for FlyQuest Red, we do not see any adjustments. No,
and
no,
it's
the same.
It's also a very standard comp, right? We're going back into this position where a lot of the reliance is going to be on Edith, whether even though they're starting on defense, going to be trying to take control of that A main space. But when you look at Shopify's comp, and if they do start loosening up, like I kind of said before, they're going to be going against a Jet Dash, some Jet Smokes. They're going to be going against Phoenix Flashes, and it can be quite overwhelming. So if Edith isn't getting the same support that we saw on Breeze, and similar to what was happening in those first two maps, Shopify have a really good chance here at making a comeback and just securing this best of 5.
Well, they started the comeback. It's time to finish it. The score is 2-2. One more map, and the winning team will make it to the grand finals. We're certainly getting our money's worth out of Riff and Vance today. Guys, please take it away.
We're heading to Haven, and it's only going to feel like that for one of these teams. It is the lower bracket finals, which means this best of 5 is an elimination match, but we are going to 5. The reverse sweep for FlyQuest is a possibility. And Shopify has now had, I mean, the same time as Fly between these maps, but time to figure out what has plagued them on the last 2 maps so they can come back firing here on Haven.
Yeah, basically, Riv, you're mentioning it here, like, this is supposed to be usually a grand finals matchup between SRG and FlyQuest Red, but now it's the lower finals, and this is like the, 10th, 11th time that they meet against each other. It's always been SRG except for one moment, and that was at a grand finals for the NA Series 3 qualifiers. This time around, though, FlyQuest are looking to reverse sweep SRG and knock him out for the first time in the main event. We'll not see SRG in NA grand finals if this happens.
Crazy stuff. We're going to start off, and the first time SRG, as the death set, starts on attack here, so they get to dictate what that site's going to be here on the 3-site mapper of Haven. And right now, wow, insert Dodo so quickly up top. Going to hear the Killjoy utility for sure and be able to alert the team what's up. But do they know about Ev? This could start the round off crazy style, and almost gets a second one, but hits some damage in there as SRG now have a little bit more of an idea of where they want to go.
Ev piss around is always so insane, but now you're looking at it here, it's just... Oh, no, the early push from Noya. Milia's going to take her down, and that will probably pivot everybody back towards that C site. And the first player to die is actually Lydia, so there's no smokes to really cover their lanes, so they might have to stay on site after the pulse plant.
Honestly, double garage. I was going to say triple backside or stay this side and commit to something, but yeah, they're going to have to protect from long, and they do have to work against Thea's smoke here. So they're going to try to cut off what's happening in spawn through garage. A little bit of a crossfire for them back to back as they set this up, but they're going to have to turn fast to activate it. Nice pressure onto garage with the single smoke that SRG or that Fly has.
Yeah, but Sarah still has 2 flashes. So as they start flooding through here, Dodo can swing. Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, the backwards flash for Dodo Nut swing. Another one, a third. Nope, dash forward, Jazz hands out, and it's not going to be enough. Jazzy Kins comes in with a double. Alexis now Shock Dart's going to be on point for one, only chipping the health away of Thea. Second one kiss. Oh my God, Alexis, the IGL calls her shots, and the Red Bull clutch comes through.
And usually on this map, if they were playing Breach, you'd think it's Sarah Cat. And then usually as an initiator, you think it's Sarah. But Sarah's playing Phoenix now, and our IGL is now playing Scan Sova, and she clutches with beautiful Shark Darts to take down Thea right at where that middle of the spike was. Maximum damage, and then be able to take down Jazzy.
I actually thought that was going to be a second chip, 100%.
Yeah. And that also, you have to talk about the turnaround, though, Riv, right? That was like a 4 versus 3. Beautiful flashes by Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now it's a double swing out here.
Both teams having an answer for whatever you throw at them here. Just a classic to stop this one. No way.
No way.
No, absolutely no way that's possible. They move into the site. Sarah gets 2 back and says, all right, calm down, FlyQuest. Still some crazy stuff happening in these rounds to deny SRG the weapons going through. Great chip damage there.
Yeah, Edith getting away with murder pretty much with 2, but thankfully the Phantom still gets salvaged. Noya's gonna pick that up. I think outside of that, they haven't lost like very big weapons, I'd like to say. So they should still be fine here going into the next round. This should be easy
Plant
here
money
for...
will be nice too.
Yeah. They got it right now for sure to add a little bit more to the bank. That's 3,300 at the end of the round. Oh, that timing.
One enemy remaining.
No way, bro. I was just about to say that Lydia was in a great spot inside that smoke to just watch it, and then as soon as she steps out of it, Thea finds the timing inside and backstabs to you. That's gonna have to be annoying to receive in terms of the bonus round, because I was going to talk about a great bonus round in the next round, but now it's small shields across the board. I'd like to think usually now that somebody has to call out that Edith maybe should go into the outlaw buy, but instead it's glass cannon with an op. So that's a great way to balance the scales here, to still give a win con for both sides.
Yeah, maybe we want to show the presence of it already because of how powerful Edith was. They also continue to get on their ultimate line. The running back's going to be caught here straight up. Oh, what a flash through. And Sarah, comes up big on that. Even if traded out, but across the map, there's still kills going down. And Thea holds down Long C on a quick push.
Yeah, another shutdown on Lydia with no smokes, allowing the B site to pressure. So it's Noya that has to drop some cages. But because of this walker from Edith, nobody's watching that lane. The tips scale back now in favor of FlyQuest. Now balanced.
Well played. They knew the running back came from there, and Phoenix never left, so why not pinch it in, just continue to source out all this information, process of elimination. Oh my gosh, so steady. Oh, you think you'd see a Jet trying to swing in location, doesn't throw Thea off at all, almost a 4th kill in sight. As Noya's down to 73, and it comes again down to a 1v1.
No util available for Noya either, too. And now has to go pick up that spike, so it gives a lane here for Edith and the read on Noya to fall back and probably book it here towards A, which is fine. She's got the camera to look towards that B side in case there's a walk down in the post plant. Yeah, going all the way through so she doesn't get picked off here by garage door. So this should allow the plant to happen, but this is still against a Neon. You could really hightail it back here and close that gap on the plant.
What's
10
the plant?
seconds left.
What does Noya favor? No util. Actually pushed out just a bit from default. Feels weird to be in the open. You kind of swing around as you have to defuse, so it plays into her favor, but it's going to be a hell hold. And it apps giving up the operator for the round win here to take the bonus out of the hands of SRG. They call upon Edith for this. It's going to be a front side clear first. A tap on the spike to try and pull Noya out of the woodwork. Very stoic in her position, understanding and seeing the blue on the spike. Blue, and it's not true. But Edith still gets the little swing. Just ever so short on the peek out. And it gets the best of Noya. Around for FlyQuest, and they do steal away the bonus.
Yeah, no bonus there for SRG, but Noya felt like she had it. I even saw it too from where Edith was clearing and walking back up. I was like, oh crap, there's a chance here that Edith could actually see Noya's barrel, tip of the barrel of the gun or something when they're walking back up. So it almost felt for Noya, it's like, oh crap, I see Edith, I should shoot. And then unfortunately thought that it was going to be stuck at least at half because it was already tapped in the first place. So now she preemptively goes for the shot. And under the pressure, though, it is going to have to be a second tap that allows Edith to catch her opponent off guard.
Yeah.
Win the 1v1.
Ever so quick.
Yeah.
All right, Util set up garage to B, so they start to rotate. Lean towards A for FlyQuest here. Trying to read a way to shut down the hero rifle as Dodonut will seek out anybody trying to play comfortable around the utility.
Alarmbot's probably going to pull the wall up right away here.
Got through, not too much damage. Enough to really cause a problem here, knowing they're in the back. But how much respect to Fly give to the fact that there might be a gun already just spamming through the Cypher. And they know there's going to be a push. They're trying to recover the Phantom now. Nicely done, actually, by SRG to keep this gun in their favor and still source ways they can get in and out of this round. But they're getting surrounded every second.
Oh.
Going out.
Did not expect that. Yeah. Jessica just wanted to go for the tight swing and instead didn't realize that the two players are playing out in the open. So that tallies up a even scenario and maybe some weapon upgrades if you can.
Oh, Alexis in position. Had just moved the crosshair and CNF gets the better of that situation. Let's see how much distraction Edith can cause here flying in. Paranoia ready, it is going right through Gong and delivered back very nice by that util to delay, but FlyQuest still trying to take their space. Lydia gives up that she's behind Gong, and Ev's gonna get a 3K on that one. Another round for FlyQuest here is they're taking it slow, and it feels like they're making SRG feel uncomfortable during the retake.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what happened there for SRG. When we talked about how good they were playing off each other, right? They punished Jazikins perfectly. You get a neural theft to get information, but on top of that, as you're scaling out for the extremities, you're not still holding a buddy system for trades. So it looks
you
like
should be, especially with the scatter of guns, right? You don't not all rifled up yet.
Almost felt like Alexis got caught off guard before even the ping came out. So that was the best weapon that they carried over into the round, right? That was a hero rifle for Donut that they're trying to recycle across, but unfortunately couldn't get any value out of that. Still get a plant to have a strong buy in this round number 5. 3 players stacked up on C.
And a C prediction by both teams. Ooh, they lose their entry into the site. It's been so fast. The rounds that they do get a kill into SRG is such a pivotal member, right?
Yeah. What am I thinking here?
Smokes, Dodonuts the Jet.
3 rounds so far. I like to say, or 5 rounds played. I like to say at least 3 of them went in favor here of FlyQuest in terms of first bloods. I remember vividly 2 of them being Lydia, so that you can't really get smokes into sites. Now you have no tip of your spear to create space onto sites. So currently FlyQuest is positioning for stuffing the defaulting of SRG. Shows that they've been putting a lot of work into the studying right now, into the playstyle of Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Oh, that was a little funky. It caused Alexis to stop her drone because she heard from the shadows behind the drone and now is looking for where that might be, but also still good space to be gained even if she doesn't find anything by the eyesight check. This is going to be a scary look though. 3 insight ready. And they're actually going to bring it back towards A because of the insert vans.
Still 2 players here though.
They could still overwhelm. That's going to be a very close dart. Melly is going to be able to call the distance on that. And exactly, see, I maybe thought it was not that close, but Ev cleans up Lydia as they try to get in. And now it's just a scramble. The sights down, or the time's down to red again. FlyQuest put SRG in a very tight spot, and it's going to have to be a save.
Yeah. Might even get punished on top of this here, where Alexis might not be able to save.
Oh, okay. Pie in the face for Edith there as Ev picks up the kill.
And that insert, as you were mentioning here, they got the insert, but not real information. Never really heard a rotate out. And on top of that, when you're looking at how Sarah walked into B, and the alarm bot never really spotted her because there was a little bit of miscommunication on util between Melly and Jazzy. It seems the wall coming up didn't allow the alarm bot to get any good value. But I digress. Whenever the alarm bot actually saw Sarah, Sarah started walking towards the A link. So it doesn't really allow players right now or force players to rotate deeply into the B site because you're just thinking, or they're taking A main control, or they're taking A link control. So those players could just stay on site. So when you're now throwing the recon dart out here from our Lexus, it's like, well, we kind of know it doesn't really matter if you ping us. You haven't really crossed our Viper wall yet.
Yeah.
And then they just run into the meat grinder again.
That's the thing. They're playing with so much confidence that their utility is the truth, right? They're not second guessing it, each other, or the angles that they're watching, and it just makes it look so fluid for what FlyQuest can do with their utility and what they're producing. Of ults to come online too to combat what SRG might be formulating here with this timeout.
I think I'd like to see more garage play coming out from SRG this time around. I think right now FlyQuest are just going to keep doing this B to A wall, and they're just going to keep that going because that just allows Edith to have good positioning to play and cover that A line, right? Kind of just the Gen G style. And then that just allows for you to stack a little bit more. They need to find ways to break the KJ util a little bit first here to start playing inserts. If not, just a good kill. Just the comp in itself here, Riv, should allow for you to disrespect a lot of these walls. So I wouldn't mind a lot of aggression coming out from that as well.
Oh, Cozy. Not able to get out unscathed there. And Ev slowing things down, trying to source info cross map with Hunter's Fury. Just shy of each one of those shots, giving SRG a chance to explode into sight here. Alexis low, though. A Prism Phantom. I respect Prism Phantom. That's old school. Throws out the Hunter's Fury on her side as well. Making sure that ultimate goes to use this round to make space for the team. Just waiting for the default shock dart. FlyQuest, this is where FlyQuest kind of stays quiet and lets SRG make the moves. We'll see if that becomes the play again. Ev able to find one from heaven, but Dodo Nut activates on Jazzykins as they're starting to go back and forth. Paranoia is going to allow the W press now from FlyQuest. They encroach into sight, up to the air, goes one, but FlyQuest still get the fight out of this. They gain so much space out of that Paranoia. Incredible now. One high, Ev still gets that truck space, or on boxes, I should say. And they're still just trying to taunt the spike out. That's disgusting what they set up to do. Just taunting the peak from Lydia, and it is going to be the quick defuse coming through. Melia gets the ult online, and FlyQuest take another round.
I wonder what happened there, too, because when that Paranoia hit them perfectly on default, there was even a better flash from Sarah that flashed towards that left side of default that slowed the first tempo of the Flood retake from spawn. And then somehow Donut gets 1-2 kills, but then everybody else instantly falls right after. So maybe it was just a trade-off from Heaven's side, too, that just didn't allow here for SRG to be in the best position because they were all just quartered up and huddled, corralled into the mid-default that they felt that they had to swing out the fight, and that becomes a nice retake for FlyQuest.
Quick movement towards A. They decided not to just throw out the dart. Well, they did throw out the dart, but moved on it. They don't find Edith, though. That's what they've been looking for the whole time. This could be big from Noya if they can stop Edith on the way around. SRG has gotten the site, and a big shutdown on Sewers there as they push forward with the run it back, just to make sure they have space to garrison the site.
That's the important thing, taking a lot of space right now, pushing all the way towards spawn, and allows finally for SRG to have a good setup for crossfires and not all being stuck at default.
Dodo Nuts on that rifle job. Sarah Stinger activate and surprise with a flash or wall from outside default here. The Paranoia comes through. They're trying to run the same protocol for FlyQuest. Oh, the drop down from heaven brings hell upon SRG. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, FlyQuest are the only ones alive in sight.
That's what I'm saying. I think what's also a big pain point right now, and they're pinging it right now as well. You can see it. One of them is on the top of the box of the sewers. So as Noya gets a pick, even if she gets the kill there onto Edith and picks up the Outlaw, she cannot do anything to cover the line of sights because she's been blocked out by the Omen one-way from Thea on the top of sewers. So if nobody's watching Heaven's side, the double up on Hell has to be that line to watch it. Noya has to move over to sewers to watch the defensive line instead. So they could double swing from default sewers back into the spawn, and they could have also the players playing at Hell to watch a drop down so that it could be a little bit more coordinated to trade off against each other. If not, you saw exactly what happened there. One Paranoia blinds out default, F drops down, 2 easy kills, and the Viper wall also on top of the one-way smoke does not give you clear visibility to play offside.
Oh, Sarah takes down Thea. They're not tricked by that, but the damage could be done here. Oh my gosh, that was real close. Dodo not down to 1 HP and hovering over Amali. Oh my god. Just toying with death here, still trying to stay on the front line, and that's when we've seen these players be their most powerful. Dodo continues to step forward, shots, a clear curveball, and a fastball right back at him from 2 members of FlyQuest. Jazzy and Melia take Garage back, and now they source out the site with a lockdown.
I don't think SRG's gonna be able to hold this back.
Smoke goes up and down. They lose Lydia right away. The rest of the smokes are going to be out of the question. A fake to the push up. Jazzy on one and Melia on the other. That duo on the transition is doing incredible things for the FlyQuest squad, and they pick up a 6th round from the defensive side of Haven on the first half.
And it seems as though SRG understood here that they had to play to fight back against the lockdown from Jazzy.
Yeah.
So they knew the win con on a defense, but it felt like the flash thrown by Sarah, even though they got caught off guard by a player playing inside window, as soon as she flashed, they still didn't clear the right side where the player was at in the first place. So there was really no way to really brute force their way back to stop the lockdown from happening, and it forced everybody from SRG to flood back towards that C site. So yeah, I think at that point it's also trying to decide to hit towards that C site when they can play the KJ retake. When you don't have any garage pressure in the first place, makes it a little bit difficult too. So we're still lacking a little bit of that here for SRG throughout these rounds.
FlyQuest teaming up on that C long side. Just getting into activation mode right now. One smoke goes out. Rinse and repeat here on the site. What a hot hands to come through and deny the back of the site. That's going to be 2 kills for SRG. As Fly can't set up the defense they want right away, and SRG say we just need to push through together.
There's no trips here too because Noya died, so Edith on the backstab could put a lot of damage here. Nobody's watching it again.
They're relying a lot on the smoke that just covered them. Now they're turned around. Lydia's got it, but Lydia's a sliver of HP. The relay bolt goes out, forces a disturbance on that peak for Alexis, who goes down, and now again they peek from every angle that SRG is not looking. 7-2 here as FlyQuest have it all figured out.
Why? Because Turret's still watching towards mid double doors, so they don't have to worry about FlyQuest doesn't have to worry about SRG trying to move up there. Actually, Noya tried to lurk up there, but she got punished early. And then now that you're getting flanked from behind here by Edith, and even throws the relay bolts to stun, they're trying to wrap around. And then you have now Jazzykins finding her timing, another backstab. 3 individual peaks at 3 different angles where every single time it's like, oh, where's it coming from? And then they're shot from an uneven angle. Where's it coming from? Shot from the back. They are not, they're not on point right now. This is not the SRG that I know.
And you know what's crazy, Vans, is you have FlyQuest coming in, not bucking the trend fully, but they're not doubling up on the duelist. They're still running the neon. They don't have the flashes you would expect a curveball, and they are just stomping right now, getting to farm in this round too, and it's not that much of a save on the side of SRG if you're looking at spot.
Well, that's the reason why. They're realizing that it's kind of desperate here for SRG if they want to go for some sort of a buy. It's a half buy, so finally, even for Edith's side, instead of going for the op with the outlaw instead, so knowing the economy works well now. So yeah, we were talking about balancing the scales now. It's heavily in favor of FlyQuest so far on this defense, looking very good here. Making it very difficult as well for SRG to somehow get through the defensive lines of FlyQuest.
Moving in. Now they just have to play quiet game. Thought it was going to be a wrap just to the left side near the bookshelf, but Jazzykins has the timing. Another round. And FlyQuest now for a 3rd map in a row are just taking away a lead that they are unmatched on right now.
Yeah. Where we're looking here, look at that. Just the walk contact too, no drone back towards that line, and they know for sure that there's always been really a scope or an op or something here on that line, because so far on that C side it's mostly been, well, maybe for 2 occasions, the Omen and the KJ on that spot, but sometimes Edith is helping there, but usually rifling, right? So when it comes down to scoping, they love to play these lines.
Move in, realize it's a sheriff round, so everybody takes their space here. But a nice shot by Sarah, still on from the previous round. Connects with Edith and takes down a Kingpin Actually, a queen pin of the round, and they move now over towards the A site, but run it back could be activated front side. Exactly when that hit comes through, everything here. They might need to use it all. And it's not even going to get that far. It goes back as Melia is just so aware of every angle that they could be coming from during that process.
That's a crazy thing too, Riv. We'll talk about it in a second though, because it definitely looks like FlyQuest are getting ready to flood back into the site. Thea has Paranoid to work with as well.
Noya's opening shot here is going to be big. Actually pushed off the line so they can't get an entry into the site. It's just a full delay molly, which is going to tell FlyQuest they have quite a bit of room to work with. Dodo Nut getting the crossfire they need, but it's always a few kills from Ev, dropping and having understanding that timing, letting everybody else wreak havoc. But it's going to be Dodo Nut. Lydia, out of nowhere, 3K comes up, and it won't work for FlyQuest this time. It is going to be SRG's round.
You know, we are struggling, but at least getting rounds right now for sure for SRG. A thrifty round to finally break that 8-round streak from FlyQuest.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to mention real quick, you were talking about the heads-up play from Melia, understanding what angles to look at. There was exactly the same thing that happened again. The alarm bot being covered up by the wall allowed here, I think it was Alexis, to walk through and play contact on that A-line, thinking that she has a timing, and then suddenly Melia still turns back into the A-lane to kill her because the alarm bot never sounded, but she still looks there somehow. And that's just 6 cents. Spider Sense singling for sure for Melia so far, and she is definitely dominating the last 3 maps.
Well, it's going to be a push towards A here. Shopify Rebellion want to waste no time clearing, just a little bit of space with the least amount of util. Smoke clears, almost caught out, but they get their flash out and positioning. Running around is Ev, and that just sorted the FlyQuest defense into all bad positions. Shopify Rebellion gaining a huge advantage out of this one and feeling a little bit of momentum come back at the perfect time.
Yeah, that's Hunter's Fury, with the Paranoia that gets pings, information, and also allowing space to be taken by Donut. Very nice protocol to hit in the first place. It allows here SRG to salvage the last 2 rounds, but man, it is looking one-sided for FlyQuest for the longest time in this first half. And that's going to give you a little bit of room to breathe, right? You know, we have a little bit of a bell curve, I guess, if you want to look at the history of this half. But this, I cannot stress how important it is here. You've seen a lot of these pistol rounds come in favor of SRG throughout this series so far. I think FlyQuest has only won 3, but the last pistol they won for FlyQuest was super important. That allowed for them to put them up in a very strong lead, commanding lead, and ending the half and the map quite one-sided on Breeze most recently. So if they can pull this again now with Ev at the tip of the spear, where they've been so good on the pistol rounds, this won't be a great finish for SRG.
Full ghost support on the defensive side from SRG. 3 members with small shields on fly to try to weather that storm. Oh, Dodonut didn't even care who was going to be there, just wanted to get the trade in, and they get what they came for. But this is going to get messy on the right side too as FlyQuest try to push through, dislodging Alexis from that defensive position, and they know Jazzy's going to call for the team to try to push in on this.
Oh!
Great kill from Alexis, though, to go down with 1.
And he just inserted, though. This is not going to be easy. You're going to focus
Setting
on
up
taking
the
out the
molly.
nano. Yeah, but it's good for Edith.
Oh, and then you're going to look for Edith. Oh, no.
You're not going to look for Edith. You're looking for that molly 100% when you're swinging out. That's just nice.
The mind games.
Yeah, I mentioned it, Riv, an important pistol round for FlyQuest to win to potentially reverse sweep against SRG, and they get it. And on top of that, they did an excellent job just continuing to fight with confidence. They traded out towards that C site. They fight towards A to break out the setup here of SRG still trying to find information when they've lost a player over on the C side aggressively. And FlyQuest did a great job defaulting across the map here to punish them all. And now in a great position. Yeah, in the anti.
Did the clock even start?
I was wondering, maybe on minimap, is it like a slide to a kill? Because that was insane.
Oh my gosh. Dodo Nut still transfers 1.
On Barracks, Edith doesn't have the slide, so they probably went for a slide tackle with the outlaw kill, probably on Alexis. I don't know.
That's insane. That's in the turnaround. They understand the backpedal fadeaway from FlyQuest is strong as they deny this lower buy here coming in from SRG. So much riding on this. FlyQuest getting their revenge back on Swim Trek if they can make it up for the first time, denying Shopify a chance at the grand finals. There's more rounds to go, but they are so set and ready to seal the deal here as Melia locks down B to lock in a 10th round for FlyQuest.
And look at that. Yeah, one person inserted towards spawn. Melia lurking towards B. They know the lurk is coming in here, or the flank is coming in from, or the A choker back in front of B. But the target precision in choosing for Melia, going straight for Lydia, who's aiming at her, and then onto Sarah after, was still trying to clear towards that C-Link. That was just clean stuff coming out here from FlyQuest. This is night and day performances against Swim Trek Blue. Night and day performances from the first 2 maps into what we currently witness right now. This is amazing out of FlyQuest.
Incredible mentality, too, to know you're going up against such a hot Shopify rebellion. And
8-0 on Ascent,
really
by the way.
Phased them. 8-0 on Ascent to then get 10 rounds back. Only to be stopped at 11 and not even care that they got slightly reset. Because those were bloody maps. We saw teams winning and still having to almost save. This now coming to a 5th FlyQuest, riding high on the momentum. Cassie just hiding. No way she trades. No way she trades another one. Actually gets the headshot on Sarah. That's going to be quite a bit of damage as Alexis does work over towards A. And they clear a good bit of the map here, so Shopify can feel grounded on this 15th round.
And thankfully, Sarah is a Phoenix, so Blazewall comes up. She heals back up as well, but he gets a bandit kill. Dude, the trip got broken. You have to expect that somehow. But at least it's a bonus round here for FlyQuest. SRG are just keep these 3 weapons alive if they can.
Double anchor backside.
One enemy remaining.
There's a hit. Thea's Bulldog. Actually kind of nutty, but this is a lot to ask for, especially 30 seconds. Spike in hand is going to give everything up the moment that rings. Oh, gosh. Yeah, just waiting to get out haircuts.
Let Alexis move up here, get the kill so that she can get her Hunter's Fury as well. So it's or Noyo Alexis to get the frag. That, I love it.
Okay.
That's still under that pressure of potentially losing this series. They're still making sure here that they're maximizing the win cons for SRG to try to come back on this map. So this is a great first step. You get now your gun round, denying the bonus round. You're keeping 3 weapons alive. Phoenix is now 1 away here from an ult, and FlyQuest knows that and wants that, so they're trying to fight that back. I gotta say here, even Lydia is maybe setting up for a smoke and then maybe a flash or something, so you can try to take the orb up. But this could just be 4 players spamming through that smoke.
Oh, this is a setup. Look at that Paranoia ready to go down long A, ready to flash around. Is FlyQuest ready? I think this is the thing we've seen teams adapt, prepare, but you can't be ready for that good of a protocol. SRG loving what they're seeing on that side and are going to be able to get momentum off that one for sure.
I feel that they got very lucky, Riv, because I just saw Noya put the camera back up, so I feel like she felt like she placed the camera at the wrong spot and then recalled it as soon as the barrier came up, so they had to find their own timing to double flash swing, and they found the timing perfectly.
Got him.
Aware of what's happening too. Less movement from SRG and more of that angle holding that they are confident it's the right they are confident it's the right angle. A little bit of space, a lot of bit of work. Ooh. Denies it, shoots, so they realize the spike plan is not happening.
Revealing area.
And yeah, it's just a setup for SRG. A good job here to also right the wrongs that they were finding and how to stop FlyQuest at least. It seems to be getting in their face and at least chipping one or getting one early, whether that be Edith or anyone, and then backing off to let them make the next mistake. There it is. Turn them left and right.
It's close. Tough 1-2 on a 4 versus 1 when SRG is already encroaching into you. They already knew the information was happening towards that C-side for a plat because of that running back from Sarah. But like I said, it almost felt like the camera had to be placed somewhere so you could actually flash contact, right? You do a lot of trap plays off Cypher cameras. Think about Split, for example, for those type of plays. So that would have engaged the Paranoia and Phoenix Flash and maybe get more value. And on top of that, Noya to swing through with Sarah to fight down towards that line. But like I said, they found their perfect timing, got those kills here, and were able to have a pretty pristine round. That puts Donut here onto an outlaw. Remember on Breeze, though, when Donut was trying to get snipe rifles, they were avoiding her like the plague somehow well every single round. This time will it happen?
Oh, where did they turn? Lots of spam. They know there's backup for the outlaw firing down on them. Okay, so it's kind of hurting. That's
yep.
Quite a few tags on to eat it. They're still going to try to activate, though. Actually throws down the ulti. Is that what we heard? Yeah, going in. Lasers are out. Dodo Nut and Noya are going to answer very quick, though. It seems like it's only going to be a few kills, a few scratches that SRG suffer here as they clean up the round to give themselves 7 on the way back in this one.
That's what you need. Even if it's against an eco, you need to start cycling these ults just to try to bring this round back. Because Sarah's already close to hers, halfway now going through. Alexis is 1 away from hers. Noya as well, getting an immediate kill would allow for you to get instant information against your opponent. So right now, SRG are back in, not necessarily I'd like to say the driver's seat, but they're definitely starting to regain control right now of this half with how they've been controlling here the ult cycles on top of the macro.
I mean, honestly, stopping somebody right when they hit double digits makes it feel like so much more of a pressure game, right? FlyQuest felt great, but to be stalled there and then see your money start to dwindle, this is why this round becomes so important, because the way the game works, it looks like SRG may be able to start folding those alts over and the rounds. So we'll see what Coach O has in. It's actually the results on timeouts for FlyQuest has been pretty good, if we're being honest, throughout the series. So fans can have high hopes coming out of this.
I agree. I think Ascent, we saw that. I think the timeout was at that 8-0 mark where you saw 8 rounds in a row there, 10 rounds in a row, as you mentioned before from FlyQuest. That was off a timeout. Yeah, I feel like even, I don't know if they needed one on Breeze, to be honest with you, but overall, the pivotal point was definitely the Ascent to bring the momentum back for FlyQuest. Here. That's it. We're going to have a walk down here from Lydia down towards the sewers. Oh, no, actually, she's playing top box. So I'm going to try to play onto the contact walk that you currently have from FlyQuest and hoping that she gets first visibility on the players walking down.
Spike dropped over. That means Jazzy's going to stay on lurk here. Pretty big committal from both teams. Oh, the sidestep cleanup from Ev there. Just on point as they set up for the next thing. Hunter's Fury ready. And they can also use Thea to really turn the heads of SRG if they want to get to the back of sight. Double shock dart coming out.
Revealing area.
And they know SRG has a little bit planned here. Protocol's still ready as the Hunter's Fury comes out. So Luna gets a great peek on to kind of stint this push. And they're still going to want back sight. They have to turn around and get sewers, though. It makes it such a weird position to fight with the sight now. This is something FlyQuest has not had to deal with. It's something they can't deal with, Vans.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I think first off, for FlyQuest, got to commend them to tuck into the sights, at least in the corners of the cubby of the long, avoiding the recon dart, and then allowing the punishment to go on to Sarah, who is over peeking here to try to gain some map control, because if you get that line, it's fine. You need it there for Sarah. But then for the last for the other two players on Donut and Lydia to walk down sewers to make sure that they at least lock down that spot, so that they could have just flood retake back from 2 different angles was just very nice. Great adaptation to turn things around back in their favor, and FlyQuest are caught into a half buy. So the best weapons they have is Melia with his Guardian trying to fight down towards that long line. But SRG, they're starting to make it happen.
Yeah, looking to flow into a 5th round in a row now. After it was not really looking possible that they could answer the FlyQuest call. And now they still play towards the left side of the map, feeling like things will change. There's been too much of a set pace towards the A side, and man, SRG call it right. They're ready for this, and what's going to come in right now. Still have Noya's ult if they can play off anything, and Dodo Nut's going to get a quick peek. Great paranoia, actually. They know they've kind of pushed the buttons of SRG, and this has to be the time they activate. Ev can't get a pickup on the gun. Sarah beautifully protecting the arsenal on the back side of the site as Jazikin screams through. Is there time to grab guns? Upgrades here. Oh my gosh. Are they going to pull off? What is a thrifty? Oh, the push almost the kill. Alexis is so low. Goes for the ult. No, she pushed the spike plant off, but that's going to be it. Was worth it.
30 seconds
And now coming around from the outside, Jazzy just outside of the turret, so it's not going to get any cheeky peek through the doors here. Puts down the alarm bot, though, on that front side. She did. And she knows it went behind her, so Jazzy's going to have her eyes focused on that front B side. Once this plant goes down 14 seconds, it's going to be a beautiful time. Holy Jazzy Kids gets the kill. There's no way that she was able to stop the plant time and get the headshot there. But we saw it, and it happened.
That was insane by Jazzykins. Dude, the swing up through the cyber cage to get the first share kill. But on top of that, getting off the spike to get the instant headshot to Alexis. You can't play that any better for Alexis, for the son of SRG, to walk up at that spot. Decide to hold initially on the first tap of that spike, thinking that it was a fake. And then there, just Frat first shot, but Jazzican laser beaming through. You gotta have to commend Edith as well, timing the owl drone to get inside that smoke to allow that 1v1 to happen.
Huge. The plays they're making in the moment right now, only done by time in the seat. No one's teaching you that but yourself. It's incredible what they're doing here to make it work. Get FlyQuest that momentum back. Edith goes very low here at the beginning of the round as they fight back and forth towards long A, but it's still the pressure point that FlyQuest want to hit here to look to put this on match and series point. SRG have a pile of
cool, that's nice.
Firefight in SRG's favor as they get backed off of this and know they have an idea of where the spike is.
That's a great call by Alexis, hitting tab and realizing what the win con is right now. Push him towards the A line so that you can actually flash and fight to prevent the lockdown from happening. An advantage right now for SRG to fight back into the A site, especially with Edith only at 11 HP remaining.
Pick could go down.
Welcome to
If FlyQuest can carry this round, it would be incredible. They try to dash out right now. They're actually going for a rush into the site and see if they can raid onto FlyQuest. Ev now with the job to take down two, completely identified and sourced out, and will not be swung on until contact is made, and that contact is Alexis. One round worked after the timeout for FlyQuest, and SRG take the momentum right back.
Now that is the SRG that I know. A couple of rounds ago, I said, what the hell is going on with her keep getting backstabbed? But on that, to not hesitate on how to double swing on the last player remaining. The recon dart getting the double ping, but Alexis just calling, calm down, Noya, let me get into position. And as soon as I'm about to come through, 3, 2, 1, we swing. Don't even need for that tap because you know Ev is laser beamed into the spawn knowing that Noya was playing there. So first contact was going to be Alexis, and she laser beams her opponent. And now SRG is still with a fight. Fly still broken on Econ.
Looking for ways through, ways to get this lockdown into position if there's even a chance they feel good about it with maybe a kill or two. Maybe they activate it right away. FlyQuest have an opportunity to gain that space, but they may, oh my god, yeah. Made you look for a second there. Gonna get a nice hot hands out to disengage the situation and really put Ev in a bad spot. They try to slide into sight, and now Edith is a little separated from the team, but the what is with this bandit and Edith? Absolutely tearing apart SRG in the moments they need it. Going into the site, that's going to be a gun pickup, but cleaned up by Lydia as they're still encroaching. Alexis hiding in the shadows with defense just behind. She goes to the peak, a few kills, and Jazzy finally gets taken down by Noya as SRG come to form and bring it 10 rounds to their side.
You're right, Edith got a crazy kill with the bandit and upgraded a weapon, but as the lockdown pushes the last two players back towards hell, Edith and go into that spot, and on top of that, we scaled towards the right and hugging the roll on the white side. So it just allowed a natural high-low from Shotfire Belly to look down towards that line and get those picks. And it was close, though. This was definitely a broken econ buy for FlyQuest that almost made it happen because it was a 1-2-1 in terms of final fight. But SRG, they managed to take the round, and they forced the last timeout out of Coach Joe for FlyQuest. And this is an important one, too. You're seeing here the econ is still quite decent for SRG, but what's most important is to try to convert this round so that they could actually put themselves in a secured position in this series.
Absolutely incredible series, Vance. This is insane. You know, the chat's calling for it, and it does deserve a honk. This is a series that deserves one, so there you are, chat. And another timeout from the coach of FlyQuest to see if that is actually the key. Because they have been able to strike true after these timeouts so much. But is this the Shopify plot armor we've been talking about all day?
Yeah.
It's crazy, Van Silly, that they're always able to put up this fight and then look at the position they're in alt-wise. Everything that we've talked about just to keep it rolling at the right time, at the final hour.
Think about it, chat. It's been Ascent and so far this second half of the final map that has kept me on the edge of my seat, and you have to pay attention to the macro around these two teams so far. It's been some very good Valorant once we started the second half, and Sarah is trying to move down towards this C line, and it's gonna get spotted by an alarm bot, so she just wants to hold that spot. Looks like FlyQuest after this timeout just want to hit into this B site.
They're prepping it. A nice smoke actually gives them a little bit of room to work with here. As the drone goes out, they can get a better position, get in, wall in, and Donut doesn't even care. Standing right there. No util actually came in through because they can't expect any flashes. It's going to be a paranoia, if anything.
I know exactly.
And they easily cleaned up. They back out like they were never there at B, and SRG go to set up another defense.
That was a mistake, too, because Thea was going to tap the spike and TP out. The idea was to already bait out the Hunter's Fury.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly you still have Edith walking in, hoping to win a duel, but then loses that to Donut. Now they're walking right into Sarah.
Clean up. Oh, the resets, the re-steps. Sarah,
she's
absolutely clean.
30
Yeah,
seconds
tap
left.
dancing on their heads. And this leaves Jazzy left to fend for the round that is very likely going to tie us up at 11-11 here. For some reason, both teams activating on the defensive side, and it has been incredible. Jazzy looking to work the space to do some damage wherever the safety might be. She could dig a hole. She'd probably try to hide in it right now because they are looking. Oh, yeah. Found her. Everybody come here. Alexis there. Just swarming like bees, and that is a tied game on our final map of the lower bracket finals. 11-11 as SRG meet FlyQuest.
8-0 lead for SRG on Ascent. They lose that 11-13. They get dominated 13-4 on Breeze. Yet at 11-10, when they're facing elimination, Sarah is tapping like that. That was insane on how she fought those fights towards that A-long.
It's just be flopping it to the duelist, the initiator, and just, no, man, I'll frag out. Don't worry.
I'll just frag out.
Map to map. Map
now,
to map.
FlyQuest has no money. Donut opens up a huge first blood onto Edith. The tides have turned. The tips have scaled back towards SRG here, where you're seeing the first bloods going in favor of Shopify as well. And they're in a perfect position right now to put themselves at that point until Melia just evens up the tally.
So, seems like the name we're saying quite a bit here. Once that first blood goes down, Melia's finding these openings, 2-3 kills, the impact frags. After the round has been split wide open, and they're looking for more towards the right side here. They've called Shopify on the rotation. They're waiting for the Hunter's Fury and whatnot to push them back already, so they don't want to have anything to do with sight just yet. Let the Sheriffs feel like they're gaining ground, and then Shopify come back in with the gun diff.
All right, we got some pings here. They're going to try to hit towards this A side with a Hunter's Fury just to gain some space. But there's still a run it back to retake onto site right after. So right now you should still get the advantage for SRG.
If they can get plant down and then have Hunter's Fury to delay the take, that's huge. But they're going to have to use it now for the take. And Shopify also takes that as their window to get back into the site. Nice hit on the secondary, run it back. A little bit of damage onto Sarah there.
Yeah, but
no
she still
way.
had to kill
All
it.
going to come out. Oh, yeah.
It's
way more than they're worried about. Now Alexis gets the kill. They do drop in. This is going to be tough for FlyQuest to recover from. That's going to be 12 for SRG. They are doing it as they put the series on match point to prevent the reverse sweep and catapult themselves to the grand finals.
But right now, FlyQuest just planted that spike on a half buy. They have plenty of money to buy in the next round. They can even afford ops if they want to on an attack side for Edith. They have also the overdrive. So now you can allow yourself to play op contact into an execution of the overdrive, but also on the other side for SRG, you have the blade storms from Donut. So it probably has to come down to these two duelists to see if they can push this into extra innings, or if SRG finally is able to take this over against FlyQuest, or if FlyQuest again could upset SRG into extra innings, and we won't see SRG in the grand finals.
It's going to be insane if we go OT on this one, fans. We've seen both teams play to win. Nobody is letting up. And that's the shot. Edith goes down first as Dodo Nut makes the operator sing. Daggers activated here, and Shopify looking out at the horizon and the grand finals getting closer and closer. Looking to gain a little bit more ground in the middle of the map. FlyQuest have to reset here.
And not the type of person you want to fall first. You want to see fall first from the point of view of FlyQuest. But Edith has been jiggle peeking this line consistently throughout the attack side, and it was just easy for Dodo to continue to punish this time around with a knock. Now it's desperate time, desperate measures. There's no ult available here for FlyQuest to take map control with TP for information for Lydia, but we're still soft sight for SRG on C.
Oh my gosh, as they soften up, the FlyQuest members coming through. This could be it. This could be SRG in the grand finals. Dodo Nut on just a few more. It's all up to Jazzikins. They've been in the position before. 1 kill for Jazzy. It's the 1v3. Reloaded, full HP, an alarm bot to cover one angle, but everything to do.
Still 30 seconds left, though. If she gets a pick onto any one of these players that are separated and gets a plant, that is a lockdown, and SRG has identified that. So they are not trying to push forward. They're going to let Jazzy plant, and they're going to just swarm in as a team.
Dodge the paranoia. Jazzy still looking at the alarm bot as one starts to come from behind, trying to delay, and it's not enough. Lydia gets the kill. The defuse in their sight as Sarah taps down on the wires, and Shopify Rebellion find gold. They take the win. They make the full lower bracket run, and will find Swim Trek Blue in the grand finals.
No matter how the history is being told here for SRG, it is always going to be the same finish. All roads will lead to SRG into another North American Grand Finals of the Game Changers here.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Shopify Rebellion Gold. We have a member of the team coming on to chat with the desk. They'll break it down. There's still more to go from the day, if you can't believe it, after that 5-game lower bracket grand final. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the desk one last time. Zoe here, joined by Emily and Ash, and we're about to break down what we just got to witness. Fraudulent comeback, unfortunately, here from FlyQuest. This one's gonna sting though, because the way they came back and almost pulled off a reverse sweep was so impressive. Since when they were down 0-2, like that was a stomp 0-2 kind of thing, you know. Like a lot of players, their mentals would be crushed. For them to find the mental fortitude to come back, and then they themselves look so dominant in map 2 and 3, and then map 4, 5, where are we numbers? And then in this last map, let's avoid those, for them to play it so close, like, this is a heartbreaker.
It really is a heartbreaker. I think for the side of FlyQuest, not even just for it to have been so close, but to start off 8-4 on Haven when they're having such like a dominant performance. Again, it just didn't look like the game plan for SRG was working out the way that they were expecting on the attacking side. I think that there are a lot of moments where we're seeing it right on our screens right now. Like Edith was getting so much value out of guns like the Outlaw on those eco rounds, and the aggression over towards A main, something that they were conditioning consistently in SRG. It took them a little bit longer than you would have normally anticipated for them to, you know, get the answer for those reclears that were coming out. Like there weren't any of those like mid-round drones that we were expecting to see, or the flashes around the corners, being kind of like prepared for those off angles. But we end up swapping sides, and that's where SRG really start to shine. I think DodoNet had a lights out performance, especially with that operator coming into play there as well. It felt like night and day difference between the SRG we were seeing in that first half of Haven into the second.
I mean, the best way I could describe it is in that first half, I felt like SRG kind of got tunnel vision with whatever was like presented in front of them. That kind of caused a lot of disrupt with how they were playing around each other, right? Like one round that's coming to mind is there were actually many rounds that were coming to mind, right? There were a lot of times where they were on an A pose plant, but somehow just by FlyQuest doing some like one piece of utility, and then everyone kind of tunnel vision on one angle and left opportunities for FlyQuest to jump in. There's a round where Ev was just able to jump out of heaven completely for free and not get punished. Like things like that should not be happening, that we haven't really seen happen with SRG. But then you're right, in that second half they started to come alive, and I just want to say, like, the mental fortitude on both of these teams, one for SRG being 2 maps up and almost losing it all, to FlyQuest being 2 maps down, bringing it back in these 2 maps, and even in the third being so close to closing it out and finally taking down SRG, which they haven't done in 2 years, would have been insane. But props to both of these teams. It is unfortunate and heartbreaking for FlyQuest, but it must feel so relieving for SRG to be like, guys, we still got it. We're going and moving forward into grand finals tomorrow.
Me every morning, I still got it. But yeah, they certainly do. They're finding themselves, as you said, in a grand final. So let's hear from Noya from SRG about how they got it done. Noya, welcome to the show. Huge congratulations straight out of the gate. Like, how do you feel right now? This was an intense series, an absolute barn burner.
I feel pretty good. I'm glad that we like pulled ourselves back together and started playing like we usually do in the end, because we were not looking like ourselves for a bit, and that's kind of how it ended up being map 5. Hey, Karn. But yeah, just happy. I think everyone's pretty happy.
You sound so casual about it. I mean, this series, it looked all but over off the map too, right? You guys were completely running away with it, and then on Ascent, dominant start there as well. Walk us through what shifted around round 9-ish. What adjustments did FlyQuest Red make, or what did you feel slipped on your end that allowed them to claw their way back into not just that map, but really the entire series?
We've kind of had this issue on Ascent for a while. It's kind of noticeable for anyone who's watching that we like throw too many CT rounds. Our comp is not like super good at attacking, and if we don't get every single CT round possible, it kind of snowballs into us like ending up losing a map like that, which isn't good. So we just got overconfident, did some small mistakes, and it cost us too many rounds on CT.
And then how does that snowball into the next few maps then, and how do you stop that kind of snowball?
On Breeze, I think we again just like were caught off guard. I don't think it, I mean, they played well, yes, but we also didn't play the way that we usually do. We gave them way too much space, way too much respect, and swing them like we usually do. Didn't just play the game like we always know how to. And then on Haven, there was a lot of unfortunate things. I generally think we played well in attack. I think we just got put down a little bit, but then on defense, everyone like really put in like all of their energy to pull it back together.
Yeah, we talked about it on the desk as well. It felt uncharacteristic on the maps that you guys ended up losing. Now, FlyQuest Red, they pushed you to the absolute limit and nearly pulled off that reverse sweep. In a weird way, are you glad that they pushed you that hard right before the grand finals? Like, does a scare like that help expose maybe some cracks that need fixing before tomorrow?
I think it does. I mean, I think it's in the same way it's like with Ghost. It generally woke us up from like this like slumber is almost what I'm gonna call it, and like we all like locked in and just tried playing more confident and started just swinging things because we have to. We play like we do in scrims instead of just giving them all the free space. And yeah, I think it's gonna be good for us.
Right, let's look ahead then at your match tomorrow. You've not played against Swim Track Blue, if I'm correct, in neither Swiss stage nor the main event, but you did face off against 3 of their members in Challengers, taking an L there, unfortunately. But does that add some fuel to the fire for tomorrow's grand final? Any sense of revenge in the team?
I mean, personally, yes, I would like to win tomorrow. I'd like to show that we can do that against that core. I mean, yeah, that's it. I would just like to win, obviously. I think everyone wants to.
Yeah, winning feels pretty good. One last question
Definitely,
about how you match up against Swim Track, maybe, because they do run a lot of double duelist. We don't really see many teams in GC running double duelist, more common in VCL. What are your thoughts on how your respective comfort comps stack up against one another?
I mean, all we practice against is double duelist, so I don't think that's going to be an issue or the reason that like they would do good. I think we are very practiced against it, and I think we know how to play against it. I honestly think the other comps that we play against in GC are harder because you don't see them in like practice, you don't see them in ranked, you don't see them ever. It's like very hard to figure out how does this comp play and how do we play against it.
Yeah, adaptability is definitely key in those matchups. Now, before I let you go, get some much needed rest or celebration ahead of a grand final tomorrow, your team has overcome quite a mountain in that lower bracket. When you look at the fans who stuck by you on this lower bracket roller coaster, and of course the teammates beside you who fought, well, on every map alongside you, what is the definite statement you want to make to everyone watching tomorrow?
I'm sorry, I'm not streaming. I know you all watch my stream, but I'm not streaming because I'm really stressed and I'm trying to lock in. Okay, I will be back. But no, I genuinely love everyone, and you make it worth something to do this. So thank you.
That's wonderful. We can't wait to see you and the squad back in action. Thank you so much, Noya. And that was how they got it done. Yeah, interesting points there to make, of course, how I always find it so impressive, Emily, as a former pro player yourself, how you can so quickly, right after a map, right after a match, identify really what is going wrong for your team and what needs fixing in the next round, in the next map even.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's very natural, though, to think ahead, whether it's a loss or whether it's a win, to be like, what could we improve on? Especially because they don't really have time to take a breather. They don't have time to sit back yet because, yes, they won this match, but they have another one to look forward to, and they don't want it to be as close as it was today. But I am very excited with how she said that she's more prepared to play against comps like Swim are going to be bringing out because they have experience in VCL. They have experience of playing that in scrim. So I think that'll be an even more competitive matchup than we've had today. So I think it'll be, I don't know, very fun, and, you know, good luck to both of the teams.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree with Emily. They're echoing that sentiment of, I think it also a different pacing of matches, of the matches that we're going to see tomorrow as well, with how brawly Swim Track Blue likes to be. But I am glad that at least for SRG, they are going to have a little bit of time to rest ahead of tomorrow. I know that team has been working so hard heading into this lower bracket run. Again, a situation that they hadn't found themselves in previously, and they're making it work.
Yeah, one last look at the bracket to see how we got here. The grand finals is set. It's going to be Swim versus SRG. And Swim so far has already been pushed. Maybe SRG can change that tomorrow. Short turnaround, another best of 5. So they better be resting up and getting ready for the big match. What an unbelievable day of competition this was, though. However, the job is not done tomorrow. Our champion will be crowned at the Verizon Valorant Game Changers NA Stage 1 main event. A massive thank you all for watching. Emily, Ash, Vance, and Riff for bringing us the action. Of course, a big thank you to the incredible crew behind the scenes as well. Grand finals are set. Thank you for watching. We see you again, same place, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.